Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. We are back for day number 5, the last day of week number 1. 16 teams have fought their heart out to try and solidify their spot not only on the top page, but also in the top 3, which has been pretty dominant at this point. Of course, I'm talking about Team Liquid, I'm talking about Alpha7, but Team Queso joining into the mix. The great thing about each day is we always have a team that we're not expecting to pull up and go big. Pull up and go big, right? So I've been enjoying it. I really have. I hope you all have been enjoying it at home. We still have plenty of more days to go. I'm talking 10 more after today is through with. And that's a lot of games. We're talking 90 games that we're going to see by the end of all 15 days. But hey, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're still only on day 5, and we got to see how Group D's double points is going to unfold. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, and of course, today I couldn't do the job alone because I couldn't do it every day alone. I'm joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. It's great to see both of you. Enigma first, or actually, excuse me, coming back. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I mean, we did qualifiers and stuff like that. We got to see Titan Gaming and the likes of them show that they're ready to be here and stuff like that. But now, you know, the question is, can you do it on stage in front of the crowd against all these teams that you've potentially dominated in the past online, doing it in person now?
That's right. And that's been the biggest question. How will these teams do on LAN? And Hot Jukes, some of them have excelled. Some of them, it's been a bit of a learning experience.
That's for sure, but you know what? It's Sunday, baby. Let's go, right? After this, we're going to finally see what like the true leaderboards look like, right? Because, you know, these double points for different groups, it's definitely changed things up. But at the end of the day, we were going to find out just exactly where everyone deserves to be.
So double points, what's all that about? Let's talk about it, because double points is back, and it happens 4 days a week, excluding Wednesday, and it's a chance for teams to really get ahead and honestly sometimes double or even triple the points that they were currently sitting at. We started double points on Thursday. Obviously, we've gone through Friday, we've gone through Saturday. That leads us to Sunday. Group D's chance to earn double points. And it is Group D for a reason. Hot Jukes, I'm coining Group D the group of death because all 4 of these teams, my lord, they can shake up the standings.
Yes, they sure can. And I'll tell you, the team I'm looking at right now, it's gotta be Alpha7. You know they're gonna be hunting down that first place. They've been waiting for this day. They've done extremely well pretty much every other day since. So it's really their day to shine. And it's also, right, Enigma, a big chance for some of these squads to make a big comeback.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, the double points is there for a reason. I mean, you got to be able to show up and show out. NRG currently right now is sitting, I believe, at 15th place. And this is a squad where on paper, you and I have watched them for the last years. I've even competed against some of these players where we know the capability and the potential that this team has. It's just a matter of, can you put it together today, especially being your double points day?
Well, let's take a look at standings as they fall after day number 4 going into day 5. At the top, we have Team Liquid holding on tight, a 50-point lead. Very impressive that they managed to do that given the fact that they were Group B. So it was Friday when they had double points. So they've got an entire day and still staying in first place. Speaks volumes about that roster. Can bring Alpha7, obviously, one that we have all eyes out for, being Group D. A chance to not only surpass Team Liquid, but maybe be the first team to break 300, depending on how these games go. Enigma, right back at you, though. Team Queso, Royals of War, iNCO Gaming, those 3 being 5-3-3 is very impressive, given how they started and now how they stand.
Well, I mean, I hold a lot of these teams up to a high regard, especially Team Queso and iNCO Gaming. We've seen them time and time again over the last year or two where they've been able to perform decently well, if not around the top in their respective regions and stuff like that. Now coming this sort of land play and stuff like that, I expected Team Queso, even with maybe a bad start, maybe 1 or 2 days, maybe they only had 1 pop-off game even on some of that stuff. I hold these teams to a regard of they can bounce back and do that sort of stuff. And we can even look down the leaderboard right now, too. One name I'm surprised to see, Hot Chicks, I know you'll agree with me on this, is Hyper being 8th place for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got a big rush after their double points day at the start. But, you know, I think the really thing they've been struggling with is these rotations. You know, they don't really have that solidified drop spot. They're so late to circle, and they're getting punished for it, Enigma. I mean, I want to see some changes from them, for sure.
Changes
the eliminations. The eliminations themselves really just kind of fumbling, but Taylor, Another team that I'm kind of really just disappointed with and seeing so far down the leaderboard has got to be FURIA in 10th.
Yeah, FURIA, right? FURIA's had these glimpses of, wow, they can bring the fire and they can be furious, but then they have these moments where it's like, God, where were they at? You know, they could do a little bit better. Their double points day, only 25, right? So that's on the low end, same as Titan Gaming and E7 SLR. But NRG Galaxy, NZ, two teams looking to break out of the second page onto the top page, right? 1 through 8. We'll see if they could do so. NRG Galaxy, one that needs to really step it up. They've just been there. They got our first NA win, right? But then all of a sudden they fell off and we're like, where have they been? Today, it's time to find themselves. And speaking of finding themselves, Hot Chooks, yesterday Mustache Dave found himself making some spicy takes, and what we're about to listen to is actually directed at you. Let's see what Mustache Dave had to say yesterday.
Ending tomorrow, all right? I'm calling it. Write it down, Reflections. iNCO,
Okay.
top 4. I'm sticking with it, all right? Top 4 for iNCO. This one, a little spicier. 9Z, I'm going to say 5th place. I'm putting them there, man. I'm believing in 9Z come tomorrow. So 5th place for them, top 4 for iNCO.
So Dave coming out with the Fuego. Hot Chicks, you made the statement. iNCO Gaming, they were going to fall down yesterday. They did not. They stayed up where they are. So he's saying top 4 today, but the spicy take, 9Z, jumping all the way up to 5th place.
It's possible. I will say that. I'm looking at the numbers right here. I mean, especially considering just how powerful double points are. I wouldn't doubt it by any means. So they could definitely do it as long as they go ahead and put in that work. We'll see them rocket launch leaderboards. I mean, heck, we could even see NRG make a crazy comeback if they go crazy. I just can't wait to see. Like, they've had so many days, right? They've had so many days to now see just how effective double points are. So I want to see adjustments. I don't want to see just regular same old gameplay. Go for the eliminations. Get those double points big time.
Well, talking about adjustments, 9Z has truly been very, very confident. Enigma, let's start the conversation on 9Z, a team that is going for double points and could very well outdo even that of Alpha7. They need 58 points to break into top 5. Let's start there, right? That's a lot of points, but something that is very doable given the fact that it's double points. We've seen teams get even bigger starts. Yesterday, they had 93 total points, 186 today on their double points. That is what is possible. That would be massive for 9Z.
Yeah, 9Z, a squad themselves, whatever they were doing yesterday, they should try to replicate that today. It seems like they were doing something right. A team that was near the bottom of the leaderboard, really being able to kind of shoot themselves up top and be able to kind of accumulate those points. And I think we talked about it a lot earlier on, was just the impact of elimination points. You got to go out and hunt for those kills early on in the match, or else you're really just going to be leaving it up to where the zone leaves you. And this squad seems like they've found that sort of right balance in between playing for zones and playing for those elimination points.
Juice, yesterday, right? They got second place, first place, second place, third place. They also picked up, I want to say, 20-plus eliminations. They were absolutely on fire. You talked about making adjustments. I think 9Z's biggest adjustment is their confidence.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about. It's just you have to believe that you can take out these teams. If you're hesitant, you back off. Or, you know, I've seen it too many times at this stage where a player gets knocked out and then the rest of the team just falls back. And they're like, we can't take this fight. And they just go down because of that. So now, I mean, if there's any time to be hot, it's the day before your double points day. You know what I'm saying? So if 9Z could just replicate what they did yesterday, we're going to see them just jump up the leaderboard. So I do agree with Dave. I mean, it's a good prediction because they did so well yesterday. At the same time, you got to have that back-to-back. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. Back-to-back, right? It's kind of akin to Team Liquid. Team Liquid, I believe, on on Friday, was out of this world. They go to their double points, and they were non-existent. We're like, where are you guys at? Your double points day up until their last 2 games, mind you, where they scored 98 points just in 2 games. So you want to get started early on. For 9Z, they need to get started early on. But there's a second team going for double points today, Enigma, and that is Death Wolves, a team that has been very impressive, and they started their impressive run on day 2.
Yeah, and I mean, for this squad themselves, the leaderboard showed them in 6th place currently coming in today and stuff like that, if I'm not mistaken. This squad has shown that they're able to stack up those elimination points. One of the only 3 teams that actually are in that triple digit range for elimination points, so we can speak about it time and time again. these squads need to really remember that on double points days, the placement, you honestly want to put that out the window. You want to look for those high elimination matches. That's where you're going to be able to really get up and start moving across the leaderboard up into that top 3 range, because this squad, with them only being about 20 points back from Team Queso, they're really going to be able to start making sort of waves ruffle around and start stirring up that upper part of the leaderboard.
It's appropriate to have Death Wolves in Group D, Hot Chooks. 29 eliminations yesterday. They had a second, third, and first place finish. They earned a total of 102 points, which would be 204 today if they replicate that success. I've really been enjoying watching Death Wolves. Rata Boy, man, that's my guy. He tears it up.
He's a legend. He's a legend for sure. I think if he really gets hot at the start of today, we're going to see them do what we've seen them been doing, right? We know that they have the potential, because they pulled off, what was it, a 19 elimination chicken dinner in this tournament, and that was only in day number 1. So these guys can pop off. They need a day like that right now, though. I mean, it's double points day. Imagine if they were able to replicate that, Taylor. It'd be crazy.
Without a doubt. I mean, imagine if Death Wolves can pull that off. It would be spectacular. How far up can the leaderboard can they go? I think the leaderboards are going to shift a lot after Group D is finished with their double points at the end of the day. But now we're going to transition into Alpha7. And Alpha7 has been on a tear. And one of those guys that's been the biggest damage dealer is Revo. He's been tearing it up. And we actually have an interview, Sarpatch, out there to talk him. Let's see what Revo had to say.
Well, guys, here we are with Revo. Revo, double points today. You guys have been doing good. Yesterday was perhaps your weakest game, and it still was good. Look, everybody's saying that it's very scary. You guys are doing so well, and still you haven't done double points, and now you're going to get them. How are you guys feeling about it today?
Yeah, we are feeling good, but we're going to stay with our game. We don't going to change anything. Of course, we're going to fix our missing the play, but we're going to stay with the same game.
So you're going to stay with the same game? I mean, really, you don't really need to change anything. You guys have been doing great. But do you feel it with this format? Is there any extra pressure on this double points day?
I think no, it's the same thing for us. We don't feel the pressures. I think because we have so much experience, so with that we don't feel anything.
They don't need to change anything. Of course they don't. It's Alpha7. Let's go.
If it's not fixed, hey, if it's not broken, excuse me, don't fix it, all right? That's the key strategy for Alpha7. They're in second place without double points. Hey, they know what they got, Hot Chooks.
It's business as usual, baby. Business as usual. These guys don't got to worry about a thing. I mean, Alpha7, they've been in positions like 1,000 times more stressful than this, so I'm not, surprised to see Revo just like, oh yeah, double points, no problem. Yeah, we'll just do this, and then I go home.
That's right. Dude, hey, get the business done, go home, make your money. Like, make a car payment, all right? Make a full car payment at that at the end of it. Alpha7 just looking to take it all, and they absolutely can. Revo, the damage dealer out of every single player out of all 16 teams. Enigma, Alpha7, 28 elims yesterday. They didn't have the best finishings, but they were very consistently outside like top 4, top 5, top 6, despite them not getting despite them only getting one top 3. But the good thing is they have the most wins, 4 wins, right? Tying that of Team Liquid. So they're very consistent. And also yesterday, I believe they had the most points out of everyone, 111 points gained.
Jeez, yeah, and I mean, for this squad, it's scary saying that they had the most points on the day, so to speak, when they haven't even reached their double points and stuff like that. And usually when you go later on in the tournaments and stuff like that, teams like Alpha7 will really start to exploit and adapt their sort of game plan against these teams that maybe haven't been able to stand up against them in some of these fights. So a squad like Alpha7, especially having someone like Revo, the rest of the squad, they're all namesake players from the region as well, but having him coming in and saying, yeah, we're just going to play our game, we're going to be just sticking to our guns and making sure that we're not making any more mistakes than we have in the last few days, I'd be scared for the rest of the lobby.
I think you have to be, man. The only team that really has shut them down, and I mean shut them down instantly, is Team Liquid. And that was when Alpha7 was all in a car, all 4 of them. And I forget who it was. I think it was Mythic, if I'm not mistaken, on Erangel, and he just gunned them all down instantly. It was fantastic to see because, you know, that Team Liquid battle between Alpha7 and Hotchicks, it's been growing. That's number 1 and number 2 teams, right? So Team Liquid has a very real reason to challenge Alpha7 on the battlefield any chance they get today.
I think everybody needs to at this point because, you know, these guys, they already got their things they want to buy on layaway at this point. They know that money's coming to them. I mean, I'm not even kidding. It is. You saw Revo's face. I mean, no nerves whatsoever. They're going to make it happen here on Double Points Day. The weakness, though, of Alpha7 is if the entire lobby starts working against them, right? If you start studying them, taking them out in vehicles, right? That's the chance you have to take the squad out because once Alpha7 gets set up, even if it's outside on the circle, all 4 up towards endgame, they're going to destroy everybody. They've done it so many times already.
I think it was Miramar Sandhawk, right? E7 was set up in the building. They were out. Alpha7 was in the open, and they just pushed up and pushed up and pushed up, punished them, and then won a game they absolutely should not have won. The only team that could have pulled that off was Alpha7, and it was Alpha7 pulling it off. But there's one more team in Group D earning double points today, and that's NRG Galaxy, a team that is, well, they've been struggling. They've got a victory, but yesterday they only got 35 total points. That's not a lot. Even double points day, that would only be 70. That only takes you up so far. So I need to know what's going on. Of course, we have Sarpatch, who had a chance to interview NRG Galaxy. Let's hear what he had to say with Fate.
Hello guys, here we are just about to start the last day of the week. We are with Fate from NRG. Here we are at the booth, it's right here. This is how you like it. Fate, how are you, bro? Double points today. How you guys feeling? How you guys preparing for today? Looking to play more aggressive?
Feeling pretty good. Yeah, we have to stay confident, stay calm. If we have a bad game, it's not the end of the world. We get a win, it's double points. That's like 40 points, and that boosts us up a lot. So we just have to stay calm, confident, make sure we don't make the mistakes. We had the whole week to learn on what we've been doing wrong and make sure we cover them and make sure that everything goes, perfectly.
So, from what I'm understanding here, is you're gonna try to go for the placement points. You're not gonna try to play more aggressive, or
we'll play more aggressive as well. It's part of what we learned from today, but we're gonna make sure that we get the chicken dinner.
That's very important. I love it. I love to hear it, bro. Best of luck. Let's go in 8 double points for Energy.
Thank you for that interview, Zarpatch. As we heard from Fate, NRG Galaxy getting a bit more aggressive. Enigma, you've been breaking down NRG Galaxy, though. You've been looking at them and figuring out what they need to kind of fix, right? You've been a competitor yourself. What are they doing that you're just not happy with?
It's got to be the confidence in terms of their gun skill and stuff like that. They have what's capabilities and stuff like that. We've seen Spec, we've seen J7. They performed internationally for years in other regions and stuff like that. But them as a squad currently, I don't know if it's the cohesion or what, but I really enjoyed Sarpatch actually coming in and asking Fate, are you only playing for the placement points? And he's kind of backstepping a bit now, being, well, we're also looking for the elimination points. I think that should be your main focus point coming into the games today, because those points are going to be the ones that you have control over. You're not going to have control of teams having snakes that might jump you down a peg or two in terms of those placement points. Really not liking what I was hearing from that interview.
The only time we saw NRG Galaxy come alive, Hot Jukes, was day number 2, and it was on Miramar, where they got a 10 elimination victory. Outside of that, we really haven't seen too much from NRG Galaxy, but the good news is they did say they were working on their confidence in the interview. They are going to try to get aggressive today and slay out. And Hot Jukes, Enigma brings up a great point, right? Double points, eliminations, they absolutely matter. We've seen some high elim games that result in 50-plus games. That would make a massive difference for NRG Galaxy's position on the standings.
Yeah. Look, Fate needs to treat this game like he treats his interviews. You know what I'm saying? Just good old boring gameplay. That's what we need to see from them. I mean, they're overthinking everything. I mean, we see them do these kind of crazy splits. They're trying to do this stuff that I think that is just, at this point, out of their league. They have insane gun skill. We know it. Just play the game, just like the way you're doing the answers. Yes, we're here to play. We're having a good time. If you just do that in the game, we're gonna see them have success today.
So you're saying back to the basics. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just like Alpha7 said in their interview. You know, we're going to continue to do what's working. Now, NRG Galaxy, there's not a lot working, okay? So go back to the basics and quite literally just, I don't know, hunker down, figure it out. Figure it out as you go. It's 7 points after all. I think game one's going to be very telling to see what NRG Galaxy is going to be up about. But, I mean, come on. It's going to get scary. Let's find out how the teams for double points are going to do. Without further ado, Hot Jukes, Enigma, take it away for game number 1.
Let's get it going, baby. It's Sunday, and it's Alpha7 Day. That's where all of our eyes are on right now because they are looking to get that first place. Enigma, it's good to be able to cast with you on the desk, brother. I know you're excited as we're getting into another day of PUBG Mobile action.
Sunday fun day is how I like to call it. And for the most part, these teams, I mean, you gotta have fun out there. For the most part, we know the people near the top, like Team Liquid, Alpha7, Team Queso. I know they're having fun on stage. We've seen the player cams and stuff like that. That's kind of the awesome part of LAN, is you get to see the real raw emotion when a team's able to pull off a win and stuff like that. But for these other teams at the bottom, even if you were to get a win, does it really feel that well? I'm calling out NRG. I'm looking at SOLAR. We're looking at Titan Gaming. A lot of our NA teams, unfortunately, kind of holding up the bottom of the leaderboard. And I think the best case scenario is like how you said it, Cheeks. We got to go back to the basics. And what better map than Erangel to be able to go back and really try and sort of test those basics on the squads.
Yeah, one thing I'm going to be looking at, though, right now is Primorsk. And it looks like NRG are going to have that to themselves. Influence Rage taken off, so they're not going to be able to, or they're not fighting NRG all the way down there, and that's actually a good thing for them because this is a northern circle. So Influence Rage looking to go ahead and take that Yasnaya position. NRG is going to be down south, and they're going to have to get moving. And then Hyper heading on over to Severny. That's a very fortunate drop for them.
Yeah, Severny is always one of those drops where, you know, it works out when you get the zone like this, but whenever you get those sort of melee-based finishes on the south, you really are just punching the air, you know, looking at botations and stuff like that. INF, though, you did say that they were dropping on NRG before. They're actually choosing to fight now with the B Bold squad that opted on this western side against Naya. And this was always a discussion for the longest time in pro play, is kind of what drop spots around the map are actually able to be split. There's like enough loot and that sort of stuff. And Yasnaya is one of the very few on any of the maps where teams can confidently kind of drop next to each other and they choose not to fight.
Yeah, they choose not to fight. And I mean, we've seen this drop before from Influence Rage. They have a couple different spots they take.
Yeah.
You know, Primorsk and this one, they decided to take the earlier playing path. So that's fortunate for a team like, you know, and NRG, because they don't have to worry about, you know, being held back, especially in a circle like this. So yeah, Naya is big enough for two teams for sure to just split loot. Nothing too crazy. So, man, today is a big day for so many squads. Well, other than the, you know, the double points day, Enigma, who else are you looking at to kind of perform today?
I'm really looking at FURIA right now. That's a team that, you know, they have the namesake brand. We know that squad is capable of greatness, to say the least. And that squad, in my eyes, has kind of been falling a little bit under the ball, so to speak. They haven't really been able to get on top of it and start performing the ways that they should. And for this squad, they have a lot of just, I want to say errors maybe in a few instances. I'm not sure if it's just maybe the nerves on stage or what, but this squad, I feel like, you know, hopefully after today, they have that 2-day break, that sort of kind of relax, unwind from play. Hopefully they're able to kind of get their nerves back together and sort of kind of collect themselves for next week.
For sure, for sure. A team I'm going to be looking at least for this game, it's got to be Hyper. I got to be looking at Hyper. And the reason why I'm saying Hyper is, of course, you know, we're the English broadcast. We got to talk about some other teams. Alpha7's the obvious storyline here, you know. But, you know, when I look at Hyper, you know, we need to see some NA dominance here. And they can pop off. We've seen it before in days past, but then we just see a crazy long inconsistent streak, and that's just destroying them right now. So, you know, come Thursday next week, there'll be another double point opportunity for them. They cannot waste on that. But here in this zone, right, they're finally central, Enigma. So they're not having to, you know, drive to a different location and deal with all that kind of craziness. So I think they need to really utilize this opportunity and pop off.
Yeah, and you had talked before when we were discussing Hyper and stuff like that. They're actually a team that was getting those sort of edge zone plays. They were dropping in different spots and not really having a place to call home. I'm interested in knowing if Hyper can actually perform while getting the circle like this and stuff like that. We know Starlight, especially in my eyes, has performed above and beyond for the squad. Maybe those sort of cold streaks the squad has is just that sort of Hyper curse, as we like to call it. But for this squad, I'd like to see them really start to put the pieces together in terms of eliminations, at least fully commit as a squad against these Brazilian teams. Because even if it's a 3-man of Alpha7, of the Team Liquids and stuff like that, they're still going to take the fight to you, even as a 3-man.
Yes,
just
they will.
off of sure knowledge alone, knowing that we can't kowtow out of this fight. But right now, it looks like iNCO Gaming is going to be taking the fight up with Be Bold.
Well, let's see how iNCO is going to be able to do. They had a crazy day on their double points day, right? So let's see if they can hold on here. Be Bold, though, getting a nice knock there onto 7 with that AUG. And he's actually in a really compromised position. So the rest of iNCO, maybe they're going to try to support him here. But, ooh, 7 getting thirsted. That is it. So iNCO, yeah, I think they're just going to try to avoid this fight now.
Yeah, I don't blame iNCO for kind of just tucking tail and running away. If I'm Be Bold, I'd almost want to keep trying to pressure with the vehicles and stuff like that. That was one mistake that they had kind of capitalized on, was iNCO leaving a player on sort of this open side of the hill instead of having that forward position. Not sure if it was kind of miscommunication on iNCO players and vehicles and stuff like that. Would have liked to see some more aggression out of them. But Be Bold, you know, they're a team that's around that middle pack and stuff like that, needing the points. Luckily starting off pretty decent for game number 1.
Yeah, starting off not too bad. I mean, I think it was with you, though. I think they should have just rushed iNCO. You know that you have a man advantage. It would have been worth a chase down for sure. But yeah, at the same time, you know, I understand why they don't want to get third party. So, you know, sometimes it's better to play it safe rather than sorry. But, you know, still super early in the game. Not a lot of action just yet. As far as rotations go, the teams that are on the far outskirts, we're going to be looking at Team Liquid. They're coming all the way from military base, and they seem to have a pretty decent path on their way in. NRG is going to be hugging that ridge line, or they're going to be hugging that ocean side there on the west side. And Titan Gaming's coming in from the east, so these are the teams that are going to be having to come in late to the circle.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams, it looks like, especially for NRG side, unfortunately, Team Liquids, the Team Quesos, they're opting to go all the way to this western side. So we might see teams sort of take those little pod shots at each other, maybe even sort of bridge camp some of these zones, because it looks like a lot of teams are favoring that northern side of the river. It sort of splits this zone in half. So these squads, hopefully, if it doesn't shift towards shooting range or anything like that, they'll still have room to play coming in these next few zones. But right now we're seeing it as well. Alpha7 trying to just find a little hidey hole spot to play, having to actually just give it up and run away. INF shooting them from the top side of the hill, and just to the west of them, of course, they know that Saverni's going to be taken, and Hyper just hawking this water side, not letting anyone rotate in.
Yeah, trying to avoid it. Trying to avoid getting pushed up on right now is going to be huge. And you know, one team that always just constantly seems to pick on Hyper is Alpha7. We've seen them catch Hyper off guard and just absolutely destroy them so many times. So I think Hyper had to have done their homework, kind of see what their rotational pathing is, and they need to keep out because they're mighty close to each other right now. But this next zone's about to pop.
Yeah, everyone's next to each other. The zone shift actually goes west of shooting range. So a lot of these teams that opted around Saverni and stuff having to make the mad dash in now. But you were talking about Titan Gaming and stuff like that. They're coming into a lot of different colors on that map, on that eastern side. People are definitely going to start losing players on rotation.
Yes, they are. And this is going to be really tough. You can see how many of those teams are there on the bottom right side of the map. Oh, boy. We're going to see some battles here. FURIA taking this plane position over by shooting range. They're gonna be holding down this crash site for now. Just waiting to see where the next zone is gonna pop. So that's where they're setting up. And Hyper most likely gonna be taking that Snake Ridge all the way on the north side near Zarki. That's actually a really good position. Baton's gonna be heading up there first. And the rest of the teams are just trying to push their way in. If you guys were able to look at the map feed right now, I think we have like 3 or 4 squads still over by Rozhawk trying to get here.
Yeah, Rozhawk, I mean, it's just a death trap. You've got maybe 1 or 2 bridges. You got to go around the lake, which iNCO's already holding and that sort of stuff around the river. And these teams, it's, you know, you don't want to get into a fight too early just yet, because now you're going to really have to be dealing with blue zone coming in. But the southern side of the map, I'm seeing it as well. I'm only seeing NRG on this crate side, so there is room for these teams to kind of move in and maybe find a little foothold coming to the next zone shift. But a lot of these teams really still opting to kind of go right next to each other in these power spots.
Yeah, and you know, one team that's mighty close is Alpha7. They wanted Hyper's location, but they say, you know what? Okay, we'll just go ahead and we'll head right here for now. They're just keeping an eye on their sixes. Looks like SLR is really close. Dragon actually got beat up a little bit. And McGrillen are going to hold these houses as well. So Alpha7 just trying to find a location. Dragon actually does get popped out that vehicle.
Wow.
SLR just losing players pretty needlessly here. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just comes down to the experience with using vehicles to scout spots. We saw him just to the north side of Alpha7. The rest of his team actually straight south of the squad, so he was kind of looking for maybe an off angle to get a knock or something, but Alpha7 fully aware, and if you don't turn that car correctly, Jukes, it's just going to be getting absolutely beamed out of one of these vehicles. And I love seeing the sort of competitive, I guess, evolution we have over the last few years, but we'll have to put a note into that because 9Z actually taking the fight with the rest of SLR holding up in this compound.
And it looks like SLR is going to take them out, and Rules of War can eliminate 9Z. And this is their double points day. So not the start that they were hoping for. Hopefully we could see Mustache Dave proven right. But it's going to have to be in the next 5 matches, because they are out of here. But you know what? We're starting to hit circle number 3. Going to be coming up, and oh, we have a shift on over to the east side. So Alpha7 and Hyper are going to have to leave once again. You can see them popping in their vehicles and getting on the move. And Rules of War taking that trifecta compound. We've seen them use that so many times in the past, and it just works out so well for them.
Yeah, I mean, you're really kind of just blessed with the IGL making this call of, yeah, you know, that was a great call. Like, this is an awesome spot we're in. Now, iNCO Gaming, they're holding a sort of edge spot against Be Bold, and Be Bold actually looks like they're going to get the knock, but not anymore. Nenabete butchering the shots, Jukes. Now, Nunez is trying to salvage the situation with some of these frag grenades. Be Bold, they had that finish early on against one of the NA squads, and now they're trying to bring it.
If that nade would have gone through that window, I think he would have been able to get that double, but unfortunately it just barely misses. Nunez overcooking it. He did buy enough time for Vitaly to get there though, but at the same time, B-Bull was able to get the entire squad up nice and healed as well. So it is a 4v2. Nunez has to get this initial knock here against David. What can David do? Oh, stun grenade, that could do it. He's blind. And Vitaly does get finished, so now it's just Nunez, 1v4. Can he pull off a miracle?
He's got the S12. It's essentially one shot for each player, but can't watch every angle, Jukes. Unfortunately, iNCO getting finished. Maybe a little bit of BM at the end of that. I'm not too sure, but 4 eliminations now for Be Bold. iNCO, they were that team in 4th, 5th place range. Now, unfortunately, gonna have to sit there for, well, what I'd assume to be 20, about 30 minutes for the rest of the match. But the rest of these squads still having to fight. Titan Gaming opting to take this fight on the southern side towards the bridge against Rules of War. And, I mean, for the squad, Titan Gaming, they needed a game like this to start getting that confidence back, build up. This is one of the perfect squads for them to do it.
Red should probably take his time here. He does have the man advantage. You don't want to get knocked. And he does get knocked. That is and a double knock right there. Rules of War with the turnaround. Hey, patience is a virtue, and that's what happens when you just speed things up a little too quickly. You can really put your team in a bad spot. And Victex holding it down with a jump out. Can he hit the shot? Oh, he's so lit. 1 HP. He's got to hit this. He gets the first aid off.
His teammate, though. His teammate's with him as well. It's not even a 1v2 anymore. It's a 2v2, and Titan Gaming, what are we doing
What are we doing? What are we doing? That was
literally,
just, yeah, that was bad.
You called it. Like, what are we doing pushing up? And he had a pump shotgun. Like, I get, like, the shotgun meta, Jukes, but we all know it takes a million years for you to pump that thing after every shot, and really just trying to cut corners in a tournament like this is really just crazy for me to see still.
That's the best way to put it, because I mean, we're talking just a few seconds, right? Just wait for your teammate to get there, secure a 2v1 just in case. I mean, you can't rely on your gun skill these days, especially with how like strong the DBS is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're talking about if another player is just a 1/10 of a second faster than you, you're knocked. But let's go ahead and just keep on going right now as All Glory Gaming get eliminated. Team Queso holding it down, but they're going to have to now deal, I believe it's with Hyper. Yeah, Hyper right on top of the hill. M2M saying, nope, I'm out of here. And Potro and Silence are going to go out just like that. So Hyper getting a little active now. It's about time.
Yeah, and I mean, for this squad, I think there was no other better, I guess, point in the match to do this sort of aggression, because this allows them to work for that southern side towards those compounds just to the east. Now, and Hyper, the only thing they have to worry about is if someone mirrors them like Alpha7, who's already sort of spread out. They don't know exactly where that squad's at. And this is one of those squads where you get knocked by Alpha7, 9 times out of 10, I'm putting my money on that squad pushing you.
For sure, for sure. And, man, I mean, that's what you got to do whenever you get that opportunity, especially now. Just push. And Alpha7 still alive. This is their double points day. They have all 4 still remaining. Definitely putting some damage down range. So far, it is Mafioso with the only elimination. 223 damage so far. This zone is starting to close. 2 minutes on the clock, and Hyper trying to find a solid position. But now they're going to have to go against Alpha7. Here they go.
Yeah, they're pulling up. I mean, full send onto Baton in the front, just getting caught out. Now, Caprice does get a re-knock onto Revo, but Alpha7 still has what seems to be the superior position. But if you hit your shots, FSS actually getting another knock onto the Alpha7 squad. So, Hyper might be the thorn in the side that Team Liquid's wanting for Alpha7, with them being so close on the leaderboard. My only issue is there's still a lot of time on that clock for Blue Zone jukes. Can Hyper hold on to this position?
All these nades are brutal. The FS getting it onto McGrellin was huge. And Hyper now just trying to get rezzed. Mafioso so hurt. FS, that angle gets taken away as he gets finished. So, Hyper with that 3-1 split does end up surviving because Alpha7 are eliminated with only 1 elimination. So not the start that they were hoping for. Hyper just trying to hold on as a 3-man now. There's still so many teams here holding this edge.
Yeah, and the tough part is I don't think any of those Alpha7 players were finished anywhere close to the Hyper squad. We see Starlight not even having a smoke grenade to his name to try to give himself a bit more cover, trying to just relieve the pressure, because we still see it. Caprice having 1 HP, trying to just get a full reset off. Does seem like the waters are kind of calming, though. Have 30 seconds left on the clock. Hyper do get 3 eliminations out of that play from Team Queso and then on to Alpha7. Now the issue is going to be how that zone shift comes on moving forward and what you choose to do as a 3-man.
That is the question here. Let's see what FURIA could do, though. That was one of the teams that you were keeping an eye on. SLR just have had a really rough tournament here to start. And Jahan is in big trouble all by himself over there. And yeah, he does end up going down. So I believe it's still only 1 player left from SLR. It's White Elegy. Can he make something happen? He is the IGL. Not quite the crazy gunner that a lot of people may hope for. But he could definitely make something happen here. That nade tries to open something up. But yeah, FURIA had his number for sure.
Yeah, and look at that. Even with Kayowski being knocked, the rest of his squad was still pushing up to provide that support. They were able to get the full reset with FURIA as well. And we see the zone shift as well. They're on the edge, but they have one of the prime spots, being able to control all of this sort of plane dip and stuff like that. So FURIA definitely in the prime spot. Their eyes now are going to have to be looking at that squad earlier. Hyper and Influence Rage coming at him.
Yep. Yes, they are. That was Team Queso. They get eliminated. They had 5 eliminations so far, so not a terrible way to go out. But this is a big opportunity for teams, especially like Team Liquid, right? We know that Alpha7 has their double points day. So, heck, they went out early. Let's make that lead just a little bit bigger. Let's see how they're going to handle it now as Chief all the way up. Has to get this knock against Be Bold. He does. Gets 1. Goes for the second. Oh, that buggy making it too difficult. Cardozen does come in, though. Ayala now in the mix as well. Gets a huge knock there. Team Liquid trying to get these points every way they can. Cardozen not able to hit the mark. That's going to make things that much more difficult. It's really up to Ayala and Mythic to make something happen.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is Team Liquid, even with them having the first trade and stuff like that, the rest of the squad just came trails blazing into the fight. But NRG, they weren't going to sit back. They were going to be going to the action. Fate pulling up maybe a bit too far. Mythic getting a return knock.
Oh, no. I think Fate's so upset right now because the rest of the team should have been there with him. That was a 100% push opportunity. That's one of those situations where I can already see Fate saying push, 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 and the rest of the team was just not on the same page. That should have been an easy wipe right there onto Team Liquid if the entire team of NRG was there, but they just weren't. And man, it's those little mistakes right there that can make a big difference.
Yeah, you've got to just be able to trust the call of your IGL. They had 3 players in zone. It was just Fate actually on that sort of push angle, but you're Fate, you're definitely calling that out. You and I can see it clear as day. We need a push for this because not only is that 2 elimination points from TL, that's really 4 because it's your double points day. This squad is needing every point they can get. And if you're questioning the calls of your IGL, if you're doing this or that, whatever the case may be in that situation, it's not a good look in anyone's eyes.
Oh, not to mention you would have had those eliminations. That entire side of the map would have been yours. And you'd have all 4 people up as Stars gets ran over. And Hyper rocking these splits. And it is not working out for them. Losing another player. Breeze just trying to blow his vehicle up here. Hold this position, and Baton is in the same spot. He's gonna go ahead and probably just lock down right by this tree next to his teammate and waiting for this next zone to pop.
I would have liked to see Starlight at least a little bit closer to his team, just underneath their hillside. Definitely just spread too thin, because if you're Royals of War, you're seeing a player just smoked up, why not start driving through it? His teammates aren't going to be able to support him. He's too far. And so for this squad, I mean, we even see the zone shift itself. It actually favored and Hyper. So instead of being a 2-man, they could have potentially been 3. And now with NRG losing Fate early on, other teams are able to start making the move, especially with, I believe it's Entity 7 getting a knock on the spec. So interested to see if they're going to aggress on that.
They hate running over the last remaining member of Team Liquid, and they are gone. So now this could be a good door open for Royals of War to put up some more points. Look to catch up on the leaderboards a little bit, as they already have 6 eliminations, still 3 players up. And it is Influence Rage against C7. E7 in the vehicles, just trying to annoy these teams here.
Wow.
But man, great shots from Law down range.
Yeah, and INF, that's the squad where if you start making a play like this, they are definitely going to make you eat your words on making that call. So Entity 7 now, I believe, down to just a solo, trying to just make that sort of dive into zone and get placements. But INF, you're sitting with a full 4-man still, one of the only squads outside of FURIA with 4 players alive, being able to start collecting these free elimination points around the edge of the zone.
Yeah, it's interesting to see here. It's good to see Law back in the playing field as well. We saw Law take a break a couple days ago. He said that the coach said, hey, you know what? Take a step back, watch, see what the team is doing wrong, and make some adjustments. And this looks like a good game for them so far. They have the entire squad up, 5 eliminations, and they're going to have this east side of the map to themselves. So now it's time to put your back up against the wall and start hitting your shots.
Yeah, we see on the player cam as well, especially with the interview with Revo and stuff like that. These players are more than calm and collected when it comes to making these sorts of plays, and that's what you want to see out of these squads. INF especially being the team where if they're picking up these elimination points, they're not stressing about teams doing drive-bys and stuff like that. That's a scary combination for the rest of this lobby, because with this being game 1, Jukes, there could be a lot of momentum riding this out of just this Erangel alone.
Oh, yes, indeed. A ton of momentum. And Royals of War looking to get that momentum started here. 7 eliminations. NRG with the double points day. 5 points isn't so bad. They need some of those placement points, though. Oh, J7 wide out in the open. Nothing he could do. And they are out of there. I think this could have been a huge game for NRG. If they would have just been there, taken out Team Liquid, they would have all 4 been up. But, man, little mistakes are so costly at this level. Let's see.
Yeah. The team, though, that's capitalizing on what it seems like all the errors right now, though, Jukes, is Royals of War, the solo of Hyper being caught out. I believe it was Starlight at the bottom of that hill. Now NRG as well being the next team that was in their side. So this squad, even though their 3 players are up, we're seeing Big Tech, with 5 eliminations to his name for the squad, 7 already as the team alone. So these other teams in the lobby, I like what they're seeing. I just wish our NA teams were pulling stuff like this. Juice.
Yeah, I mean, you could just tell, like, they're just trying to, right now, in Hyper, Baton just driving around, trying to get some intel, trying to maybe catch some stragglers. Yeah, FURIA's right there at that plane crash site, just waiting for everybody. The next zone does pop, and Hyper are like, where do we even go? I mean, there's no coverage anywhere central of the zone. FURIA are holding that major spot. Yeah, I think they're going to try to push through that, but timing is going to be the key right here. And right now is not the time to push. You're going to get third-partied 100%.
Yeah, I think you got to look for R2's spot, if anything. On the far side, he's kind of isolated from FURIA. Maybe enough cover for the rest of the FURIA squad not to be able to beam you out of the vehicle, but we're talking INF and stuff like that on top of the hill, being able to have sight lines on you. You got to make the rotation there to begin with in just one vehicle. So Hyper is definitely going to be in that sort of backseat mode of what the heck do we even do in this situation?
Yeah, what do you even do? At this point, it's just try to survive. Get some more points on the board. Next zone, yeah, this is stage 7. We're going to have one more circle shift after this, and then the zone will go down to nothing. Baton's already starting to get beat up, and it looks like FURIA now have their eyes set on them. And Hyper are going to send it into this location.
Oh.
Yeah, and that is not the right time to do so, but sometimes you have no other choice. And Hyper is going to go out there with 3 eliminations. And now we're down to the top 3 teams here, Enigma.
Yeah, top 3. I mean, FURIA was the team I was eyeing out, calling them out at the start of, hey, you know, I'm needing to see some fire come out of you and stuff like that. And it looks like they're bringing the aggression to them. But Royals of War now, since FURIA has so much control of this plane side, all these other teams are having to opt for the hills. And now, I mean, you're kind of just grasping for straws of what cover. Thankfully, you know, Erangel has a crate, but how long will you really be able to even play this sort of position?
Yeah, it is not looking good. I mean, even with smokes, yeah, people are going to know exactly where you are. And here come the nades, looking to take out Vicdex. Does he get the crawl? I think he does for now, but now here comes Diego and squad with those nades. There's nothing they're going to be able to do. The mollies are out. Eragon's forced to run out in the open, and a clinic being put on by Influence Rage. That is exactly how you handle that situation.
Yeah, I mean, Royals of War was just in this sort of bowl spot with all these nades coming down. I mean, eventually one of them is going to connect on you. Now it's just going to be obviously the solo, having to try to play for placements. FURIA, though, while that was going on, opted to take the complete control of that eastern hillside up on top, forcing Influence Rage to kind of turn their eyes back, make sure they're not going to be getting snaked up on and stuff like that. But, oh, and
nice shot.
Kowski having the off angle. Reaps rewards. That's another point for FURIA. Now we're just in a straight 4v4 situation coming to this final zone.
Here we go. FURIA versus Influence Rage. Who's going to win this fight, guys? Put in the chat what you think. Influence Rage are very close together on this edge. They're trying to creep up this hill. If they get that initial knock, as a matter of fact, they might even catch FURIA in this vehicle if they're not careful. They really have to be cautious here. They're wide out in the open. Maybe they're trying to bait some plays out with Kowski. I mean, FURIA definitely has most of this entire map locked down.
Yeah, Kowski has the prime spot. He's able to see that whole entire bowl if one of the INF players chooses to try to snake around and stuff like that. FURIA, I like the vehicle plays. It's just a matter of making sure you don't go over that hill a little bit too much, because we've seen time and time again, people make these vehicle plays. They go over a little bit too far and just get absolutely beamed for it.
Let's see what happens here. You can see Federal looking to try to get a little bit of intel with that buggy. It is smoking. He does see a couple vehicles right there. Kowski may even try to put some shots on the off angle. Interesting to see right now. FURIA still holding on to those vehicles. Not a bad idea. They're trying to avoid getting naded. They have this all locked down. With the circle closing, though, I think it'd be definitely beneficial to start throwing your utility if you have it. But you can see Adrian doesn't have any at all. You gotta be careful, though. One nade is all it's gonna take for Influence Rage to really take advantage of this fight.
Yeah, and the zone close that's happening right now, it will be very slow, of course, but FURIA, I'd almost like to see one of them start to play that snake angle, play for that sort of gunfight in case INF chooses to creep over the top and take those shots onto the vehicle. But now we're seeing it. Everyone's boosting up. Everyone's going for this sort of plays right now. They actually opted to leave another solo of FURIA on the eastern side, and now all these off angles, Jukes, are really starting to reap rewards. Who's really going to be winning this fight now?
It's a 3v3, but Diego with the angle. Surprise, surprise. Now he has the top of the hill. He's getting some great shots down range. Oh, Diego, it's really up to him here. He's going to get the first. Federal gets another knock. It's Influence Rage turning things around and said, oh, you may have the advantage of the map, but guess what? We got that gun skill, baby. And now it's all up to Augustus to try to make something happen for his squad. Oh,
yeah,
but
Diego, on the vehicle.
Too strong.
Yeah, I mean, amazing win out of Influence Rage. FURIA, we all thought was really in the prime position, having that uphill advantage, but all it takes is one player, Jukes, being able to sneak around the side. Big win for Influence Rage coming into game number 1.
Like you said, all it takes is one. I mean, great heads-up play there from Influence Rage, and it just goes to show that, hey, sometimes you go and you can make some crazy roster swaps, decisions, and it could definitely work out for the best. What do you think about that one, Taylor?
So reminiscent of day one Erangel, as far as I'm concerned, I think through and through, the aggression was there. Teams were talking about how they needed to get aggressive, mainly our double points teams from Group D, but it seemed like everybody was taking the fight to their opponents, which is encouraging. I definitely think a lot of teams are starting to take those shackles off, those chains off, and they're kind of, a bit more free on the battlefield, and they're not as timid as they once were in the earlier days. You got to understand, some of these guys, it's their first time on land, first time meeting a lot of their teammates, and I think now they're starting to really get into the zone, and we can kind of see that on the first map on Erangel. But I started getting excited. Hot Chicks, Royals of War, if they would have won this game, Erangel map number 1, they would have won Erangel map 1 3 out of the 5 days. Unfortunately, they don't. It is crazy. They finish off in 3rd place. But what I like about that, though, is they did better than Death Wolves. Now, why is that impactful? Well, it's because they started the day in 4th place. And they could, in fact, even elevate themselves and go above Team Queso. That could have been a 3rd place performance.
Oh, man. I think it was really on the back of Victex right here. He had 5 eliminations that game. And I think it also helps when you have Titan Gaming make these mistakes.
Yes.
NA making very, very simple mistakes, and it is killing them right now. So I don't know what they got to do at this point. I mean, it's been a few days. All the excuse cards have been punched. You just got to show up, right, Taylor?
You do. Titan Gaming, that was a big talking point you had, Enigma. It's like if they just would have waited a couple of seconds and just converged together instead of taking the fight as an individual, it would have made all the difference. Those little things, they add up.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, it's just the clips speak for themselves. We're talking a player running up the stairs alone. You know every player is holding a shotgun in their hands, and you just giving that free knock instantly. You know the 4th players of Royals of War is completely in Narnia coming into this fight for the first 30 seconds and just handing it to them with the bow on top is just, it's really just disgusting in my eyes to even see.
Well, Team Liquid was just in a fight there. Yeah, so InHyper starts to show a little life until they get ran over. And I was getting excited for InHyper because I was like, oh, finally, they're showing life earlier than they usually do.
Oh, man, InHyper, yeah, they started doing some of that. NRG Galaxy, I'm up in the same boat as well. I'm actually more frustrated with them because they didn't listen to what I said, Taylor, right?
What was that?
What did I say? I said, go back to basics. Don't do anything interesting at all. What were they doing even splitting in that position? If they would have all 4 just been together, Team Liquid would have been taken out and they would have been able to run over everybody.
First off, shout out to Diego here with those off angles, literally saving Influence Rage. It was a tense battle between them and FURIA, but Diego saves the day. At one point, I thought FURIA was going to potentially win that, but nah, Diego had it locked down. Influence Rage, 23 points, 13 eliminations, and to your point, Hot Chicks, about NRG Galaxy, they do get the most double points today out of Group D, surprisingly, okay? So 14, they do split up. What happens if they don't? But hey, it is a solid start, one of the better starts we've seen them get in the past. So Influence Rage, good on them. And Enigma, shout out to you, man. FURIA, they popped off, and you said you were looking out for them today.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, I wish they won, that last fight at the end, but they played the fights amazing. They held off InHyper. They were able to force Influence Rage off of their position for them to really be able to focus on just one team at a time. Unfortunately, the 4v4 at the end just not going their way. Maybe it's always coming down to just 1 or 2 small errors, but a lot of these other teams on this lower half of the leaderboard, I'm looking at 9Z, I'm looking at iNCO. I really wasn't a fan of what they did on the early part of the game.
9Z getting taken out as early as they did. You know, Hot Chicks, I can't lie, it was honestly heartbreaking because I expected them to have a really strong start, but they've still got 5 more games to you know, elevate themselves up. We take a look at overall rankings, Hot Chicks. Surprising that Rose of War don't pass up Team Queso, but after all, they're just 2 points away. 2nd through 5th? Let's add in 2nd through 7th. Look how close that spread is.
So close indeed. I mean, this leaderboard's gonna get changed up like crazy. Death Wolves have a good game. They're getting pushed up. Alpha7 are still looking to pass up Team Liquid. They didn't have the start that they were looking for, but like it's been every other day, Taylor, right? It's only a matter of time. So the race to 300 is going to be a close one because Team Liquid can close that right here and now in this next game.
That's it, right? 10 points away. I think they only gained 2 points there, or 4 points, excuse me. We look at 9 through 16, and we start to see the fall off, right? In Hyper dropping back down once again. Enigma, they've been playing around with top 8, page 1, going back to page 2. They're on that bubble area, and teams are starting to get closer to them, especially All Glory Gaming Be Bold. So if I'm in Hyper, I'm starting to get a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I mean, especially Game 1 speaks for itself. We're talking they make some great plays early on. Yeah, they lose a player or two maybe, but then it's just something like, what the heck are we even thinking, guys? So, and Hyper, I'm hoping they're able to kind of keep their balls together, so to speak. That sort of heads, their minds collected going in at least to that zone 7 or 8. But the rest of the squad we're seeing, you know, obviously NRG and stuff like that, they moved up slightly, but that's to be expected. You have double points. You're so far down the leaderboard at this point. I mean, the only way you can go is up.
That's it. Well, for some teams, hopefully, the only way they can go is up, right? For other teams, maybe they can go down quite a bit, depending on how close they are to the other competitions, or competitors, I should say. But game number 1 is done. Erangel wraps up. Congratulations, Influence Rage, with a stellar game. 13 eliminations, the winner chicken dinner. That puts them in a very, very strong place to go into the remainder of the 5 games. Miramar map number 2 is going to be coming your way shortly. Before we hop into that, though, we're going to take a quick break. We have an interview. Sarpatch, Death Wolves, Igor. We get a chance to hear from him and what Death Wolves is going to be all about today on their double points day.
All right, guys, here we are with Igor from Death Wolves. Igor, your team has been doing great. You have double points today. Do you think you have to change anything, or are you going to continue? Vocês estão fazendo muito bom, estão ganhando muita coisa, vão mudar alguma coisa com double ponto?
Não, a gente vai manter nosso jogo agressivo e vai continuar fazendo o que a gente sabe fazer, matar.
He says they're going to continue with their game. That's how they know how to do, and to do what they do, which is to kill. Are you going to try to get more placement points, or are you going to, stay balanced, or go for more kills? Mais balanceado, pontos de posicionamento, ou mais kills?
Vai realmente depender da partida, porque tem saves que a gente joga mais por kill e outras que demanda mais o posicionamento, mas na maioria das vezes a gente vai buscar kills.
Yeah, he says that it'll depend on the match, it'll depend on the zone. Sometimes they have to be more cautious because of the zone, but they always are looking for more kills. Irmão, muito obrigado. Death Wolf.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. Game 1 down. That's Erangel for you. Influence Rage, they take the victory. Good on them. Royals Award not too far behind. FURIA also proving that they are a solid team today anyways, right? Enigma, you were the one to shout them out. We'll see how far they can go. But Alpha7, let's just hone in a little bit on them. And the reason why, Hot Jukes, Alpha7, I got a screenshot over in my chat. They're all grouped up together. They're looking down at the camera. And Hyper took them out. They're saying no mamas. They want to come back and they want victory, don't they?
Oh, yes, they do. They're going to be sticking it to the rest of this lobby here.
That's
in
it.
A matter of time. I mean, they are so good at picking fights, you know, and I think they wanted to avoid that fight with Hyper, kind of like no matter what, because if they even want it, they were going to get third-partied. So they had no choice, right? They took the fight. I think they were set up for a different one, and Hyper caught them off guard, and they just weren't able to bounce back. But you know what? 5 more games to go.
5 more games to go, right? 5 critical games to go, especially for Group D, who did not have the best of performances. NRG Galaxy, though, they got the most points, I believe, with 14. Enigma, but good on you for calling some teams out. Titan Gaming, I think, needed a wake-up call. One of their things has been they're making too many individual mistakes, which, of course, if you make too many individual mistakes, it's harder to come together as a team, right? So Titan Gaming, looking for them to step it up. Miramar, though, as we head in to map number 2, is there a team that you've noticed throughout watching, right, the previous 4 days that you think is going to be stellar?
I'm looking at Team Liquid for the most part. I believe from the stats coming into today, they were number 1 on Miramar in terms of average points and stuff like that. So my eyes are set on them. But if we're looking at that sort of Group D and that sort of stuff, I'm turning my eyes to NRG. They were in a spot to get those sort of bonus points really racked up, and unfortunately right at the end they just really left it on the game for other people to take. So NRG's got to be the ones I'm really going to be focusing on in terms of our bonus points teams. But Team Liquid, I mean, they're number 1 for a reason.
Team Liquid, that's a good call, right? Always in the conversation. Yesterday, Miramar, Team Liquid didn't break into the top 3. In fact, it was actually Team Queso and 9Z who were so dominant, but Team Liquid, always a big talking point. In fact, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, for the top 5 damage dealt, yeah, so 3 are going to be there, Chief Mythic, as well as Ayala, and then the other Team Liquid members a little bit further down the list. Becoming a big fan, Hotchukes, of Mythic. You know, he literally, I've seen him 1v4 now, I think 2 or 3 times throughout the previous 4 days.
Yeah, dude's a gangster for sure. I mean, he can put in some work. I think that's what's so I love about this tournament is that almost every single player has that in them, right? It's just about finding that right opportunity. But Mythic has proven that he could do it multiple times. So I think if a team is going against a squad like this and you realize it's them, you need to think twice. You can't be going in on 1v1s. You can't be doing anything crazy. Send the whole squad after them because these guys will take advantage of it every single time.
Taking advantage is definitely something that makes a team strong if they could do so, and we got to talk about errors that are being made. Hotchukes, back to you just briefly. NRG Galaxy, you weren't happy with their game number 1. You mentioned going back to the basics. Let's dive a little bit deeper into that. Why aren't you happy with NRG Galaxy?
You know, it's kind of crazy because, yeah, like I could be on one side of being like, hey, it's great to see progress, right? They put up some good points on the board. They put up more double points than everybody else. That's phenomenal. It just hurts me to see a position that they were in that last game because I know if they were all together, they would have taken out Team Liquid. They would have that entire side to themselves, and they could have used this game to now have, you know, a 50-point game or something insane. So to see them just cut themselves short a little bit, it hurts. I'm glad to see progress. I hate seeing little mistakes like that. And in my eyes, as a competitor, a lot of you guys that are watching, it's very different inside the game at this level. Calls are crazy. And to my eyes, it looked like Fate called the push and the rest of his team wasn't there. Some of you may be thinking, hey, why did Fate just push out himself? But if you're the IGL, you call push, you expect the rest of your team to your back. But there's so many different ways that could have played out.
Curious why they didn't push with Fate. You're right. If the IGL makes a call, you have to believe in him. And maybe there's a lack of belief when it comes to NRG Galaxy. And that's concerning. If you don't believe in your IGL, which, of course, we're theory crafting, right? That might not be exactly the case. But, I mean, if you don't believe in your IGL, it's tough to make a team work. It really is. NRG Galaxy going into map number 2, Miramar. Hopefully we can get a better performance. Again, I can't stress this enough. They did better than any of the other Group D teams. And I think in large part, Alpha7 almost seemed to be ganged up on by 2 individual rosters. And that pressure is going to be there today. We've seen that even with Team Liquid, right? You go back to, I believe, Friday, Group B, Team Liquid. They just weren't catching a break. Everybody that saw them on the map was taking them out. And that was mainly due to the bridge plays. Those bridge, they were just absolute death traps. Team Liquid just couldn't get across from them. You can throw in Hyper, I believe, also into that mix. And by the way, shout out to SLR, Super Lazy Reflex, who I think had a decent start in map number 1, a team that I want to continually see improve. Enigma, Furia, you still on the bandwagon going into map 2, even though you said Team Liquid?
Of course. I mean, for the most part, I mean, I still like Fury and stuff like that, but I got to stick with the call. Now I'm changing the names from TL to Fury. I got to give you the honest answer. I'm looking at TL this game.
All right, TL, Hotchukes, what about you?
I'll go with NRG. I'll go with NRG because I do believe in this squad. And I think that when you have a game like that, you know, hopefully it'll be like, yeah, man, we should have won that one. Let's come back and just really bring it in this game. So I hope to see that here.
For me, I'm going 9Z. I think it's 9Z's time to shine. Yesterday, as they, you know, game number 1 for 9Z doesn't typically work, you know, at least going back looking at my notes. But game 2, right, when they head into Miramar, that's when they start to wake up a little bit. Not necessarily in eliminations, but placements. Yesterday, they had 2nd place, 2 eliminations, which wouldn't be the craziest, right? But I think 9Z, they learned a lot yesterday on Miramar, and they're going to apply those lessons heading into map number 2 here. So this is going to be good for 9Z as far as I'm concerned, but if it's Team Liquid, hey, they could easily break 300. For all you guys out there in the chat, the PMSL pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with a code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arch Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. We're heading into map number 2. Chat, let us know. Hotchukes back the question, who's taking map number 2 on Miramar? We're going to find out all that and more. Hotchukes Enigma, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble. Let's see who's going to win match number 2. And I'll tell you, we have 4 teams that really want to, and that's going to be our double point squads here today, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, you were a fan of NRG and stuff like that. You called them out. You know, I called them out coming into the end of that last game. And this is a squad where, you know, we're calling them out for a reason because we have high expectations. We're talking the best of the best out of each region competing here, and especially them representing North America. You know, everyone wants their own team to finish first. Unfortunately, that's not the case, but we'd still like for them to be up there near first place. And unfortunately, NRG, they're nowhere near that at the moment.
Yeah, and so, like, just to kind of, like, theory craft, right? Because, you know, this is all theorizing, guys. This is why I beg for the day, and I cannot wait till we can actually hear player comps, you know? Because that's when you can truly find out what the problem was. But just if you were to theory craft a little, Enigma, right? I said that one thing that was possible was that, you know, Fate called push, the rest of the team wasn't there with them. What else do you think was possible for to have that happen?
I think the other thing as well was they had some players in zone already that were just previously knocked from that Eastern sort of squad fight that was going down that Fate wanted a third party. I think they were a little bit just too scared of giving up their prime position in zone on that south side. But if you're Fate, I think you got to realize, you know, just designate one person. Everyone should know their role in a squad, whether it's an anchor, whether it's IGL, and whether it's gunners. And if my IGL is calling for us to third party this fight and you're worried about your spot getting taken up, leave the anchor. It shouldn't be rocket science, but instead all the players were kind of maybe pointing at each other, hey, do you want to go? Do I need to go? No, it should be everyone should know who's moving instantly when Fate's making that call. So I think it's just a little bit more of a miscommunication from the squad and maybe a little bit of a lack of confidence in Fate's IGLing. They are performing, you know, subpar to a lot of people's eyes as a squad. It is only the first week, but coming into the bonus points of today, this is when you're wanting to make sure that everyone's cylinders are going full speed and stuff like that, making sure that you're performing at your best for the most amount of points possible.
For sure, yeah. I mean, there's so many things that could have happened. Like you said, you know, it could be that, you know, Fate, you know, again, you know, pushed up, made the call, the rest of the team wasn't there with them. It could have been that Fate maybe didn't verbalize push.
Yeah.
It could have been, you know, like you said, the team's hearing it but not believing in it. It also could be that Fate called push but wasn't really aware where his other players were and they were too far away.
Yeah.
You know? And then sometimes the IGL has to kind of just theory craft as well in game. Say, hey guys, like if there's a team here, we're gonna push them and kind of give them a heads up.
Yeah.
So they all know what up. But you know, one team that has that down is Alpha7, right?
Yeah.
And that's the reason why is that is the model right now, at least in this lobby. If you look at those guys, that you see them always together. It's like they have the same brain. Once one person sees something, they call it out. The other ones, even though they can't see it, they know what the situation is. And they're all acting at the same time. And that's why they're just destroying so many people in this lobby. So, I mean, we know that NRG and these other teams, they have it. It's just getting to that level. And it's a lot easier said than done, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, getting on the wavelength, I mean, that takes months, if not maybe even close to a year. Like some of these teams have done. Obviously, Alpha7, we're looking at Team Liquid, even Team Queso, where they've kept the main core of their roster potential for the last few months, 6, 8, 9 months, a year, maybe even 2 years, depending if we're going to pairs now and stuff like that. And when you reach that sort of mindset with your squad, it's a force to be reckoned with. And these squads, especially Brazil, being such a powerhouse in terms of gun skill and stuff like that, if all 4 players are on the same wavelength with that sort of gun skill, there's very few teams that'll stop them. We saw it in PMGO with them, I believe, placing 2nd place, if I'm not mistaken. So the region itself has proven, especially with this point format that changed roughly over a year ago, that they're really starting to explore what competitive PUBG Mobile is going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy at this level, guys. If y'all are watching, the things that could happen, you know, the insecurities that could happen amongst your players. I'll just give you an example. I remember one time in a tournament. This was a long time ago, right?
Ooh.
But I remember where a teammate of mine got destroyed by this other team, and it was in the direction that I was looking at. You know?
Yeah.
And he was like, yo, you didn't call this player out? How did you not see him? And even I couldn't believe it. I was like, yo, how did I not see him? You know? It was supposed to be right in front of me. And thank you. And this is why it's so important for those of you guys that are trying to, you know, get better at this level. You got to record every game because you can truly go back and see, hey, what happened? Well, we looked back at the recording as a team, and it just so happens I had a hollow sight on my weapon. And the thickness of the hollow sight, when I was scanning the area, it covered the player. And you could not see the player at all. I did the perfect tracking to where the player was in that little hollow sight area, and I could not see him. And the whole team, because if I didn't have that recording, the whole team would be like, man, this guy just can't see. He just sucks. And we looked at the recording and everybody went, oh, I couldn't believe it, So, it's things like that, fixing communication with your players that are so huge. But right now, this is a good fight. Alpha7 looking to get some double points going up against FURIA here. And Kayovsky trying to get it. Actually does take down McGrell, and that was big there.
Yeah,
I mean, what can he do, though? He's all by himself.
Yeah, I mean, FURIA, they're starting to lose players left and right. They were the team that I thought was maybe going to salvage it with that off angle, but Kayovsky now just having to tuck tail and run. And we've talked about it time and time again of, you take these 4v4 fights, what's a solo really going to do at the end of the day in this lobby? But Alpha7, they're the squad that needed the points. I really wish that these teams maybe didn't fight each other till later on in the match, but Alpha7 actually not losing a single player on their squad with the pull-up.
Wow. So, yeah, Alpha7 getting that res. They're going to get this confirmation as well. So, that'll be big 3 points for them. Actually, double it up. That makes it 6. So, good start, especially after kind of rough game number 1. And that's the last thing you want if you're another team in this lobby is Alpha7 starting to heat up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's game 2 as well. It's not like we're talking game 4 or 5. We're talking early on that they're starting to really get these elimination points together. And I believe last match as well, they did have an early elimination on one of the teams along the north side. But this squad, we've seen it in almost any tournament they've played in, where it's them being able to pick up early eliminations. They just keep strolling on, doing their business afterwards. And then it comes to the late game, and you look at it and it's, okay, how are they at 9 eliminations in Zone 5?
Yeah. That's what happens, though. Once you start letting them heat up. Now here comes the rest of FURIA, just that last player up against SLR. Oh, does get one. And White, Elegi, and the rest of the squad. Actually, it was Koi that got that finish. And perfectly right on time, too, because if he didn't get it done right then and there, his teammate would have gotten thirsted for sure.
Yeah, if the last FURIA player, this is actually going to be the pull-up angle, flips the vehicle. I mean, at that point, you're kind of looking at... That's where you look back in the recording, Jukes, and you go, okay, who was driving the car? Whose mistake was it? And then, that's kind of it. That's the only person you're really pointing at in that situation. And unfortunately, it wasn't just the 2 players they lost. FURIA tried to salvage that with the pull-up, but unfortunately, just a little bit too late. Alpha7 just 1 second, maybe even ahead of them, picking up those elimination points. But with that fight with SLR, that ending point, I was really surprised that the SLR player wasn't thirsted. I think it was just the FURIA player just getting nicked around the corner of the wall, kind of like on his shoulder or something with the last bullet. Because if not, I mean, if you're SLR and you lost a player there, that would have been a huge blow for the squad, because we're talking SLR. This is the team near the bottom of the leaderboard. Your confidence is going to shoot down drastically if you go down to a 3-man. So with them being able to keep 4 players alive, we also see the zone shift up north. This could be a potential momentum changer for the squad.
Yeah, for sure. You know what? As a matter of fact, just if you were that player, right, that ran into that tree, right? You're an ex-comp player, Enigma.
Yeah.
What excuses are you giving? What are you telling the squad? How are you explaining
I'm just saying, that's on me. That's how it is. Because, I'm just going to say that's on me, because if you're going to start coming up with excuses and then you run the VOD back, it just causes drama. And if you're a team like this, you got to hit that mental reset button early. Be like, hey, we got to that was on me. It was one stupid, silly mistake, and let's just go to the next game. So FURIA, hopefully they have that sort of mindset, that mental reset with it. It seems like they would be for the case, but the rest of these teams, I think, maybe struggle with that mindset. I'm looking specifically at NRG and stuff like that. I'm looking at Hyper, where maybe when these mistakes arise, that it's a lot more finger pointing and carrying that into the next game rather than having the mental reset afterwards and everyone being cool with each other at the end of the day.
That is for sure. You don't want to be that player that just says, hey, was there a new update? That tree wasn't there before. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be that guy right there. So, hey, we're now near Pecado, Sin City. Team Queso gonna go ahead and try to get this res off. Yeah, I want to be extra safe. Make sure his team, he does not want to be out in the open, that's for sure. Get in the building. Yeah, okay, now go for, and close the door on top of it. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't think anyone else was really going to be shooting you through it, but we have seen the clips. I think it was yesterday. The Team Queso player 1v4 Titan Gaming, and then immediately afterwards, another team had just shot him just through the window as he was getting a reset. So really unfortunate for teams to see. So maybe Team Queso saw that. They're like, yeah, we're gonna take our time and close every door. But now the zone's still creeping in. A lot of these teams, Jukes, are opting to actually play small little parts of the mountain just north of Picado. Everyone's got their own little spots. We're seeing Titan Gaming spread out above the Team Queso solo on this north side. And for the most part, it's going to come down to kind of how these zones shift in the next few ways, because if it goes into Picado, you're wanting to enter early. But if it comes out of Picado towards maybe Graveyard or all the way up towards San Martin, it's going to be you having to leave instantly with every team next to you looking at you.
All right, well, next zone does pop on up. It's going to go a little bit north of Picado right here. So you got Power Grid, Graveyard still in play, and Hyper stuck in the blue once again. So they're going to have to make something happen there from that edge side. But Team Liquid, the most central team right now. You can see Cardoso going to be heading on over to the rest of his squad. Everyone just trying to find their position here, because this is the calm before the storm. Titan Gaming doing a little bit of split, like you mentioned, on this mountainside. What do you think about that?
I'm liking it for the most part. It's going to be a matter of they can keep holding on to that while Alpha7 and NRG to their west start to move in, because the issue is you have Redux on top of this mountain, right? And he's all the way up top, and he's got this sort of overwatch for the squad. Excuse me, it's Alim and Redux. If either of them get knocked, your whole team is going to be at a standstill trying to get the resets going and stuff like that.
Let me ask you this, right? If you could reposition this team, right? If you were the IGL, where would you rather see them right now?
I'd rather see them on the west side, because, you know, none of these teams in Picado are actually going to be moving anytime soon. They're all going to be staying there, and we all know that everyone likes playing edge. A lot of these Brazilian teams, a lot of the NA teams as well, have adapted to this sort of edge play, going for those eliminations. So if you're Titan Gaming, I'd honestly want to see them completely spread out to the west side, holding this whole entire western edge, but instead they're kind of just sitting there. You know, the spot would be good if it was zone maybe 5 or 6, but we're only in stage 3 right now. So it's kind of a little bit of a misplay in my eyes. It's the correct play in some situations, just not right now.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Inactive is in a really bad spot right here, because if he gets knocked, it's going to take so long for another player to get res. I'd honestly rather see all 4 of them just all the way up on top with some vehicles to move just in case the zone hard shifts, you know? You're going to get a lot of lay of the land. You're still together. You can work together. Splits like this are so tough, especially at this level, because, man, one knock could really put your team in a bad spot. Like, if Inactive gets knocked right here, I mean, they could easily push up on him.
Yeah, and even if he gets a knock, let's say, onto one of the Team Queso players, you're not doing anything. You're not making moves. You're not getting that sort of thirst when he's on top of, you know, the stadium building and stuff like that. And it reminds me of that discussion you and I have had plenty of times before of, why are you peeking stuff against minis and stuff like that across the whole map? You're wasting armor, you're wasting meds, and in this spot, it's more so just wasted positioning.
Good point. That's a really good point, yeah. And who knows, right? Some people, maybe they know something we don't, but let's see what happens here between Death Wolves and Rolls of War. Death Wolves trying to put in some work here. Guizal just gonna take it down. It's all up to Rato Boy and Obscure to make something happen on this off angle, because both their teammates are hurt. Oh, and that shot from Victex. Victex has been so good so far to start the day. 5 eliminations from the last match. Oh, almost gets naded though. Rato Boy's a little bit too far with that S12K. Switches weapons and gets it done. Actually, it is Obscure that helps him out. Obscure has to win this against Coldglow. Can he do it?
Yeah, 1v1 situation. The Rolls of War players trying to just back up, get the reset going with his teammate driving in, making it a 2v1. But your Death Wolves, I think you got to just keep putting the gas, the pedal to the metal, so to speak. And now with Coldglow, he's coming up with a DBS. All he has to do is just get a connection off. 1 HP! Oh, man, Rolls of War thankfully winning that out, but unfortunately losing 2 players in the process. And that's not the only fight going on. We're seeing Hyper take a fight in blue zone against one of the Influence Rage players. Capri's losing it, but Thankfully, Starlight's there. FSS is well eliminated at some point during these altercations. So Hyper getting a little bit of a reset. I think they'll be able to drive into the next zone from that northern side. And the zone shift happened while they were fighting Jukes. It goes all the way to the east side. So these teams on the west, like Titan Gaming, like SLR, like Alpha7 even, going to have to start battling their way into the next zone.
Yes, they are. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. By the way, that's how you do a push, folks, right there. I mean, you just can't depend on those shotguns these days. J7 with a beautiful nade right there. That's just how disgusting that push was, right? You got to get excited about that. As now we see Inactive with some shots onto Elite. Titan Gaming maybe waking up right here. And that's 9Z again. You know, Taylor is mad.
Oh, Taylor, I know he's punching there. Same with Dave. Of course, I won't be holding Dave. I'm holding Dave to it right now with it and stuff like that. But right now, Team Queso, they're the team that opted to take Mikado early on, now taking the fight with Entity 7. Like a bit of a 2v1 situation. I believe both of these squads actually have their players spread out in Mikado, but it's all going to come down to, can you hit these UMP shots? And Silence for the most part. He's just holding it.
Yeah, Silence being very silent right now. Hard peeking, baby. He said, you know what? I'm not 3 peeking. I'm hard peeking. Will D7 even look in this area? Let's see. Oh,
they got the molly up.
Oh, the confidence shoots through the door too. Oh, if you would have got 2, that would have been insane. But now, hey, oh, Potro, what can he do? Potro, 1v1, jump shot, not good enough. Potro took him down. And now running through, oh, actually canceled that leap. Right on time, too. Potro going to try to get the res off now. Actually, no, he's not. Going to do a couple more shots and get all the way to safety before he reses.
Yeah, I mean, look at that as well. Another Team Queso player making it 3 now in the building, pushing up. Entity 7 just struggling to kind of find a spot where they're not getting shot from. Now it's down to just Franco, and if you're Team Queso, you're hitting that reset and you're jumping out the windows, but don't let him get thirsted, Jukes. Thankfully, that doesn't happen. Team Queso getting a full wipe on Entity 7. Now we'll have to see if NRG chooses to push on that or not.
Big points there from Team Queso, just trying to extend that point score right now as they are in currently 3rd place. Looking to make a little bit of a gap from the rest of the lobby. Next zone about to pop. Where is it headed? And it is going to go even more to the east side here. All right. Hey, Be Bold now in a really good position. Team Liquid, not in a bad spot as well. Alpha7, going to have to do what they do best, and they're going to have to put in some work from the edge.
Yeah, and Titan Gaming, that's the team that hold the upper edge, but they allowed Alpha7 to kind of weasel their way underneath them and really just kind of hold them to it. We're seeing it right now, a player on Titan Gaming getting knocked, but that's not the only spot that's having to make their way into zone. NRG now is going to be a thorn in Team Queso's side in Picado, and Team Queso's not wasting any time on this.
All right, well, let's see what they can do. Milaz has forced to run out. That's a clinic right there. Throw the nade, pre-fire the door, and take him out. Now it's just Fate all by his lonesome. In a
solo
tough
play
position.
Like, why are we choosing to do this play here, Jukes? Why are we not 4-man taking the fight? And I'll give props to Team Queso. You said it was a clinic right there, but the main key takeaway from that fight, Jukes, is going to be the amount of time left on zone. They can't wait if they want to get resets. And you'd rather take the fight sooner versus later in any of these sorts of zones and stuff like that. And we're seeing it reap rewards for them. These teams on the mountain, Titan Gaming, barely being able to get away, if that even is going to happen. Inactive, taking the fight to Fate. Now NRG eliminated.
And Hyper eliminated.
Oh, man. It's just...
well.
It's tough to see. And a lot of these teams, now we're seeing iNCO Gaming, they took that early fight on the eastern side, Jukes. Now being able to kind of reap the rewards and just start raining hell on the rest of these squads.
Yeah, let's see what happens. As Nunez is on the push, Silence trying to blow his vehicle up and it create a little bit of cover for him because now Alpha7 has their eyes sight on Team Queso. Let's see what happens as there's still stage number 5, a minute left on the clock. Team Queso still able to hold on, and you can already see Mafioso's got that mini out, and that is a brutal weapon to have in that man's hands because he does not mess around, especially a Miramar from long distance.
Yeah, Miramar, that's the gun that you've hyped up before anyone else was using it, Jukes. I'll give you the props of, you know, you were saying the Mini, that's the gun on this map. That's the weapon. That's the choice that you should be using. And we're seeing it happen right now. But, I mean, what's the matter if you have any sort of guns? If iNCO Gaming is able to just walk up right behind you and start raining down the nades, that sort of D-Day almost experience. So iNCO Gaming now, unfortunately, for them, you know, still having to waste a little bit of utility, but if they're getting the eliminations like this, I don't think they're complaining too much.
Oh, not at all. Yeah, they'll use that all day, especially with those kind of elim numbers. 7 up on top here is going to be a great position because he's going to get so many sight lines. Then Abete takes down Milos, and that's Team Queso eliminated. Rules of War with only one player up. SLR, pretty much the last team for NA, still up here. And they're going up against All Glory Gaming. 1v1 situation, rest of the team not there, don't matter.
Nice.
Chauhan gets him done.
That was a big win because right now, I mean, he's able to stay on top of the mountain with his squad, really kind of be able to hold Alpha7 back. Team Liquid is just below the ridge as well in that compound. They've been there essentially since Zone 2, and the zone shift happens. This mountainside, I was on the west side, Jukes, is essentially all going to be removed from the playing field, and we're seeing a lot of teams make these early aggressions, but inactive. I thought he was about to lose that.
If he lost that Jukes, inactive, that would have been brutal. But he doesn't.
Had to step away.
Yeah, that was I just got silent for a second, but inactive clutches it up there. Nunez not able to help out Nenebete, even with all that sight lines. I mean, that ridge line was so good. Yeah, and he knows exactly where he is, but he's not able to help from that position. And if he had a nade, he might even be able to reach that with that kind of elevation, but he does not. Nenebete does get thirsted out. And now here comes the rest of iNCO Gaming. Nunez, yeah, was waiting for him. 7, very upset. Gets the elimination on inactive.
Yeah, I mean, that's a real just kind of feels bad moment because you know the player's there, he's prone, and if you're in that Overwatch spot, you always feel bad seeing your teammate get knocked like that, but when you look back at the VOD and stuff like that, which I know they'll be doing, it's more so just really unfortunate timing for the most part. But now Alpha7, they're having to actually make the push into the Team Liquid compound. 2 Goliaths, Jukes, going against each other.
Now Team Liquid knows this is Alpha7. They're going to have to expend all their resources to take them down, and that's exactly what they're doing with Koi on that off-angle, third-partying Revo. That's going to be critical for Alpha7. So Team Liquid now throwing out the smokes. They want this push. They want to take out Alpha7 here and now, as they want to continue to hold on that first-place position. So they have every incentive to start pushing this. Can they do it, though? 4v2, they're in a building. Mafioso gets taken down by SLR, though. Wow! And Alpha7 eliminated just like that. SLR helping out Team Liquid big time from that angle right behind them.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid wished that they found out about that team sooner because Alpha7 still had, I believe, 7 eliminations to their name. Double points, we're making that 14 right there alone. And with the placements on top of it, we're talking around that 20-point range potentially as the squad. So looking at Team Liquid, they still have all 4 players left alive, but I'd almost be looking to push out onto the SLR squad and pick up more points because if Alpha7's dropping eliminations like that, you're going to need to make sure that you're keeping up in the same tally.
That's a good point. That's a good point. You definitely want to make sure that you're on the move. You want to be able to soak up every single point that you can in this position. The zone now starting to get even tighter here as Team Liquid they're holding down that compound. They do not want to move at all. And SLR holding that edge. B-Bolds are probably in the best position here. They have most control of this map. This should be their game to win.
Yeah, and I mean, iNCO Gaming had to forfeit that top of the hill with B-Bold's position early on from the graveyard. They've actually basically just split this map in half with the B-Bold split. We do have a Royals of War solo, probably just hunkered down in one of the Shack center zone, and I think Team Liquid's opting to now just wait in their position seeing, because if it shifts to the north, they're going to have to look for B-Bold, maybe the SLR squad, but if it centers up or goes south, they're going to now have to worry about SLR on their back. They're going to have to worry about iNCO Gaming on top of this split from B-Bold.
Well, let's see what ends up being the decision here as Chief now is trying to make something happen with that nade. Oh, just a little bit short. This is a hard one to throw. It has to be perfectly placed and perfectly cooked.
Yeah, I'd be worried about SLR, though.
Oh, a team nade! He nades his own team. That is brutal.
2v3 though. I mean, they're on the hillside right now. Cardozo's trying to take the shots, but Koi's playing it perfectly for the squad, and now it's just down to, I believe, Ayala. Actually, no, Chief went for a revive there in the smoke. Full aggression, wiping out SLR. Team Liquid looks like they're maybe even going to be able to keep all 4 players alive. So huge come up for the squad here on this Miramar match. Now they're going to have to worry about the next zone shift.
Yeah, now you got to get moving. I mean, they did it right on time. That was the perfect time to get those eliminations because now they have a minute to work with here. The problem is they have nothing out in the open. They're going to have to push out, and iNCO is staring at them, and they are getting beat up in the process, but they were able to just barely make it up to that hill. Cardozo, unfortunately, it is far too late for him to get rezzed. Mythic is going to have to make that push as well, but I don't even see him having a vehicle. Meanwhile, Be Bold, yeah, now they're like, all right, well, it's time to start getting some eliminations.
Yeah, and I think if you're Mythic, you got to just start making that smoke train across the street. Hopefully you don't get beamed through it, but if you're all Be Bold, you know TL is at the top of the leaderboard. I expect you to be turning all your sights onto them, and it's like Team Liquid opting to rotate a little bit more into the next zone shift, but iNCO Gaming is going to have something to say about it.
Yes, they are. Here goes Chief, though, trying to keep things alive for Team Liquid. They want to make that lead even bigger against Alpha7, and they just get peppered up from the side from both iNCO and Be Bold. There's not much you could do if you're Team Liquid in this position. Everybody is staring at you. Everybody wants these points. Oh, that tire is going to cost a lot of money right there because Lambo tires are not cheap. And the pressure from Be Bold right now is just too much to deal with.
Yeah, the thing I like too is Be Bold. They were split as just solos essentially, but they condensed down to duos essentially because if Team Liquid takes their fight with iNCO like they are right now, they're in a position to third party the fight. They're not caring about the Royals of War solo and the Shack.
Perfect nade from 7.
And, you know, Team Liquid, they played the match, you know, amazingly. It's just unfortunate to see the timing. Maybe if they had a few extra seconds of planning. Royals of War now getting eliminated as well, just ratting it out on the bus, it looked like. Now iNCO Gaming forcing themselves into a 2v3 position.
Yes, they are. Nunez, man, holding it on. 2v3. But I would not count on iNCO Gaming just yet because you could see them turning on the aggression. If he spots Fran here, that'll be huge. Oh, 7, possibly even going for a distraction play. Oh my gosh, he almost might get the run over. He does! 7 clutching it up has now evened this fight.
It's crazy too because Nunez has the P90 as well. He's got the crate weapon for it. 7, he didn't even stop there. He kept going for the off angle. A little bit of Overwatch trying to get the fights, but Be Bold getting obliterated by iNCO right now. A reset going down as well onto 7. So iNCO Gaming, they had nothing to work with and they still made something out of it.
Are you kidding me? That run over was insane. That opened up this fight completely. Things are falling apart for Be Bold. It's a 1v2. We've seen crazier things done. That smoke is going to be a dead giveaway for where he's at. Maybe it might be a distraction. Oh, he's trying to look for something. Maybe he's trying to find a new helmet, a new vest. Oh,
close range
45.
weapon.
Yeah, that might help him out a little bit. He knows that that's coming, but he might even get a chance in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, for stage 9 Jukes, he's got the uphill advantage, but we're talking level 3 gear, P90s, M4s. A lot of this stuff is just really against you in this favor. Everyone's going to be completely reset. So it's a matter of kind of how this sort of zone plays out in the shifts. If I'm iNCO Gaming, I'd look to have at least one player move up towards that center position. But it looks like they're actually going to opt to double up together in this position.
Well, Fran is gone now, so that takes away the eyes from Be Bold right there. He had a little bit of time to kind of find out where the rest of the players. Oh my gosh, that headshot from 7.
Wow.
Goodbye, see you later. Said close quarter weapons. What are you doing with that? You ain't gonna get the chance. And you can see the pop off there from none other than iNCO Gaming. These guys are turning it up.
Yeah, and I mean, they literally just a pixel of his head peeking the ridge, and it's just both players ding, 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 ding. Like, you might as well have not even been trying to win that 1v2, and we see it, you know, all of them cool, calm, and collected. They're the cool cucumbers, that as I'd like to call them, so to speak. I'm patenting that, Cheeks. But for the most part, this squad, the run over is what started it alone, and I'd really like to get sort of Taylor's mind of it, because are you really thinking he's going to be hitting that run over there?
Without a doubt, no. Did I think he was going to hit the nade earlier on Team Liquid? Right? No. iNCO, man. iNCO was doing it all, and so impressed with them and happy for them. 7 was the main player, right? The stellar player with the runovers and the nades. iNCO Gaming, first time getting a victory since, I believe, day 2, and that was on Sandhawk. So it's been a while since they've been in the victory circle. And for Be Bold, first time for a top 3 placing since day 3. So big come up for both of the rosters, and let's throw Royals of War in there. Why not, right? 3rd place, 5 eliminations. Hot Jukes, that is a consistent performance from them when it comes to today. Right, game number 1, they finished 3rd place with 7 eliminations. We go into Miramar map number 2. They finish in 3rd place with 5 eliminations. So these 3 teams, they're on fire, but well done, iNCO. Well done, Be Bold. They needed this.
Oh, they needed it so bad. And yeah, I like that shout there for Royals of War, because you're right. They have been very consistent today. They're putting up some serious points. I saw that headshot not get that finish from that DBS, and I got a little bit worried. But, I mean, that is what I'm talking about. That's the name of the game here, is putting up consistent points whenever it is not your double points day. Royals of War doing that. And then come double points day, you gotta go crazy. And, what do you think, Taylor, about Alpha7 right now? I mean, 2 games in, how you feeling?
Alpha7, right, game number 1, not their game. Definitely not happy with that. Now, game number 2, I'm happy for them, personally, because it is their double points after all. They get 6th place, so they're getting the placement points plus 7 eliminations. It's still going to be a big game for them to try and, come back onto Team Liquid, who's in 1st place. Granted, Team Liquid did a stellar job as well in map number 2. 6 eliminations, a 4th place finish. But Alpha7, right, they get into that tussle with the muscle from SLR. You're not thinking SLR is going to be the main opponent you have to face, right? You're like, oh, we need to face off against Team Liquid. But no, SLR is like, we're in the mix as well, and they take advantage of the 3rd party. Alpha7, I know, Enigma, they've got to be furious from this point, because first it was in Hyper, right? And now it's SLR, and they're like, these 2 teams should not even be close to our caliber.
Well, I mean, they're having the gun skill, turn up at least for the most part, but both of those teams that they're going against, that's really being the thorn in their side, you almost wish that those are the teams that finish in the top 3, but they win that first initial gunfight against you, and then it's just, they just absolutely crumble against the rest of the lobby's pressure. So if I'm Team Liquid, I'm kind of happy seeing them, struggle a bit against some of the NA talent, because we see it on the match rankings, and we all knew iNCO Gaming was going to have an insane elimination count, 11 to their name after just that run over. But Be Bold, Royals of War, Team Liquid, all teams I'm excited seeing up here.
I think it was a great game for a number of teams. This was a phenomenal map, Hot Jukes, for really, honestly, for 1 through 6. And like I said, Alpha7 getting 18. That's pretty solid, but I mean, you taper that off a little bit because Team Liquid did get 10, right? And they already had a 50-plus point lead, I think a 52-point lead. So it's going to be narrowed down a little bit, but Alpha7 still far away. And Team Queso, highlighting them, 7 points. Not the biggest, but I love that fight they had against E7.
I do. I mean, they really put in some work. 7 eliminations is great. I mean, you can't win them all. You just can't, right? And your best hope is that when you can't get a good win, that you're putting up 6 points plus, and that's something that, you and I and Cameron talked about all the way in day number 1 of this tournament. So they did it. As we take a look at the overall, and Team Liquid, first team to hit 300.
That's it. First team to hit 300, and also a meteoric shift for 3rd place Enigma. Royals of War, through their 2 consistent games, have officially passed Team Queso.
Yeah, just 1 point, but I think it's a big momentum change for that squad, knowing that, hey, we can be in that top 3 placements as a team alone. We can also see iNCO Gaming, though, moving up with Death Wolves and Influence Rage moving down the lobby, and of course, FURIA staying in that top 8 range. But the one team I'm really loving to see move up right now is, of course, going to be Royals of War. They've had a solid first 2 games, and being able to see it matter on the leaderboard and the way it is right now, it's game-changing.
And look, iNCO Gaming, their start, Mustache Dave, he was on to something, Hot Jukes. They are moving on up, okay? And they passed Death Wolves, which is big because Death Wolves were on their double points day. iNCO Gaming isn't. So the fact that they continually move up despite not being on double points proves that they're a team that is refusing to quit.
Okay, now what did I say? I said that after the end of the week, they were going to be at what, 7th place? Is that what
something like that? Yeah.
I think I was 7th, right?
Right.
I'm still on that train. I think it's going to happen. I think.
I think 7th or below, your 7th or below your train, it reaches the station. If they're anywhere above 7, you derail and you crash and burn. So
Yep.
I think Mustache Dave is onto something, Hot Jukes. 9 through
Fully
16,
possible.
it's fully
Especially after that
possible.
last game.
That's especially after that last game. 9 through 16, man. E7 still there at the bottom. Hopefully they can improve a little bit more as we continue to move forward. Great games, good fights though. Really good fights. I know our segments are a little bit short, right? There was a lot to break down from that map number 2 on Miramar, specifically Titan Gaming. I know, Nigma, you made a great point about them, and you guys had a wonderful back and forth about their positioning when they were on top of the hill. Should they have had 2 up and then 2 down low? Were they going to get pushed on the western portion from Alpha7? I think ultimately they end up getting taken down from AGG, All Glory Gaming. So not Alpha7 per se, but I believe still a western team. Titan Gaming not setting up appropriately. Is that an IGL breakdown? I don't know, but I want to discuss that when we do come back from the break, and we are going to be taking another break as 2 maps are finished with. Map number 3, we're going back to Erangel to see who's going to take that one. As we do head to break, though, let's hear from In Hyper. We got Sarpatch talking to Stars. Let's see what he had to say.
Well, guys, here we are with Stars. Stars, it was so close. I could smell it. It was so close. Tell us about the match.
We probably could have won, but overall it was a decent first game. Like, honestly, I'm glad it wasn't a bad game, yeah, to start off the day.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. Tell me, what was the detail that you think didn't let you continue on the match and perhaps win the match?
We had some errors, especially with how I played in the second fight. If we could have won that fight, we should have a very good position to win the game.
It's a good thing that we started good, right? It's a good way to start the match. Our host and casters from Brazil. But anyways, thank you very much. A great way to start the match day. Best of luck. Let's go NA.
Thank you.
Let's go NA.
Yep, let's go NA.
Let's go.
PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with a code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America's Spring Season. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. 2 maps down, about to hop back into Erangel, where we saw an incredible start from Influence Rage, picking up not only the winner chicken dinner, but also 13 eliminations. But the tides have shifted a bit, and iNCO Gaming, with the cars, with the nades, with 7, are showing that they're here to play, and how far can they continue to go? They're moving up that leaderboard. They're now in 5th place. Hot Jukes, iNCO Gaming looking strong. Make the argument for Influence Rage, FURIA, right? A lot of good names at the top.
iNCO Gaming putting in work. That was not an easy game to win. Let's put it that way, right? There's certain games where I'll call it out. If they got blessed, and I was like, yeah, they're supposed to win that game. They weren't supposed to win that game. Be Bold should have won that. But you know what? They refused to go down. And when you get a win like that, I cannot stress just how pumped up it gets your squad. You saw them standing up just saying, yeah! That's the energy I like to see.
And the energy's been incredible. The aggression has also been great, too. If we look at replays from maps 1 and 2, you can tell that the teams are going at each other's throats. Enigma, I've really been enjoying the action today. It doesn't seem like the teams are slowing down. I haven't noticed any timidness. Have you?
Well, I mean, for the most part, the squads that are ending in that top 5 placements, they're putting the pedal to the metal. They're not wimping around things. They're keeping it straight. They're going, we need to be taking this fight. And everyone agrees to it. It's not people second guessing. And the teams that are reaping the rewards are those at the top. Those eliminations numbers start adding up. And even for a team like Alpha7, where they maybe got eliminated earlier on in that Miramar match, they still finished with 6-7 eliminations in the game. So these teams, they need to really start ripping maybe even the whole book out of these other teams' hands and really start putting it to themselves, because after today, we're a third of the way through the tournament. You're really going to have to swallow that pill of where you're at on that leaderboard and say, what can we do to make a difference?
What can we do to make a difference? I do want to say, I think we have had a difference, though, in Super Lazy Reflex, first and foremost. That was a great game from them. An incredible game, in fact, to jump up and ultimately get 8 eliminations, 5th place, excuse me. But, yeah, Team Liquid breaking 3, or at least getting exactly 300. Hot Jukes has been more of a crawl today than it has been like just, a full send, but they're still in first. Now, how does the landscape change if Team Liquid continues their lead and grows even more over Alpha7 right in first place? Do we start seeing a definitive, like, okay, this is the team to take it all?
No. And the only reason why I say no is because, man, these double point stays are insane. I love this new format because it gives a chance, right? If you have one crazy double point day, anything could happen, even if you're a team all the way at the bottom. So I don't want to see any of these squads give up. There's no excuse at this point, right? Previous tournaments, yeah, you have a bad, week, 2 weeks, you're done for. It ain't like that in this one here. One game, one good day, and all of a sudden, bam, you're rocket launching yourself up the leaderboards. Even NRG Galaxy, there's still so many games left. If they went crazy, they could put up 100 points right now and rocket launch themselves all the way up to 4th place. It's possible, right?
Without a doubt. Too high. Genuinely, let's say performances like yesterday. You look at Alpha7, who earned 111 points. Today's their double points day. If they were to have that same success, which I don't know if they'll could be able to. I mean, maybe if they start on map number 3, but that would have been 222 points, which, I mean, come on, that would have been insane. You want to talk about 300 points, that would have been the new low, right? And then, who knows, 400 would have been potentially in the books from there. But regardless, the double points team has kind of started off slow today, which has been a big surprise. There have been days, like in Hyper, for example, in 9th place. They started off their double points day, on Friday with, I believe, like 40-something points. You go to the next day, And who was it? Who ended up, I think Royals of War ended up popping off and getting like 50 plus points. So there are some big games from double points, but we just haven't seen it yet today, which is, again, very surprising with how yesterday went down. Enigma, the teams, you as a competitor, right? Do you kind of, is it possible to maybe burn out the day before? Let's say even double points were today. Can you have a pop-off game, a pop-off day, and then go into the next day and it's just you fizzle out?
I think it's just a little bit too much of a time stretch for us to really make that. But for that sort of stuff, we're looking at 9Z. They were a double points team. They were sitting with a goose egg up there on that leaderboard, meaning they've gotten 0 points essentially in the last 2 games. Now, obviously, we do have 4 left. The squad is capable, like we saw yesterday, of having a pop-off performance. But if you're 9Z, I mean, the nerves start getting to you. You're on stage. You just drop double goose egg on the day that matters the most out of any squad. Jukes can even verify it himself. All these teams are fighting for those bonus points and having those pop-off games on their days. You're 9Z, that's the main team I'm looking at of what is going on here, guys. We're sitting with 0 points.
So nerves, this late in the game, you think it's,
Possible,
I mean, it could,
I think so.
Without a doubt. I mean, it's, because each game is different. Battle Royale is just, it's such a complex game, and its surface is easy to understand. You want to be the last team standing, right? I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to at its core of what a Battle Royale is about, but then it gets complicated from there whenever you enter into pro play, because now you got to work on a number of different things. Obviously, you want to be in first place, but then you also want to get the eliminations. Now you got to capitalize on your double points, and everything just starts to add up, and you're right, nerves definitely start to play an impact. But we do have an interview with one of our teams and players. Let's go ahead and listen in and see what they had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with White. White Allergy, tell me about the match. You guys were fighting with Alpha7, but you were telling me maybe we shouldn't have fought them. Tell me about it.
Well, because Alpha7 was going into the compound, right? And we were the only teams on the east side of the road, which means that eventually we have to have one only winner on the east side of the road. One team can only come out alive. And the best strategy, we think, is let Alpha7 give the pressure to the compound and eventually let them even out each other. But instead, we had too much pressure on Alpha7 and we killed them clean, which meant that the compound was able to come out as a 4-man squad, and that's a pressure backfiring on us. So we probably need to give them like some space. Yeah.
All right. How are you guys? How's everything back there on the stage?
We're chill. We're chill.
We're chill?
Yeah.
Awesome.
We're just gonna enjoy the show. All right.
Let's go.
Always good to be able to hear from White Elegy, a really, really nice dude. I had the chance to interview him multiple times, got to hear about some of his personal life, what he's excited for, and overall a great guy. And it's tough here at this level to be able to get things going. And kind of like to segue what Taylor was talking about, there's a lot, a lot of roads you have to cross when you get to this level, when you start playing LANs. The great thing about being here for so long and being a team like Alpha7 is that you're used to it, right? You're used to the highs and lows, right? The problem is that if you're not, it's hard to bounce back from. And I'm interested to see, Enigma, right? How does 9Z bounce back after 2 rough games, right? What do you think?
I mean, they're hoping that they can get into this zone for the most part. I'm trying to look for them right now, and unfortunately, I don't see them. Actually, it looks like they land Pachinki, so they're a little bit maybe blessed if they can go fast enough to the bridge. But even with a zone like this, Jigs, I kind of wonder, to even cross the bridge at this point. Maybe you just take a boat and sit all the way out, like on the edge of the map, and just wait for the zone.
I think right now, if you're 9Z, get in some vehicles, go down that eastern bridge, because you know what the playing path was like. You know that it's going to be tough for teams to get there. And if you're able to just haul it fast enough, you'll be able to get to military really, really quickly. So yeah, you see teams automatically scattering, getting into vehicles. Guizao has to, it's the shotgun! There was a shotgun. He had the AK and straight up deletes SLR. Oh, worst case scenario, especially coming off after an interview. The curse. The curse, Enigma. Koi. 1v1. We're gonna take this 1 point, baby, because I think that's all we're getting.
Yeah, I mean, Death Wolves, you have the AK there. I mean, you couldn't have asked for anything more, but the SLR's not the only team going. Royals of War opting to cross the bridge. It looks like Team Queso now coming in on the backside. All these teams kind of expect this to go down, you know, 2 or 3 zones in, but we're doing this in the first minute of the game, Jukes.
No, I agree. I think this is the right play because, you know, with a zone like this, you want to get there as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's unfortunate that, you know, if you're SLR, I don't blame you. I think that that was the right play, leaving so quickly.
Yeah.
It just, you know, wasn't fast enough. And at the end of the day, there is RNG in this game. What do you know, right? Man landed on an AK. You know, I mean, what can you do in that spot?
I mean, you just hope he doesn't get that next time. And for the most part, maybe you just hope there's no sort of, I guess, melee zone, the playing path as well. I mean, you said it yourself. It was just brutal for these teams. We talked about 4 teams, I think it is dropping around this compound. NRG as well, the team that lands Primorsk already leaving immediately. It looks like this is the replay of it. And, you know, they've got the pump and a pistol, but an AK, no armor on anyone. You're needing 2 bullets, basically, to knock every single person. So, Death Wolves, we see it again. They're all trying to do the seat swap, but, I mean, he just has to hold it down, and he gets everyone.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you do it. Gazal finds the AK, and he knew as soon as he found that weapon, I'm going to run straight to this road because there's going to be a team coming this way. And you saw SLR, the driving was on point, right? It's not like they got hung up or hit a tree or something. They full sent it to the road, but Gazal was just there with that AK saying, hello, bam. And, you know, at the end of the day, a rotation like that, sometimes it is a little bit of a coin toss, and there's not much you could do in that kind of scenario.
I'm disappointed. NRG is leaving the glider at the compound. They left the glider, of all things. Like, why not have the eagle in the sky? Looks like J7 actually left to maybe hold that sort of coastline, almost getting knocked. But all these teams, I mean, if you make this sort of early rotation, you're working with scraps. NRG included, Team Queso, you're looking at Team Liquid as well in some instances. You're working with basically nothing. And 9Z now, they've crossed the bridge behind Rose of War, now taking the fight. VicTex, though, is going to have something to say about it.
VicTex is no joke in the CQC. He has been on point all day today so far. He's got that pump shotty. He's looking for that remaining player. Oh, doesn't matter. Simple is gone. Dave, what have you done to 9Z? What have you done?
0-0-0. I feel bad for him. Like, you
look
know,
at the smile on Royals. Look at VicTex's face. Oh my gosh.
He's like, thank you.
He's like, muchos gracias, Mustache Dave, because 9Z's been cursed at this point. I don't know. That is a tough start. I mean, 3 goose eggs, and not to mention, Enigma, you could testify.
Yeah.
Right? Is there nothing worse than getting taken out so early, right?
It's just like, you know, I almost feel bad for their mental state too, because they come into it, they're the last group. You got to see how other teams played during bonus point days for them. It's like, okay, yeah, we get a good lay of the land. I think they had the best opportunity to accumulate the most bonus points with them being the last group for week 1. But you coming in and it just really looks like you're not even getting like a knock or 2. It just makes you sit there and wonder, like, are we even supposed to be here? And that's like the worst thing that could happen is you questioning yourself or your team members. And that's where it separates the good from the great of coming over these sort of instances and moments.
Yeah, it's so easy to get in your own head, right? And what I was kind of trying to talk about is like, man, it's nothing worse than 2 bad games in a row, and then you go out so early, you don't have the time to get warm.
Yeah.
Nothing. You're just having to sit for like 40 minutes waiting for the next game, and it's hard to bounce back from that. It really, really is. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do it, and there's no worse day to do that on when you're double points day. That's just like an extra just cherry on top of how rough it is, you know?
Yeah. And I mean, for the most part, a lot of these teams, they're still opting into playing as a solo, as a duo. We see the Team Queso player just ratting out. Rose of War actually looked like they were looking for this solo, but with you seeing how early the fights were in that sort of elimination feed, you know not to really be diving around too much. But Titan Gaming now actually forcing the fight with FURIA. FURIA having them pulled up on getting a free little knock, it seems. I guess, how did he even run in the open right now forcing the 1v1, and Alim looks like he's getting absolutely worked right now. 1v1 situation going on, and FURIA, in my eyes, is looking in the prime position on this fight.
Yeah, Lim now really hurt. That nade might just do it. Oh, it hurt him real bad. But, Augustus does go down. So Titan Gaming might have an opportunity to turn this around. Let's see what Inactive can do. That's just so hard to push these building with that broken wall. Oh, that was actually a really scary position he put himself in.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all about utility use in these spots. I mean, Red Ox, they still haven't lost Doran yet, so they theoretically could get a reset, but you're getting yours after Furia's reset. They have the prime position with the 2-story building. What do you even choose to do if you're Titan Gaming other than try to just stick this reset and take the 4v4?
Yeah, and then you know what? The big thing about this is, luckily for them, there isn't anybody near this, so they don't have to worry about a third party.
Yeah.
If there was, it would already came by now. But fortunately for them, that's not the case. So now, looks like FURIA and Titan Gaming are going to start switching sides a little bit. Titan Gaming opting for the building. And honestly, I think the building is the worst case scenario.
Wow!
The zone! Are you kidding me? See you later! Wow. Time to go back to mainland, baby. All these teams in military base, you can just see All Glory Gaming just flipping a U-turn and now starting to send it right back up north.
That's crazy. And I mean, you look at 9Z and stuff like that. They landed Pachinki. They could have just stayed on that north side and really had the pickings of placement spots. But now it's just, you're not even in the lobby. You see the zone like this. Thankfully for Fury and Titan Gaming, they're still in the zone here, basically dead center. But it's a matter of if you can start cleaning this fight up now to start worrying about that power position you have in zone.
I mean, with a zone like this, it wouldn't even be a bad thing to start sharing a location like this. You're so central. Sometimes it's even better to just say, hey, you guys look that way, we'll look this way and defend this place, because you cannot defend the spot as one solid team. You know?
Yeah,
so
it's too spread.
Yeah, you have to have 2 IGLs with the same mind, you know? Because it's better for both these teams to start looking in different directions and then fight each other later on for first and second. But
yeah, it looks like too that both of these teams, I'm seeing at least with Red Ox, no frag grenades, just smoke grenades as utility. So these squads, they're really not going to be able to get an opening in terms of utility usage. It's going to be just pure gun skill. And we literally saw it the first Erangel match. If you push up those stairs alone against a shotgun, you're basically as good as done. All these smokes as well. This is a great play as well by Titan Gaming. They're actually opting to try to force themselves down the stairs, maybe get a bit of an angle.
Don't do it. At this point, it's too late. You have to kind of sign that temporary lease. Because the longer this fight's going on, this is such a central position that third party is going to start coming up here. So honestly, even sharing this building isn't necessarily a bad idea. And it looks like both these IGLs are starting to see that. They're like, you know what? This fight has gone on for too long. You guys stay up there. We'll stay down here. And, you know, just worry about everybody else coming on in. So I do not blame both these teams for doing this. It's a smart play.
Yeah, stubbornness, though, is one that people don't like to experience. And both these teams, they want to hold this building specifically. So everyone's just close range. And while that's happened, that full western side of Ferry Pier is now accumulated by Alpha7, the team that you don't want being anywhere close to the center spot. Royals of War making it back across the bridge as well. All these teams, it looks like, had a pretty easy time coming back across the bridge than the first time they did it in the first zone. So I'm interested more so in looking at how these teams opt to play, knowing that there was so much early game aggression in the first zone.
Yeah, dude, I like that. Again, I like that play. And, you know, them throwing the smoke on the stairs is kind of like throwing the temporary white flag, right? Just say, guys, like, another team is going to destroy both of us. That is not it. So, you know, they're smoking the stairs to say, hey, you guys stay where you're at. We'll stay where we're at. The next zone pops up. There's still central circle, right? So it's better for, you know, to have, you know, 8 players in this building rather than 4, because, yeah, teams are going to start hunting down the spot. You can even see Alpha7 are starting to close in on this area. Team Liquid and NRG are going to start fighting it out down south. And, oh, my gosh, yeah, there's still players all the way in the blue zone. And Hyper and Death Wolves just super late to the party here.
Yeah, I know we said there was, you know, we were looking at maybe a bridge finish, but I think that's the wrong kind of bridge there, Jukes. They're on the complete eastern one. But these teams, I mean, it's just, now it's definitely a handshake position. You know, Alpha7's next to you. My eyes are more so looking at what's going on this north side of zone. Be bold against Influence Rage. Now, obviously, Hyper's having to make the pilgrimage, I guess you could say, coming down from that south side. But these two teams are opting, instead of going elbow to elbow, sharing real estate, they're going to be taking the fight to each other.
Yeah, here they go, and you can see Influence Rage trying to catch David off guard. David sending it, just saying, no, please no. Can he get away? Oh, and he's animated them to his teammates. Very interesting play there from Be Bold. Influence Rage said, okay, I see you, David. We're going to go ahead and catch you later, as they're going to start heading more into the zone at this point. David is keeping an eye on him for now. Honestly, Be Bold, just leave him alone. At this point, you got to focus on getting into zone yourselves.
Yeah, you missed out on the opportunity. You had the roof player. He got a few shots, but just didn't get the knock. Both of you need to just kind of look the other way and find a spot in zone, because everyone else is starting to really push the pressure, put those sort of splits to work on the edge. And we're still seeing Royals of War. They understand that they weren't the last team on Military Island. There's a few extra elimination points with her name. And NRG, if they kept the glider, I wish I would have seen him in the sky, but instead now they're having to swim, and I'm disappointed, Jigs. I love the glider plays.
Oh, the glider play was crazy.
Underrated.
Yeah. They used it to get all the way to the main military island, but now, yeah, they got to go back, and they're saying there's too many teams probably looking in this direction. I think we'll probably try to take the boat.
The boatation.
Boatation, so strong. Angler Gaming catching Wonka off guard. Team Liquid now starting to hold that bridge. They're going to be waiting to see if there's going to be any stragglers coming on in, and there are some, but I think every team is realizing, no, we want to avoid this bridge at all costs, at least from this side of the map.
Yeah,
Stars on the other side too, straggling it up. Poor and Hyper. These guys cannot seem to get all 4 players up together in center circle. I mean, pretty much for a while now.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to drive in and then realize that, hey, there's a guy swimming right in front of us, i.e. NRG, right in front of you. They're going to be able to hold you. I'm seeing a solo of Death Wolves behind NRG. So a lot of these teams, if they're not checking their backside, they're really going to be in for a treat of what's to come in this next zone shift. TL, though, they're the team that was on that melee side with the rest of them, bulldogging themselves forward onto this bridge, essentially now trying to fight for their way into the next zone.
Yeah, E7 find their way to the best position in this match so far, but do they have the gun power to hold it? That seems to be their struggle. They find themselves in central zone quite a bit. It's just they don't have that ability to hold it, at least from what we've seen so far. Hopefully we can see that change here, as we're now about to reach a quarter of the way through this tournament here. I mean, this is going to be a big day. Let's see how it all ends out, as now we're starting to see Royals of War hard focused on this bridge. Colgoat trying to defend against Team Liquid. Cardosen trying to sneak his way up. Are they going to be able to jump off and go down? Yeah, it looks like that might be the case. Yeah, Mythic trying to get that nade just short.
This is the scary thing, though, is you gave Team Liquid just this little inch of the bridge, and they were able to bring it essentially a mile, keeping all 4 players left alive just on the south side of zone. And we're seeing the swimmers starting to finally reach the land. NRG had lost a few, I guess, HP ticks. Fate is 1 HP and Hyper to their east as well. And if you're either of these teams, I think almost you don't even want to shoot at each other. Oh, and Alpha7 catching out Fate. At this point, I think you honestly just try swimming away from him. Maybe it looks like they're actually going to try to revive him in the water. So
yeah, underwater revive right here.
Wow.
Look at that. And it does work for now, but then Spec gets caught out by Baton. That's from the ferry pier. Oh, Malaz getting caught. He's drowning right now. He's getting ticked away. Oh, is he going to be able to survive?
Oh, no.
Fate drowns. Malaz in trouble. Yeah, this is just worst case scenario for NRG.
Yeah, and this is the team. Double points day. You're needing to get the eliminations, but you're getting finished in the water. You don't even have a chance to shoot your weapon. So 13th place, a big old goose egg for the NRG squad, unfortunately, at the halfway point on the day. And Hyper, though, there are 4 players up. They've got 2 elims to their name. Definitely a playable spot now that they've cleared out NRG to maybe work themselves into the next zone.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Is now and Hyper were able to make it in here, so not bad timing at all. They slowly slammed their way up. They were the last ones here, caught NRG off guard, and now they are going to be holding down Ferry Pier. So you can see him going for that loot box right there. Alpha7 are looking in this direction, though, so they got to be a little bit careful. Royals of War continuing to hold this spot right by the bridge. Next zone about to pop. Where's it going, Enigma?
It's going south. It's going right on to Hyper. They're going to get blessed. It's going to be Alpha7 and them and FURIA kind of just farming everyone. But, oh, wait a second. Wait a second, Jigs. I'm seeing TL start to make the swim play themselves onto Hyper. And if I'm Hyper, I'd be really worried right now of having a team like them sharing their sort of coastline with you.
All right, well, the next zone does pop up, and it's a little bit shifted, but pretty central so far. E7, dead center. Let's see if they're going to be able to put some points on the board. But yeah, Hyper and Team Liquid now going to have to push out of the water up towards where FURIA is. Alpha7's right there, too. And then meanwhile, All Glory Gaming starting to fight out iNCO. Yeah, they have to deal with this fight. It's all the way up north. Yep, here we go. And iNCO Gaming taken out just like that. All Glory Gaming clutching it up. It's been a while since we've talked about All Glory Gaming, and this was a big fight for them. 5 eliminations so far.
Yeah, but now they're having to deal with B-Bold. B-Bold had a split on that western side, but if everyone's 1 HP, it's a free knock. But, I mean, almost a bit of a bait play out of an AGG player. Maybe a bit of self-confidence, lack of, I guess, awareness of the situation.
This was the same scenario we saw the NRG do. We saw one player push up, and the rest of the team just wasn't there. Call it what you may. Could be a miscommunication, not trust. But yeah, you can't have that happen. And if all of Be Bold would have been right there with their teammates, they could have taken out All Glory Gaming. But now it's just too late. That nade, though, that was dangerous.
Yeah, and the nades are the big one. But at this point, it's 4v2 situation. And another run-over kind of play. Be Bold now just really struggling again with these late game prime positions. They hold All Glory Gaming another 2 eliminations, being able to keep all 4 players alive coming into the zone 5.
Hey, All Glory Gaming taking advantage of mistakes, right? We saw that solo push there from Be Bold, and you got to take advantage of it. And that's what I'm saying is at this level, you can't get away with that kind of stuff. You know, in prior tournaments, you might be able to. But here, oh my gosh, these teams are taking advantage of it every time, no matter where they're at on the leaderboards.
Yeah, and I love their spot as well. E7 tried to kind of crest the hill and maybe look for a third party on an AGG. But if you're seeing a squad win back-to-back fights, I think you kind of just leave them alone for the next shift. Let them cool off a bit in the zones. But their positioning, though, right now, from them winning those 2 fights alone, gives them a prime position to farm the rest of these squads.
Yes, indeed. All right, well, let's see where this next zone's going to go. Chief from the back! Ooh. Now Team Liquid has let Hyper know, hey, we're still here. And it is, I believe, just Chief alive, but he was able to secure that point. Baton getting eaten up by Blue Zone. He sees Carrillo right there, and he's just so scared to pop out that water because, you know, that Alpha7 staring right at him. Let's see what happens, though, as Baton does go down to the play zone. He doesn't even get out of the water. And Chief gets taken out there. This is what I was talking about. This is why it's good to share in certain scenarios because, I mean, you can afford to look in every single direction.
Literally is an 8-man squad. It's just crazy I'm saying that, but FURIA, hopefully Titan Gaming maybe is able to keep track of what team number is below them. They do play with the vague kill feed, that elimination feed sort of information, but the squad themselves, at some point, I think you're going to have to move out of the building still, Jukes. It's a matter of which team kind of comes out on top in that fight.
Yes. Yeah, let's see what Carrillo could do. Oh, now hey, guess what? That little temporary agreement is now over as Inactive with that pump shotgun is going to try to make it happen here. Can he do it? Inactive on the push. He's got to get this shot. He's going for thirst, though. He needs to get the finish. And meanwhile, Stars is coming up. It's done. FURIA is now finished. Rolls of War are going to be on the push. And right on time, Titan Gaming should be able to get this res off.
Yeah, and Stars is trying to at least get maybe an extra point or 2 for his squad, but not even going to have the chance. Royals of War getting that elimination pickup with the frag grenade, and that's not it for it. Titan Gaming, though, looks like they might be able to get the reset off, but still another 4v4 situation in this squad, and with the zone shift, this isn't even in the next zone.
Victex with that initial nade is going to be huge. Tonka down there. They're very scared to go up these stairs, but they're going to have to do it eventually. Yeah, Kolgo gets the finish right there. And they got 2 minutes on the clock, but they really only have 1. They need to finish this and start moving.
Yeah, and I mean, Alpha7 as well is going to be the team looking at you when you leave the compound. Inactive, just the sole survivor for his squad. Gets the connection, but not even going to bring him down. That's the trouble with the pump shotgun jukes, is it's hit or miss a lot of the time compared to the DBS and stuff like that. But with Royals of War, they're sitting on 13 eliminations.
Baker's doesn't.
And
Can
now
we talk about just how consistent this squad is? Are you kidding me?
today, top 3. I mean, it seems like virtually every game they're putting points up, and you talked about that magic number 6, 7 plus. I mean, they got 13 alone in this game, Jukes.
13 alone, and they're not done yet. They still have their entire squad up. Alpha7 does as well. They only have 1 elimination, but this is what they live for right here. Playing on the edge, focusing on what's in the middle of them. 5 teams still remaining. E7, you know, they had such a great position. They have so much lay of the land, but still no eliminations right now. They got to start turning things up.
Yeah, and they opted to actually leave that compound on that south side of the road. They went north to these sort of bunker spots. So Royals of War able to find their own spot for the picking in stage 6. And now Entity 7 is going to have to worry about Alpha 7 trying to find their spot in the next zone. It's a matter of if they're going to be able to hit the shots or not.
Let's see if they can do it. Super Laser Reflex now eliminated. E7 started to throw some smokes. I don't like that smoke right there. That's actually going to eliminate your sight lines. You have so much superiority in position. You need that vision. You can't just allow teams to push up on you.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing frag grenades as well starting to get pulled. McGrellan's really trying to bait it for his team of, you know, let's go for Deblin, who's going for this frag grenade. Let's go for Ryan, who's trying to peek through the smoke and stuff like that. But Alpha 7, they are the team, though, that knows when to back up. They're opting to do that. They're going to wait in 30 seconds on this next zone shift. And if it goes to that north side of the road, you best believe Entity 7 is going to have a world of hurt waiting for them.
Entity 7 need to get aggressive. I mean, they should win this game if that zone goes north. I mean, they have so much coverage. It's just all about hitting your shots. And let's see if they can do it. I mean, 0 points so far on this game with that position is not optimal. Not to mention you got Royals of War red hot. 13 eliminate. Actually, yeah, 13 looking to increase that number. Where's the zone going to go? Who's going to get favored here? Who will get blocked? It centers right on up towards E7 and All Glory Gaming. Alpha 7 now have to get on the move.
Yeah, and the scary thing, too, is All Glory Gaming hasn't been quiet this game either. They've got 9 eliminations to their name, so having both of these squads where one of them is, you know, top 2 on the leaderboard and the other one has virtually just wiped squad after squad making these rotations in. Your Entity 7, you look back and really think, like, what did we even do in this game other than be a placeholder for some other people?
Oh, Victex putting some nice shots down range. Oh, but Entity 7, yeah, you need to focus all on Alpha 7 right now. You know they're wide out in the open. You got to apply that pressure. But with, you know, Entity 7 putting some shots on Royals of War, that opens up the door for Carrillo to cross the road all by himself for free. E7, you got to be taking shots right now. And now you let them get close. That could be a very costly mistake.
Yeah, and I think it was just an opening knock on the hate on this sort of forward position. It's always the front guys that get caught first. And Alpha 7, now we're seeing it. 2 out of the 4 players instantly pulling out a frag grenade. And if you're Entity 7, yeah, I mean, you got to almost just concede the hill at this point. There's no way you could push up with. I mean, look at it. All Glory Gaming raining down you as well. You're basically just stuck to turtle up on the bunkers.
This is the same thing that happened. This E7 should have focused 100% on Alpha 7. Always the rule is you got to clear your back first, then focused inward. But instead, they let Alpha 7 cross the road for free, and that is the worst team you can let get close.
Yeah, give them an inch and they take a mile. Now Royals of War, unfortunately, having to make the death cross, it seems, that death race, so to speak, on the road. But they do have 2 players already crossed. AGG, though, realizing that, making the play themselves, while Alpha 7 looking to apply pressure. So a lot of activity now coming into this final part of the zone.
Yeah, but Entity 7 are not capitalizing on it. They got to leave that spot. Just take out Alpha 7 here and now. You got that initial knock. Now are they starting to get aggressive? It looks like they're starting to. It's about time. Hey, better late than never. Let's see what you could do. It's a 4v3, but they got the res off. Mafioso gets knocked. That's a big one right there for Entity 7. Can they close out the door? But meanwhile, now Carrillo's up, ready to go. He's got that nade locked and loaded. McGrellan gets shot from the side. He is 1 HP. Back and forth, back and forth. Who's going to win this fight?
And I mean, NC7, it's down to Carrillo and McGrellan for the squad on Alpha 7. Now just force pushing it, but sheer domination out of the squad. I mean, whether it's an M4, whether it's a DBS, I mean, Entity 7 had that in the bag in all rights. Above a hill, we're talking first-person smoke plays, not hitting the shots when it matters most. And now Alpha7, they're able to keep 3 players up coming out of this fight.
So insane. They should have not even been able to make it across that road at all. But Entity 7 allowed them to. And Alpha7, like I said, at this stage, you make one mistake and they're going to capitalize on it, especially a squad like Alpha7. Rules of War, you can't not talk about them. 14 eliminations. These guys are dominating this game. They're definitely going to push themselves up the leaderboards for sure. And it's really between them and Alpha7. But All Glory Gaming's not out just yet. You got to keep an eye on them as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a 3v3v3 position going on. All 3 of these squads, we've seen them time and time again really be able to sort of win these fights with man disadvantages and stuff like that. But when everything's evened up, when everyone's kind of got their own piece of the pie in terms of the zone, which team's really going to be able to make the most of it? And my eyes are still set on Alpha7, the team that has shown timeless and times again in terms of the last few days of being able to pull up when it matters most and forcing these teams to make plays themselves.
All right, well, who's going to win this game? It's pretty much anyone's battle at this point, but it looks like All Glory Gaming getting mighty close to Worlds of War. Oh, that nade from Revo was so critical, and that's an eviction notice. You know another one's coming in the same exact spot. Oh, and it just is just a little bit short.
Yeah, I mean, if that connects, you see another knock. As we're talking to Erangel on the hill, it looks like Revo. Oh, man, he's got another. Gonna connect. Bang! Oh my!
It was just that little cement pillar.
The cement. I feel so bad for Revo. I mean, like, that's money 99% of the times. You know, timing it like that downhill, you don't really get a good feel of how far your indicator really is. I'm going what it seems should have been back to back to back. Not working in his favor, but Revo now, Worlds of War having to force out 3-man spray down, really just a firing range for Alpha7. Now we're just down to the last 2 teams.
All right, well, let's see who's going to win it. So, Rolls of War go out with a ton of eliminations, and Alpha7 looking to continue their dominance. Carrillo with the shotgun, a big trade. Can Cardi win this one? He has the high ground. He gets a big knock, but another big shot from Revo. 1v1? 1v1.
1v1
versus Revo.
He's going to get the heal off. I mean, it looks like AGG, they're playing for the info game, maybe. Actually, maybe a reset going on. If you're Alpha7, you got to know. They're both going. I think Revo did it a little bit slower, but won't really matter too much.
Look at McGrellin. McGrellin is going to go up there and give away their position. He told them exactly where they were. Now here comes up the S12K. Revo in FPP. Can he hit these shots? He gets one. Goes for the second through the smoke. Gets caught up. It doesn't matter. Alpha7 with the chicken dinner on double points weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they needed that. That game was in no rights theirs, but if someone's just going to leave it up for any squad, Alpha7's going to take the pickings. And the real key takeaway is at the end there, they got the first 1v1 after the 2v2 reset. Revo just starts instantly spraying the gun. He's like, if I can just do any sort of damage on that other squad, we'll be able to win this. He has so much faith in his teammate that I'm going to be the bait, and I'm going to make sure that we win this game.
Let's go. Ooh, so much to break down from that Erangel. Truly one of the most exciting Erangels we have had yet. And honestly, some big mistakes too that has me absolutely fuming. We'll break all that down and more. So first off, let's talk about the zones. Enigma military, right? 6 teams are set up. They're like, we're chilling. All right, if the zone comes to us, we are going to be just fine. But they're not fine. They have to shift over to mainland, and that throws a wrench in 6 teams' setups.
Yeah, and I mean, for the teams themselves, that first zone, the first minute was everyone gunning it for the south side. And then when it came to that stage 2, 3, when it made that huge shift to the north, Hot Jukes instantly called of just, AGG is going to hit a 180 real quick. They're going to go all the way back around the bridge. So these squads, a lot of them were never gifted this game in any way. You had to fight for your position. And AGG, unfortunately, falling a bit short, still a huge game out of them.
Oh, huge game. Honestly, Hot Jukes, that was the right call. Them booking it over the bridge was one of the best plays they possibly could have made, because look at what resulted in the teams that stayed on military as long as they did. More specifically, Death Wolves. First and foremost, Death Wolves had a great start with the AK, and I gotta say, Weezo, man, with the 3 elims, Death Wolves from that point, they go back to military. They ultimately run into, I believe, in Hyper, who finishes them off. But in Hyper, they've got to go across water. Team Liquid tries the bridge play, but then they're gate-capped by Royals of War. They make the adjustment. They go back into the water themselves. Now, that raises my first question. Team Liquid, was the water play the play? Because ultimately, they're finished off, I believe, by Alpha7 later on. Should they have pushed Royals of War? Was that even an option over bridge?
Oh, man, it's one of those coin toss decisions. You know what I'm saying? You have to decide to either go make the push now, it's all or nothing, or we try to go the safe route. They opted for safety. I mean, they're at the top of the leaderboard, so I'm not gonna necessarily blame them, you know? It's just one of those decisions. I think that if they were lower on the leaderboards, yeah, they should have made the push. But considering where they're at, I mean, it's the play's the play, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's just hard for me to watch, man, because it was like in Hyper tried that water play, they end up dying, right? They end up getting eliminated. And then you watch Team Liquid go to the exact same spot to try the exact same strat to be finished off and eliminated. This was another fight that stagnated for so long. And I like how you said it, Hotchix. You're like, oh, they had to sign to sublease, because at this point, man, they're both taking this building. And they stayed here for a while. Royals of War were the final winners, the victors of that house fight. Titan Gaming, though, they were really passive. Should they have taken the fight to Furia earlier, Enigma?
I mean, for the most part, no. Hotchix is 100% right in that situation. If they just shake hands and that sort of stuff, but taking that fight afterwards, maybe you should have gone up the wrong, maybe you went up the wrong set of stairs, you go up the different set later on, or maybe you just leave, you look to leave the building when you see Furia getting knocked, when all these other teams are really starting to focus on your compound now that you're the ones being pushed out of zone. So Titan Gaming, there's always a million different things that could have happened, but this fight alone right here at the end, I mean, it was beautiful out of Alpha7.
I could watch this over and over again, man. That double res Hot Jukes did for the finish at the end, Alpha7. Going from, and look, they went from 1 elimination all the way up to 11 within, I think, 2 zones. That's all it took for them, right? It really the finals, and it started with E7, which that's where I'm mad at. Now, let's give the flowers, though, to Alpha7 first. 42 points. Now Team Liquid starts to sweat, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to be sweating for sure. I mean, it was only a matter of time, right? Like I said, right? We saw 2 rough Alpha7 games. We knew it was coming, and it had to be in this game. And again, it was not an easy one. I will say, though, Alpha7 got very lucky, though, Taylor. Don't you agree?
With zones?
No.
With the
they didn't get lucky with zones at all.
Oh, E7.
They got lucky that it was E7 there.
Oh,
that's
dude,
what they got lucky with.
If it was any other team, they're pushing it. I am convinced now, because that is the second time E7 refuses to push Alpha7. I don't know if it's the 2 7s and that's why they're intimidated or what's going on, but make the push. More on that in just a little bit. We take a look at our overall standings, because I'm genuinely fuming. 304 to 298. Enigma, just a map ago, there was a 50-point lead for TL, and now that lead is just 6.
Yeah, we knew that lead was a little bit of false hope for the TL squads. All the Alpha7 fans knew, hey, you know, it takes one game for us to really just go from 20 points to 40 points, just like we did just now. And the scary thing is we're only halfway through the day. There's still 3 matches up for grabs for this squad. Obviously, we see Death Wolves and stuff like that. They're one of the other teams in the top 8 with those bonus points. But for the most part, I'm Team Liquid. I'm really hoping that Hyper or SLR goes after Alpha7 again
like earlier,
and makes them go out early.
Well, Royals of War, though, Hot Jukes, 3rd place still, and now growing their lead to nearly 20 over Team Queso. That is 3 back-to-back-to-back 3rd places, and their eliminations continue to grow each game.
Yeah, I mean, Royals of War, phenomenal game. Literally phenomenal. I mean, honestly, phenomenal day so far, right? They couldn't ask for a better start to the day. If they continue to play like this for the rest of the tournament, they're absolutely going to be a threat. One thing I am starting to get a little concerned, though, is there is quite a big gap from 2nd to 3rd place. Now we have a 50-point differential, and at the end of the day here, it's even, right? Because everybody has had their double points day. So these other teams, especially 2 teams in particular, Taylor, here on this one, they need to start popping off now.
Ooh, 9Z, NRG Galaxy, come on, today is the day to go big, or, well, you're not going home, but at least go big, right? You're going to go back to the hotel room and take a 2-day break after this, and you're going to be a little bit upset you didn't capitalize off of your Sunday's double points, right? But things do start to get a little bit closer, even at the bottom. SLR, E7, NRG, right? They're relatively close, and then at the top, 172 for two of them in Hyper and FURIA tied. Man, there's so much that I want to talk about. Obviously, we have to go to a break, but just an incredible game number 3 with a lot of action and a lot of mistakes, but also some unfortunate zones that ended up happening, right? That rotation again from military to mainland was just brutal for 6 of the rosters. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, we're going to be moving into map number 4. Sandhawk, you're not want to miss out. We'll be right back.
Who will be the champion of PMSL Americas?
PMSL. Alpha7. Alpha7. Alpha7.
Who will be the 4 teams that qualify to the PMWC?
Alpha7. 泰坦。我们。
I'm probably going to say Alpha7, Titan Gaming, and maybe Team Liquid, and us.
Alpha7, Team League, NHP, Influence.
Who will be the best NA team?
NHP, 因为他们是受邀队伍，代表他们是一个很有经验的队伍。
So he said it's probably going to be NHP because he thinks they are the partner team. That means they are very experienced and have a lot in-game knowledge. Personally, I think it would be Titan Gaming because they have proven themselves through the American qualifier in North America region. They went in the phase 1 and phase 2 back-to-back with a huge gap of the 2nd place.
And Hyper. And Hyper.
Who will be the best LATAM team?
TQ.
I think it would be All Glory Gaming because they have super powerful gun skills. I like that team a lot.
TQ. TQ. TQ.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflection Snowball, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. Alpha7 looking down at the competition as they start to come back, man. Even spitting, like they are really getting into it. Yo, I'm covering my face too, Hot Jukes. They're spitting all over me. But hey, they're about to start spitting on Team Liquid. They are just 6 points away when that lead was 50 at the start of the day. So Team Liquid again starting to sweat. We knew Alpha7 was most likely going to take the lead over TL, right? Because it's their double points. But Team Liquid, pressure's getting up there now.
Definitely. Absolutely. Yeah. If you're Team Liquid, you knew this was coming. You knew this was coming, right? So I think at this point, you know, if you get into a fight with Alpha7, if you're Team Liquid and you realize that it's them, you get a finish or you get finished, I think you gotta press it, right? You gotta find a way to take him out. And honestly, the biggest way to do that is popping out of a vehicle, right? Not letting him cross the road for free.
More on that in just a bit. We're going to the Sandhawk map 4. I want to lay into E7, and we will. Hot Jukes Enigma, take it away for Sandhawk.
Sandhawk, baby, let's go. Oh, man, now it's time to turn up the heat, baby. Hope you guys are as excited as I am. Happy Sunday, everybody. It's double points day for Alpha7, and we saw them really utilize it here as we see some drops. Now we got N Hyper. Oh, there go E7 feeling confident after getting wrecked by Alpha7. And it looks like we might see a little bit of a repeat here from N Hyper.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some DBSs, but if you're staying up top, you're going to get shot at some point. And Hyper now on the back foot, spread out across this sort of ruins building. But D7, 1-for-1 each trade. Stars is in a 1v1 himself against the shotguns that matter the most. And at that point, what can you even do? FSS now forcing the 1v1. He's gone for the pre-fire. He knows he's 1 HP. Big wins from each squad, but unfortunately, with it being Sandhawk, you're going to have to keep fighting over and over with these teams. And, you know, I like the aggression. You know, they got some points today, Hot Jukes, for their double points. I just wish maybe they kept few more maybe players alive.
Yeah, this is the worst case scenario for both these teams, right? You're losing 2 players each. It's just both a lose. So, yeah, not the best situation. Franco just got absolutely beamed. No helmet, no vest. We might see the same exact play we just saw a few seconds ago. We might jump out. Actually, Baton's waiting for him. Pre-fire from a DDS. Do not go into that doorway at all.
Look at the patience.
Just wait for your teammate, then do it. Oh, there you go.
Wow.
Nice. Beautifully done.
Now it's 2v1. You double up. We do see double him with a vest, at least to his name. No helmet, of course. Who needs one of those anyways at this point? But and Hyper now, as soon as you start getting the shots connected, you really start moving around, and you move too far, the DBS is really able to catch you lacking in these situations.
Yes, indeed. All right, well, now it's just Deblim left for Entity 7. He's got that DBS. He's waiting for Baton. Yeah, he even put a couple shots through that window to let you know, hey, I got a DBS here. Don't just come out and push up me for free. See what happens, though. And Hyper versus Entity 7. Entity 7 putting up at least 2 points on the board. Good for them. Uh-oh. Baton looking for some toes.
Come on.
Does he see the angle? He sees it. Oh, he's missing.
Oh, man.
He can't find the shoe.
This is tough. This is tough to watch, Jukes.
And Hyper still need to coordinate. That man has a DBS. If he gets the knock, he's thirsting instantly.
Yeah, you're seeing it. They're slowly kind of, I guess, circling Dublin right now. But gotta hit the shots. Doesn't happen. A little bit of BM. Oh, there we go. Yeah, stand up. Stare at him. Across the stage, Starlight. That's what I like to see. That's passion right there, Hot Jukes.
Oh,
there we go.
He said, I'm going to give that play 2 thumbs down, baby. Oh, man. Entity 7. Honestly, I'm not going to lie. After seeing Alpha7 push up on them for free, I kind of made the same, little hand motion. But hopefully, I mean, at the end of the day, this is a very big jump, right? To play at this level. And for some people, they're not really ready to make that jump. At the same time, it's a massive opportunity. And hopefully we can see them learn from this, right? Even if they don't have that crazy jump up and they end up in last place at this tournament, the things you learn from here are just invaluable.
Yeah. And I mean, for the most part, you really got to get used to these sort of in-person events as well. We're seeing N Hyper, you want those emotions flaring up like that if you're winning fights, you don't want the negatives flaring up in those situations when you make mistakes, because in any sort of momentum, if your team's able to get hype, you're seeing your IGL stand up and start putting people down across the stage. I mean, that would get anyone's blood going for the most part. And Hyper's one of those teams where I feel like they need that momentum shift, and it looks like Starlight's the one that's stepping up for that squad.
Yeah, you always need that hype man for sure. It's so important, right? I mean, sometimes you may have a player who isn't necessarily, I'm not even just trying to say that this is Starlight at all, but sometimes you may have a player that's not, you know, the craziest in gun skill and things like that, but he's your squad hype man. And I'll tell you what, that is invaluable, especially because, you know, you're not going to have a great game every single one.
Yeah.
And you need somebody to boost the morale of the squad and bounce back. You know, 9Z needs that person right now after 3 really bad games. So hopefully they can make it happen. Cardoso getting popped out though. Man, Royals of War. These guys do not mess around. If they see an opportunity, they're taking it.
Yeah, and if you're the TL fans, you're kind of really just wishing that wasn't Cardoso the one being knocked and stuff like that. Maybe you wish it was Mythic or someone, because any number of those other players have tremendous gun skill. And if you're Royals of War, you're really happy with how you're playing right now. No one on the team's knocked. You're having a free elimination off the bat. And with these sort of zone shifts, you're in the most prime position for it to go to either side of the river.
Absolutely. Let's see what Ayala is going to do. He's popping some shots off at SLR. Sometimes it's better to stay a little bit quiet, let SLR actually push up and then start shooting. But at the same time, sometimes you want to just say, hey, don't even come this way. I don't even want to deal with you right now.
And a lot of these teams, they're making those rotations, and TL, of course, being the one that we just saw, falling to the pressure of the other teams. But a lot of these teams opt to make these early rotations because if you get stuck on either side of the river, we're talking at Sandhawk Jukes. You're not going out of zone and making rotations. Your only way to go is forward. And if you're not in the prime position for any of those spots, I'm sorry to break it to you, but you're not making it anywhere into those late games.
Yeah, that's for sure. FURIA are going to be holding their spot that they know and love right here on this side of the mountain. This is on that little mountainside on the island on the north side of the map. So if the zone does go here, they are going to be in a great position. This is what they bet on in Sandhawk.
Yeah.
It's a 50-50 coin toss. If the zone goes here, it's like you almost guarantee a win. If it doesn't, you're in big trouble.
Yeah.
So, it's still a chance at this point. So you can see FURIA spreading out, just trying to get as much lay of the land as possible.
Yeah, one team I do like, though, just looking at our own personal map feed, is Titan Gaming Spot. We're on the northeastern side up towards that western side, I guess you could say, of Paradise, towards that bridge, essentially, where we've seen a lot of plays happen through qualifiers and stuff like that on this spot alone. And this squad themselves, they're a team that's really needing to start getting the motor going today. They've kind of missed out on their double points day and stuff like that, in my eyes at least. Today, you know, even though it's just normal points, you need to get all you can get. You need to start moving up, maybe finish the week strong per se. And with this sort of zone shift, they're still going to have to be working for every single point because it goes up northwest. And I mean, for the most part, a lot of these teams are going to be struggling in this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's just see how much of a struggle we're going to see here. I guarantee you it's going to be a lot because this zone definitely makes things difficult, but not for FURIA. FURIA, this is their dream circle.
Yeah.
Especially if it centers up here. iNCO did get all the way onto that edge of the map on the north side, so they are big chilling. And Mythic, though, putting in some work on the SLR. They actually drove up.
Wow. I think they were trying to go in between that sort of canyon on the north side.
What?
But if you're SLR, you really have to know that this spot's taken. There's no way you're assuming it's free for you to just drive in and kind of just pull in and take.
That is not a safe rotational path. Like, I don't care who you are. You're getting finished 100% of the time if you try driving up through there, especially if a team is taking this compound here. But who knows? Oh, meanwhile, B-Bowl is getting shredded by Alpha7. Alpha7 now starting to heat things up. These guys are going to start racking up the points here. The lobby needs to watch out.
Yeah, I mean, just sharks in the water, all 4 of them just completely over top of all the knocked players, thirsting them instantly. And I'm kind of worried for NRG, one of our other double point teams here tonight. They're just to the west, out in zone with them. These are the last 2 players we're seeing of Be Bold trying to make their rotations in the bike. But Alpha7, though, I mean, they are smelling the blood in the water, especially after these last few games.
Oh boy, well, next zone is gonna start it's starting to close, so we're gonna hit circle 3 here soon. Last couple of remaining members of Be Bold just looking around right now, trying to figure out a way on into this circle. All Glory Gaming and Influenced Rage are stuck over by Boot Camp, and 9Z is holding trifecta, but they gotta watch out because Alpha7 is coming for him.
Yeah, I mean, I like 9Z's spot, but it's a matter if he can really hold it against a team like Alpha7 driving up on you and forcing that 4v4. A lot of these teams, though, they're all making moves around the map. It's hard to really see who's going to be going on first. And actually looks like Alpha7's going to relax a little bit. Do a little bit of scouting. Even, I'm not sure. I believe there's a spot somewhere along that shoreline where you're able to drive a vehicle across it without using the bridge. But at that point, I mean, every professional player knows where those kind of things are. And if you're Alpha7, I think you really just have to look at taking the fight to one of these other teams, maybe out in zone.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Yeah, Alpha7, it would be worth it at this point. Just try to soak up those points because you're getting double for every single elimination you get.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is going to be a hard circle to get it in for sure. So it wouldn't hurt just, you know, try to take out these teams. Even if you go out early, it ain't so bad. But I'll tell you what, Alpha7, they're not comfortable, man. These guys really are ready to rack up the points here. 9Z needs to watch their backs. That's what their eyes should be on. 100%. Clear your backs first, then focus inward.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen NRG maybe make a rotation earlier on in the game, seeing that Hyper, the team that lands right next to you, took that sort of early game engagement, maybe even look for the third party so early on in the game, but still sticking true to their own game style. We have seen that kind of fall short of what we expected out of that team, but the next zone shift does happen, and FURIA Jukes, they've got most of the mountains still in play for them. This could be a big game for them.
Alrighty, well, it definitely could. Let's see what happens. Because Influence Rage are now focusing towards 9Z. 9Z might be trying to actually make it towards the bridge in the blue zone, but Alpha7 is waiting for him. Carrillo actually takes down Fran, and now Diego, man, B-Bolt's like, what is going on? Where are all these squads coming from?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's opting, instead of swimming across, maybe going to the north, we're all just going to go to the south bridge. We're all going to go straight to Hyper. Looks like NRG as well is feeling the brunt of that on the bridge. But all these squads, we're talking 5, if not 6 different teams forcing themselves into these fights. And look at that 9Z leaving some of their players, just sending it across. But will it be for not? Alpha7 just having a field day right now on this side of zone.
Oh, Alpha7 soaking up these points like crazy. This is only stage 3, so the blue zone definitely tickles a bit, but it doesn't hurt that bad. So they can afford to still be here. And then now that they got some eliminations, as a matter of fact, they have 6 already, Enigma. Are you kidding me?
I mean, it's just that squad. You put them in the spot where everyone's going to be driving by you. It's just a matter if they hit their shots. And 9 out of 10 times, they're the players to do it. And Hyper as well, somehow holding down the sort of western bridge as well. So all these teams, instead of just going straight into the zone, they got a little too fancy with it. And now we're down to just solos in the lobby.
Oh, boy. Yeah, these solos are going to have to make something happen. And there's a whole bunch of them. Malaz, NRG, man, these guys just can't get it going here. Be Bold now eliminated. Next zone coming up in 1 minute. We're going to find out where it's going to go. Influence Rage did find a place on in this circle. Actually, a really good spot. Diego, very central position. You can see them maybe just doing a little bit of pre-fire. Make sure that that weapon is ready to go.
Make sure it's not on single.
Is. That's right.
Yeah, and this spot as well, as much as I do like the compound itself, it's really hard to play with FURIA playing on top of the mountainside. You're almost hoping that it sort of shifts towards the mountain, because then you, INF meaning, and FURIA will possibly be able to start soaking up eliminations, because as soon as you have to leave that compound, it's essentially a death sentence on the zone shift. And a lot of these teams, unfortunately, with this being around the mountain, Hot Chooks, it's going to be a death sentence for a lot of players.
Yes, it is. Yeah, once we hit, especially stage 5, we're going to see half this lobby just disappear just like that in a snap.
Oh!
And Hyper, yeah, trying to catch that player from 9Z, and it looks like Alpha7 just passed them up. Oh, actually, never mind. Oh, they're stopping here for the fight. Baton had the open shots, but is not able to connect. And now Alpha7 in a 2v1 situation, they take out 9Z. 9Z eliminated once again. Baton. He has the angles. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Mafioso survived that. That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1v2. Korea, or actually Magrone being the one staying up in the back, getting a reset off, and Baton, unfortunately, missing his opportunity to strike. That was actually a 1v4 situation with Alpha7. Chuko being able to take down 2 players off of Alpha7. It really just needed to come down to if Baton could get the knocks themselves. And I mean, it just looks like they're playing with their food at this point. Free little nade damage, 1 HP. Both of your players are up, and they've already got 8 eliminations. They just have to win this fight and get into the next zone, Jukes. It's not even going to matter. No point for Alpha7, but Hyper's eliminated with only 6 eliminations to their name.
Yeah, big heads up there from Hyper to say, you know what, let's just deny the point, because we know that Alpha7 is going to clear us out. Meanwhile, NRG, Mafioso, refusing to go down. I'm telling you, this Alpha7 team, they are so hard to take out. If you don't take them out on the first push, even with just 2 players, they're still dangerous. The zone's starting to close, though. Ooh, he's looking around. It's going to be really close. He's going to have to full send run it. He actually goes to the vehicle. That is an insane play. What do you think about that?
I wonder, where's NRG's Overwatch of it? They had the shots before. Why give it up so early? The timing was there for you to pick up the eliminations, but as a squad, that's just the confidence factor. They were a 2-man holding back Alpha7. You know that's Alpha7, but you still choose to do nothing. And now the squad is forcing their fight into the Influence Rage team, only getting a single knock, Jukes. I really wish that they just took that fight to Alpha7 instead of letting them get away scotch-free.
Oh, yeah, just like that. I mean, NRG not able to make anything happen here on the big double points opportunity. Another rough match for them. Same's going to go as well for 9Z, man. Those guys going out early. They got 3 eliminations here in this one. But Titan Gaming, right? Titan Gaming, another NA squad that needs a lot of points, regardless of what day it is. Playing a little bit separate once again. Dorian in a position to now have the whole Team Liquid by himself. And the rest of the squad is just not there to support.
Yeah, it looks like Doran actually maybe was his vehicle got shot out or something forced it, because the rest of his squad is perfectly fine on the mountain. I would have expected them actually to have fought Furia earlier on with these sort of zone shifts and stuff like that. But Team Liquid, they opted to leave that lower compound wrapped up into the Furia Titan Gaming mountainside. And now all these teams are having to fight for essentially just 1 or 2 trees, some rocks, maybe. It's going to be a real test of truth if Titan Gaming is able to hold on to their spot.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to do it as a 3-man. And that's a kind of tough situation here is, you know, seeing these teams that if they were able to stick together, could be in a really good opportunity. But for some reason, a lot of these squads low on the leaderboards, right? They try these 3-1 splits late game, and they just are not effective. You know, you end up losing that player 9 out of 10 times lately. There's a reason why you see squads like Alpha7, Team Liquid just stick so close together, because they realize it's just better to fight together in this situation. Because if a team realizes that you have 1 player separated, they're full sending on that player every time.
Yeah. One team, though, I do like to see is we haven't seen them much of is the SLR squad, actually kind of playing just below Titan Gaming, the solo of Furia on that northern side of zone. As a 3-man, of course, but iNCO
1 man.
Forcing the fight onto them.
No man.
Wow. Never mind, Jukes. I had faith, and then they're just gone. And then they're gone.
Just like that. Well, let's see if the same thing's going to happen to Team Liquid here, as they're stuck in a really bad spot. The zone is closing. Mythic is going to have to push out into the open, and Active is waiting for him. But that tree line could be a little bit problematic here. It is cutting off some of the sight lines. Mythic actually choosing to just stay in the blue.
Yeah, we can see Chief as well. Maybe it's a bit of lack of confidence knowing the players there. Maybe a bit of doubt for Mythic to be able to run in, and hopefully his teammate can get the knocks, because Chief, he's essentially in zone already in his spot. All he has to do is try to get the opening, because if he has 2 players up there, all it takes is them reading the elimination feed to know if Furia chooses to push Titan Gaming or not, if AGG is getting knocked below them. There's a million different factors that can come into play. But the zone shift actually goes to Titan Gaming, Jukes. These teams on the mountain are definitely going to be looking for that power spot.
Yeah, this was a best case scenario for a team like FURIA. This is the zone that you were begging for, right? But they haven't been able to capitalize on it just yet. Only 1 elimination so far. But we saw what happened with Alpha7, right? No eliminations.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they had 11 at the end of the game. So let's see if FURIA can replicate that. But they're going to have to take down Titan Gaming here up on top. But it's just Augustus pushed up. The rest of the team is not with them. He's going to have to wait for a little while.
Yeah, and we're talking as well on that western side. Death Wolves are going to have to be looking to push into Influence Rage at the compound where NRG pulled up at. iNCO Gaming making the push on the Alpha7 players, but he knocked himself on the pull-up, Jukes. That is not what you're wanting as the pull-up man.
Worst case scenario right there. Now Nunez is forced to just watch this player res his teammate. But I don't think his other squad mate is close enough to help him out. Yeah, so Nunez is going to go down here. Vitali is trying to put some shots onto Death Wolves, not letting them push up for free. And now the eyes are going to have to start being focused on Alpha7. Meanwhile, this fight between FURIA and Titan Gaming is starting to ramp up. Next zone about to pop in 30 seconds. These guys got to have to fight it out quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of that shared real estate again. Are you going to really just let Titan Gaming have all this control? FURIA, who had all this mountainside of themselves, I believe only having now just 2 eliminations to their name, is just really kind of the game you wanted. Because if they had full control of this mountainside, Jukes, they would be able to rack up Team Liquid. They'd be looking at the Titan Gaming squad. And then all of these plays happening down at these compounds, they'd be able to get their piece of the cut on those eliminations.
Well, 7 is finally able to take out Alpha7. So Alpha7 is now out of there, but they did get 9 eliminations. That's going to be good points for them. Death Wolves taking out Influence Rage. And meanwhile, Team Liquid finally able to make the push, but Titan Gaming weren't able to capitalize on it. And they're going to survive for just a little while longer.
Yeah, and I mean, that just falls down to Alim. He just shouldn't have even had a frag grenade out. He should have trusted whether it was his teammate or him that threw that first one. You got to be ready to shoot your gun. We can't be just waiting for the eliminations to start falling through our hands. And look at this. The 2 players, TL, finding their own spot into the next zone. Now FURIA getting the opening knock on the Alim. It's all going to be down to Redox clutching it up.
Now you got Mythic putting in some work on the Death Wolves here. We got a whole bunch of Billy Goats climbing down the mountain. Mythic going to try to get a low toss here. Oh, Redox with the high ground. Can he hit this shot with the DBS? Looks like he was able to tip him up a little bit. Gets pieced up in the process, but gets the knock. Oh, but Adrian, all the way from downtown, takes him out.
That's what you like to see. The off angle, the Overwatch, the player that was actually able to play his spot of the mountain to perfection with the Overwatch angle. And now we see it as well. The zone shift's happening, but he still has one of the prime spots in zone to still be gatekeeping. TL, though, I mean, that's a big fall. Chief actually getting knocked for it, and he's forced into it. Dark Wolves. I love the aggression. As soon as they see a TL player knocked from fall damage, they instantly push up on it. So now this squad, unfortunately, it's 2v3, and they're pinned down on the mountainside, still giving themselves a bit of breathing life.
This was FURIA's game to win from circle number 1. When this zone goes here, you have to win this match. That nade for 3. Oh, just off the mark. So close. Yeah, Death Wolves going out to the blue zone. It's a FURIA win, and you can see them pumped up. That is the best case scenario for them. They land in that zone. They pray that the zone does go there. It does, and they get the chicken dinner. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, but I can't be too happy about it. The elimination count at the end of it, especially with those 2 players eliminating themselves to blue zone. I mean, I don't even think they broke the 5 elimination mark as a squad. So you get zone blast, you're on the mountain, you win the game. Is it really something you can be that excited about, though?
Taylor, what do you think about that?
I mean, you still win the game. You still get the points. FURIA today, you can argue that they've had a great day, right? And I don't think there's anything upset to be about whenever it comes to getting a winner chicken dinner. Granted, though, would 6 eliminations be better than 4? Without question. But the good news is it's not their double points day, right? So it's not like the biggest deal. I mean, that could have been the difference, right, between, you know, getting a total of 8 points versus going up to maybe 12 points. Math is not my strong suit, but it could have been a lot worse. Either way, good job to FURIA getting the winner chicken dinner as well as the 4 elimination. Now, Death Wolves finally doing some work, putting in work, right? 2nd place, 7 eliminations, and of course, being their double points day, that's got to make them feel good. And then when it comes down to Alpha7, Not the best placing, Hot Jukes, but at least when it comes to eliminations, right, getting 9, that's still a big game, given the fact that Team Liquid, they get 3rd place in 4 eliminations. I don't know. Is that enough to overtake Team Liquid? It's going to be close.
And it's going to be close for sure. I mean, they did their job. If you can get that many eliminations, you're going to be pumped up. You'll see the replay stars popping off here, and the BM coming out. They're so tired of dealing with Entity 7. But yeah, I think Alpha7 did a good job, especially considering just how hard they had to push through this, Taylor, right? You remember the zone pushed into that island. They were having to edge their way through. You don't expect to win that game if you're Alpha7. You know, FURIA has to win that game, and they did, right? But Alpha7 putting up that many eliminations, that's a win, at least in my eyes.
Well, it's also fitting into the playstyle of Alpha7. You go back yesterday, and they didn't necessarily have the best placings. I think they only placed top 3 once. Outside of that, they were like 4th place, 5th place, 6th place. Wow. So it's not uncommon to see Alpha7 finish well outside of top 3, but still do well points-wise because of their eliminations. This is where we start seeing that big battle for the hill, right? And Furia's in here. You have Titan Gaming, Team Liquid. This drop, though, from Mythic. I know he's not happy with that one. And instantly, Death Wolves, they go to capitalize down on him. But like you said, Furia, they had the positioning. This was their game to lose, and they did it. So good on them for holding it down. Enigma, again, a team that you were so passionate about at the start of the day. Furia getting the winner chicken dinner, 14 points. But Death Wolves going big with 26 to double point, showcasing how massive it can be.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, Death Wolves, they got 2nd place. They denied 2 points to Furia, just giving themselves even more of a little bit of a breathing room, them deciding, hey, you know, this is the kind of gameplay we want to do, especially with it being double points. I mean, the jump between the team that actually won the game and 2nd place, it's miles apart from each other.
Right. Yeah, because of the double points, right? I mean, it makes that much of a difference. Alpha7 getting 20 for themselves. Team Liquid sitting at 9. So I do believe, unofficially at this point, Alpha7 should be back in the number 1 spot over Team Liquid, who's held it for several days now. We go to 9 through 16. The only one really to take note of is in Hyper, 9Z with 6 total points going there. You can throw E7 in there, of course, still on the struggle bus, and NRG Galaxy as well. Double points not benefiting them at all today, which is quite sad, but it is what it is. Now we look at overall rankings. There it is, right, Hot Jukes. Alpha7 for the first time in a long time back in the driver's seat.
Ooh, yes, they are, and it's only going to get bigger. That's right, that gap will grow as we still have a couple of matches left to go. But, you know, Team Liquid, they're definitely putting work. I'm proud of a lot of these squads. It's good to see Death Wolves utilize this opportunity as well in that last game. With 2 games left, Death Wolves can definitely make a big impact as well.
They can, but man, I'm actually shocked at how big that gap is from 2nd place Team Liquid Enigma down to Royals of War. I mean, Alpha7 Team Liquid really starting to separate themselves from the pack.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping that Death Wolves, with today being their double points day, they're able to kind of almost even pass Royals of War, start getting up around that 300-point range. Let's say if they get another top 2, top 3 finish, a lot of eliminations coming in the last few games, that team has the possibility of making that gap look a lot smaller. It's just right now, it's a big task for them.
On to the 2nd page, and we've got a new addition, All Glory Gaming, Hot Jukes, dropping down.
Dropping down a point, that's pretty rough. But, you know, we saw some signs of life with them in the last Erangel match. So, you know, I'm not too scared, you know, for them here. The big thing is, though, you're right. We're seeing a massive gap between 2nd and 3rd. That was 61 total points. So, a lot of these teams need to do it. Unfortunately, NRG, 9Z as well.
Yes.
Well, I mean, where are they at?
Non-existent, man, which is tough. I expected so much from them, given their... Well, NRG Galaxy was always a question mark. They didn't have the best day yesterday either. I think only getting like 36 points as a whole, if I'm not mistaken. But expected a lot from 9Z. I mean, 9Z yesterday was absolutely stellar, and they were consistent. So coming into today, I thought they were going to just be a knockout team, right? And escalate themselves up the standings, which is what they did yesterday. But Nah, it's just not their day-to-day, unfortunately. 2 more games, though, right? We've seen Team Liquid on the back end with the last 2 games pick up 98 points. So there's always a chance, whether it be Death Wolves, whether it be 9Z, they can still make an impact. But we're going back into Miramar, which is pretty interesting because iNCO, Royals of War, which have been in this fight, right, to see who's going to take over 3rd place and continue to move on up to top 3. Well, they've got a game coming up that should benefit the both of them. But Titan Gaming, what's going on with them? Well, we got Sarpatch out there to interview Titan Gaming with Red Ox. Let's hear what he had to say.
I don't know why you put the camera somehow. Anyways, Redux, how are you guys? 3 matches down. What are the sensations from the team?
Yeah, at this moment we're just playing for fun. We're having fun between us. But we'll see. We're waiting for one more player to come, maybe next week.
Yeah.
And then we can start playing more seriously. But for now, we're just looking what's ahead of us. That's it.
We're waiting for Crow.
Crow will not come. Maybe another player will come. Just still talking about this. It's a surprise.
Oh, we can't know yet.
No. You can't know. It's a surprise.
My job is to ask. So, could you tell me, please?
No, it's surprise.
Guys, we'll have to wait till next week. These guys are having fun. We're having fun as well. It's a good show. Let's go back to you guys.
Everything alright?
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, and map number 5 is about to be coming at you. We're going into Miramar, a map where iNCO Gaming took just a little bit earlier. And let's not forget as well, Be Bold and Royals of War. iNCO, Royals of War, both fighting for the top 3 spot. I believe Royals of War actually sits in the top 3, currently in 3rd, and yes, they do. Deathwolf's trying to catch them. They're on their double points day, an opportunity for them to get there, potentially anyways, depending on how their next map, Miramar, goes. Of course, Hot Jukes Enigma joining me on the desk. About to hop into map 5. Only 2 more games to go, Hot Jukes. We've seen double points not really be the biggest impact outside of Alpha7, who we expected to do a little bit better, but granted, they've done enough to not only separate themselves from Team Liquid, but the rest of the pack.
Yeah, for sure. I think especially in the first few games, Alpha7 just kept getting caught, right? There were certain situations where they were pushing on that edge, another team third-partied them, and they just got taken out. But every other game so far, they've been putting in work, right? They had a crazy 40-point match. You can't ask for more than that. In that Sandhawk in particular, considering where their position was, I think they did very, very well. If they get a good position in these next 2 zones, they get a little bit of luck. That's literally all they need. They get just a little bit of luck, and these guys are going to go crazy.
Little bit of luck, huh? So I guess Enigma avoiding SLR is the luck they're looking for. Remember, we had that big house fight. It was between Team Liquid, it was Alpha7, and then it turned to be SLR. So if they can avoid them, they'll be just fine. Hey, out there in chat, the PMSL pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Who's going to take it? Going into map number 5, Miramar. Will it be iNCO? Will it be Royals of War, Be Bold, or someone else? Well, without further ado, let's hop into map 5 with Hot Jukes and Enigma.
Map number 5, the last Miramar that we're going to be able to see today. And this is the last double points day of the week. Are we going to see 9Z? Are we going to see NRG Galaxy do something here in the last 2 matches? I mean, I feel like we heard Taylor talk about, like NRG only got like 36 points yesterday.
Yeah.
They have 7 right now in Enigma.
And I mean, like, if we're still looking at single digits, we're talking it's high elimination focus for a lot of these teams, and we're only dropping 7 points. It's not a nice pill for anyone to swallow. And for the squad, I mean, I'll put them under the microscope any minute, any day of the week per se, because I know the capabilities of these players. I've competed alongside, if not against them, whether it's international or in more domestic situations, and they're dropping the ball right now. There's no other way around it. This squad on paper should be up in that top 8 ranking. In my eyes, they should be performing the best out of any of the NA teams, and unfortunately that's not the case. And Hyper really impressing me right now with their level of play coming into this first week of play, but NRG, they're the ones we're focusing on. You have the double points, and we're still not even breaking double digits with it almost.
Crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. It's hard. Like you said, it's a tough pill to swallow for sure. So, I mean, you have 2 matches left. We saw a few days ago that in the last 2 matches, I think it was even Team Liquid. Yeah, I think it was Team Liquid who were able to clutch it up on their double point.
Yeah.
Game. So, yeah, anything could happen for sure. I mean, with 2 back-to-back crazy matches, we could see 100 points.
Yeah.
That's how crazy it is, you know? So, anything can happen. Let's see how it starts with Mafioso.
What the... Is that a knife?
Absolute shanking FS.
Wow.
Brutal.
What do you even say to that? Like, I gotta assume, like, Mafioso, like, had a weapon, and then he just chose to, like, give him the knife fight in the open. Like, he had the vehicle. I really hope we got a replay of that or something going on. But, I mean, not only is it NRG, the ones that are lacking, I believe 9Z as well, only having 6 points, 3 of them doubled for the day. So it's this, I guess, group we're looking at, Group D, is really falling under the ball in terms of double points other than Alpha7.
Yeah. I mean, the double point utilization is at an all-time low for sure. And hopefully we can see something happen. I mean, it's crazy how powerful it is. I can't stress it enough. It's not over. It's not over.
Yeah.
That's for sure. 2 matches, you could do a lot with 2 matches with double points. So Let's see if that actually ends up happening, though. A lot can happen here with this zone here. What stands out to you, Enigma?
Well, for the most part, everyone's on the top right of the map, even if you're in the zone, and everything on the south side is completely free for the taking. So I'm hoping that we could see these teams really utilize Miramar's, I guess, vastness and terrain to really kind of work around in these early zones to find yourselves spots inside the white, not be sitting in blue zone, because we've seen it time and time again. These teams make the same rotations and they end up congesting all parts of the map. Sandhawk especially just now, Alpha7, we're talking NRG, Hyper, Entity 7 as well. All were just congesting that south side. So Miramar, I'm really hoping these teams make sure not to overstress in those first 2 or 3 zones and find their way into zone when they feel comfortable going in.
Yes, indeed. I got to agree with you there. Let's see the rotations, how they're going to work. And Hyper going to be doing that without their player FS. That is definitely not going to feel too good, especially with how he went out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you, Alpha7 is just bullying in Hyper at this point.
I mean, they didn't like it from the other days, you know, like they had their number, their name in the book, so to speak. They pulled out their death note and they're like, yeah, we're going to put Hyper right in here. We're going to be doing all that sort of stuff. So real nice stuff to see, of course, from Alpha7. They're doing their research throughout each day on top of playing their game. But obviously with us being NA, I'm an English caster. I really wish it was on a different team other than Hyper.
That's for sure. Well, you know, our partnership squad having definitely some trials here,
yeah.
But you know, after talking to Starlight, he did say that this is a new squad. They're looking to, you know, make some adjustments together. So there is definitely a learning curve for sure. And if you're gonna learn against one team, it's gonna be against Alpha7. So nice shots there. If he was able to get that knock, he would have been okay, but not able to get the thirst. And you could just see the disappointment on the faces at Hyper.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of knew that something was maybe going to happen. Alpha7 knows where you land. They're expecting you to kind of make this rotation. And to be honest, in my eyes, I think it's just Hyper got a little careless with thinking they wouldn't keep pushing that sort of pedal to the metal and going for the rest of the squad. Now Hyper down to just the 2 players. And obviously it's Baton and Star. We've seen a lot of stuff out of them, but how much can you really do as a duo coming into the game so early on?
Yeah, that's always the question right here. I mean, when you lose 2 players like that, you just know that, this game's pretty much over at this point. Unless you're Alpha7. We've seen them actually do some crazy stuff. So hopefully they don't give up.
Some crazy
you know
stuff.
What? Their doubles day. Yeah, their double day points coming this Thursday. So they'll have some time to hopefully do some research. If there's any team that's really good at like hitting the books, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And making adjustments, it's Hyper. So I'm really interested in seeing how things work out after week 2, because teams will have a couple days to do their homework, make some plans, and you know that kind of makes the whole lobby difficult because now everyone's changing their play style for the most part. But at the same time, right, it gives you the chance to do whatever it takes to get your players, right, your squad in the right mindset here. You know, one team that definitely needs to do that's SLR. SLR currently all the way in last place.
I mean, they've got Koi on that roster, but comparing Koi to Starlight, where, you know, he's competed internationally and stuff like that, I think Starlight's an invaluable asset for Hyper. He's not one that's willing to sugarcoat things. He's one that's willing to address errors, even if it's his own, about stuff like that. And some of these squads, I think, are a little too afraid. Maybe they don't say it the correct way in terms of how errors should be brought up and things should be changed. And Hyper is the team that does make those changes. And SLR, maybe it's the difference between Kindness being here or not. We're not too sure. But Koi himself, we've seen, you know, some moments of life out of SLR. But with this being 90 games total, you're having to play. It's not just the 30. It's not just 1 weekend to play. We're talking 3 weeks of play. You need to make sure everyone's dialed in for more than just 1 week.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. You got to make sure everybody is set and ready to go. And I wonder what's going to happen with, you know, some of these squads like SLR. Like, will we see Kindness show up in this tournament? If that happens, we could definitely see some adjustments. Not to mention, you know, Titan Gaming, we're still waiting for Crow to show up as well. If they do, I mean, anything can happen with these double points days, but it's going to be a tough road to cross. That's for sure.
Yeah. And with double points, I mean, you're limited as well on it being just essentially just 2 days after this, you get 4 double points. You need to make sure that all of your other days are smooth and fast, I guess you could say, kind of fluid in terms of your team's motion, because we're seeing the teams that do have that flow state. We're looking at the top 3 of the leaderboard, stuff like that. When we compare it to the bottom, it's night and day of the difference.
Oh, absolutely. Completely night and day. And oh! Speaking of night and day, that's a night and day kind of zone shift right there. We're going all the way to the south. And you know when you see a shift like this, that hard shift side is always wide open.
Yeah.
So you can see Death Wolves instantly heading towards that direction. E7, who cares what they're doing at this point? We need to see a lot more before we start talking about them. But Alpha7 are going to have to get on the move on. They're in Elpos, so they know this area like the back of their hands. Maybe they're trying to get some loot, get ready, but they got a long way to go. Koi getting ran over by Titan Gaming. Some NA on NA violence right there.
And you can't really blame Titan Gaming because you never know which team you're against. But if you're Titan Gaming, maybe that'll be a bit of a breather. You're seeing these teams that fought early on rotating into you, knowing where they drop on the map and that sort of stuff, being like, hey, you know, this team in front of us might be the rest of SLR, might be the rest of Hyper. And now we're seeing these teams really start to get caught out on the rotations because you're thinking this side of the map's free, Jukes. When in actuality, with all this early game fighting going on, it's slowing everyone up, and this is where the congestion, the fiesta, the party really starts to unfold.
You are absolutely correct. And oh man, the fiesta's definitely starting to take off here. As you can see, Cardosen on the move. Team Liquid looking to close that gap even further. I mean, it's so crazy. It's Alpha7's day, but man, the point differential isn't that large. And that's what I kind of like here is I've been waiting for the end of the week to see where everyone stands because everybody has their double points day. It's going to show the true leaderboards, right?
Yeah.
Man, but Alpha7 with 2 games left can do a lot of damage. They already have 2 eliminations. They are not in a good position of this zone, though. They, oh, it looks like they're actually hugging it. So they're hugging this circle on the left side of the map. Yep. And they're just hugging blue, going all the way to the hardship side like I talked about earlier. And it looks like that might just work out for them.
Yeah, it's looking like a little spiral play they're doing, just making sure they're not eating blue's damage to waste meds and stuff like that. The unfortunate thing for them is there's a lot of teams mirroring them. I'm looking at NRG, AGG as well. We could maybe even see the rest of SLR hold up all of Alpha7. So these teams, I like the idea of rotating the southern side. I'm just interested in seeing if they end up fighting each other or not.
Yes, indeed. Let's see if they're gonna make that fight indeed. As right now we're watching Redox just hold this spot, maybe trying to get a little bit of sight lines. Okay, he does spot FURIA there. Will he take the shots though? Patience is a virtue in these kind of situations.
See, one thing I gotta note though, Chooks, is he's got a mini and then an S12K. He's got no automatic. So it's either he's all for the long range or he's all for the close range. There's going to be no in between. And we've seen it really pigeonhole players when they don't have the right gun in certain situations. So hopefully that doesn't happen. That's not the case. For Titan Gaming, we do see the zone shift as well. Instead of keeping that tried and true south side, it goes right back up to the northeast. TL loving these zones today.
Oh, yeah. Team Liquid getting very, very fortunate. I don't know how, man. Entity 7 always end up center circle. It is so hilarious. If these guys could really show that if they could start fighting, man, they would be crazy on the leaderboards, but they just can't seem to utilize it. Meanwhile, here we go. Team Queso on the push against FURIA. Jump shot. From Silence, not able to make it happen there. Nice little stiff arm there from FURIA, shutting down Team Queso on this push.
Yeah, but it's not just them. AGG's now raining down terror from up the hillside. FURIA actually had a bit of a rat play going on in the building. They didn't know Artozen was that far forward as a squad, and being able to keep all 4 players up is a blessing for this squad. But look at that, another blessing. Nice little crate for him, 3 gear, but AGG is going to have something to say.
Oh, yes, they are. Let's see what happens, though, because that third party did come out, but FURIA has their entire squad up. So it is going to be a fair fight between these two, but they're going to still want to finish this fight sooner than later. This is on the edge of the circle. There are teams quite close by, and if they hear this fight, they're going to come and third party it. So This is not like we saw in that last Erangel match where, you know, we could see two teams share. This is not that chance. They have to fight this out sooner than later.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, I really have to get the counter out, so to speak, of how many teams we're at, because we're talking 1, 2, 3 teams now at this compound. There's a very good possibility it could go to 4 or 5 if other teams hear this sort of action, but FURIA getting a bit of a blessing, having TQ as kind of this 5th member for the squad. AGG now forcing themselves up onto the compound, trying to salvage this sort of fight. But if you're TQ, you gotta worry about the door.
Rolls of War, poking some shots. Say, hey, you forgetting about that door? You can't just stand out in the open. Well, M2M's just trying to make the best of a bad situation. And Hyper already here, you know, and like I talked about, the longer this fight goes on, the worse you're going to be off, because the third party could definitely push on through, but then Hyper only have 2 members.
Yeah, the beauty is, I think, and Hyper's just got to go for those eliminations. Try to get the thirst, a few extra points, and then you just stay on top and wait for the next zone shift. FURIA is really struggling on these sort of pushes, I think, in the compound. They know there's another squad, but it's just like he said just now. Titan Gaming as well. They were kind of looking at this fight. Eliminated. Off screen.
Gone. M2M now gone. That's Team Queso out of there. Now here comes Hyper on the push. Looking to take advantage of all the chaos that's going on here. Well, they only have 2 members, but they are starting to amp up that aggression. Here comes Baton. He's going to have to win this fight versus Melgar. Melgar's going to go ahead and Molotov. Yeah, double molly those stairs and try to get this first aid off. The stars have any utility at all. Anything throwing up these stairs, and he's out of there.
I mean, Baton's got 2 mollies and 5 frag grenades. He could start making people move upstairs, I guess you could say. But the issue is it's the full man of FURIA waiting for you guys to start really fighting each other. And at this point, I'm just seeing it as a shooting gallery for FURIA. 1 already knocked Starlight. I mean, he's just trying to hold on for an extra point or 2. Not going to be the case. AGG as well eliminated in that altercation. So FURIA, they chose to turtle up, and everyone else fought each other, and they reaped the rewards.
Great timing from FURIA right there. Alpha7 in the mix with Influence Rage, and now Deathwolf. Deathwolves, oh my gosh, they are on the last legs right here, as it's just obscure. Was that Alpha7 in the blue zone for a second? No, it's Deathwolves that are still in there. Okay, so they are, stuck out there. Not looking good. Alpha7 starting to heat up and right on time here. I mean, look at those shots they're taking.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, they don't really have to move too far into the next zone. Now with FURIA making the move onto Alpha7, they really have to worry about this fight, but everyone's just sending it, Jukes. They're trying to say, we have more manpower than you. Rio now down to a 1v3 situation, getting caught out. Now it's just going to be down to McGrellin to salvage it for the squad.
McGrellin trying to take some shots, not able to hit it, and now this is going to be it for Alpha7. If they were able to win that fight, it would have been huge, but they couldn't do it and lost it. Give me that. I'll take that point from you, and that is Alpha7 out of there. The door's open for Team Liquid to try to take that spot back. And it's not going to be an easy task because they got quite a few points they have to get here, but it's possible. FURIA, though, man. FURIA have really been turning it on. 8 eliminations so far. They're looking good.
Yeah, I mean, they're moving as one whole unit as well. It's not just 1 or 2 players kind of popping off. This whole squad is on the same wavelength, and we're seeing them go against Influence Rage now on this hillside. And I think if you're INF, you got to kind of realize that FURIA is on one right now. You cannot be contesting this team on the hillside, especially with the zone shift happening. And with it happening so soon, it might not even be a worthwhile fight for your squad.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. It might not be. So, a little calm before the storm here. As everybody is now taking their location. But with this zone about to pop, they're going to get moving here. So this is definitely that planning phase. You got to be talking to your teammates. Going to be asking questions. Hey, where are we going if the zone goes here? Where are we going if the zone goes there? You got to have that plan in place because once that zone pops, you got to start moving.
I think vehicles are a big key sign of if a team's really thinking of that. If you see someone start moving around, they're waiting, you know, they're kind of just doing circles, waiting for that zone shift. 99% of the time, they're looking at the map. They're waiting for that IGL to drop that pin and say, we need you to take this. We need you to move for it. And these teams, we're seeing time and time again, the ones that are able to make that, even just microseconds of a decision time, it could be the game changer in these fights.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It can make all the difference in the world. And let's see what happens here. As the zone is going to go ahead and transfer over. No matter what, Team Liquid's going to be in a great position Oh, and the zone center's up right on top of them. So this is really Team Liquid's chance to try to get back that first place position.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with Alpha7 eliminated early on, you just want to make it into the late game. They are the squad that starts accumulating elimination points later on as the match progresses. But these other teams, everyone on the south side, we're looking at FURIA, we're looking at NRG, we're looking at Influence Rage, all fighting for their own spots in zone. And oh my, Fate, I don't even think he realized there was a solo in the shack.
That's right. Yeah, you never know. You always got to pre-fire that shack just in case, because there could be a little snake waiting to bite you. And that's exactly what happens. Meanwhile, you got iNCO, throwing nades on the B-bolt. They're done for. Yeah, nothing you could do in that position.
Yeah, just steamrolled. I mean, good pre-fires out of iNCO. You know the nades are doing big damage for the squad. And if you're B-bold, you know, we've seen them in these late-game spots. It's pretty convincing starts for the most part, but not really able to put themselves together. We're seeing just complete dominance from these other squads over some of these other teams. Be They've been in a lot of these late game shoots. I've liked their positioning. Unfortunately, it seems like the gun skill's lacking.
They definitely, when they have their back against the wall and the play is obvious, they can make it happen. But yeah, some of these fights where you kind of have to have your head on a swivel, it can get really, really intense. Yeah. And it's hard, I will say that, because there's so many shots going on everywhere. At LAN, it's even more difficult because sometimes it's really hard to hear with everything going on, in the stadium. So that's a big factor. We don't really talk about it, but LAN does, definitely you have to level up in order to be the best.
One thing I want to note real quick, Chase, while you were talking there, Influence Rage got an opening knock on an NRG, completely hit the 180 against their FURIA push and instantly turned their sights towards NRG. Really just getting exploited right now, it seems. Kind of just abused in these lobbies of just someone gets knocked, maybe finished early on, and then you're just too afraid to take this 3v4. You start getting picked apart by what seems, I wouldn't even call them vultures, because they're doing way more than just that.
Well, let's see what ends up happening as Augustus is trying to make things happen for food. Yeah, they have 8 eliminations so far. Influence Rage are making some noise as well. As far as the teams with double points, hey, E7. I'm sorry, 9Z still up with 2 players. But man, unfortunately, 0 eliminations once again.
Yeah, and I mean, I said it at the start of the broadcast, all the bonus point days, eliminations is what's going to matter most. That's you being able to take the game into your hands. You've talked about it so much before, Jigs, about how you want to see aggression. You want to have the game in your fingertips, at least, not leaving it up for the zones. And we're seeing the teams that are actually comfortable with doing that against some of the best competition in the world. And the other teams that aren't, they're really getting just abused.
Yeah, it is definitely a tough road to cross for sure. I mean, this level, things change entirely. How you play, your communication has to level up, the whole 9 yards. And we've seen the teams that have been able to do that, others that can't. And right now, we still have 9 teams rating, so a little bit of a quiet as we got 40 seconds on the clock. But all these teams on the edge, they're going to start making plays here. FURIA is one of them. Royals of War's another. Team Liquid, though, man, these guys are set up looking pretty.
I was going to say, they've got the tents, they've had the barbecues out, they've gone fishing, they've done out all the 9 yards, I think you can think of at this compound alone. And obviously, Entity 7's kind of been next to them, holding their hand just outside the compound. All these teams on the south side, I mean, they've had to go through a bloodbath to even get into this zone, and for the most part, it's not even stopping here.
Yeah, it's not stopping at all, man. It just freaks me out to see Entity 7. These guys seem to know exactly what to do when it comes to rotations. They always find themselves in a really good spot. They just don't have the gun skill to make it happen. Choco getting taken out by FURIA. Man, that leaves 9Z eliminated.
Oh, man.
Another 0-point game.
And we're talking, 9th place. Like, they were just there to get the placement point, and then they don't even get it at that. So what is that, 3 if not 4 games now for a big old goose egg? We're seeing a lot of these teams. I'm seeing the same names pop up in this elimination feed. FURIA, Team Liquid, unfortunately for Royals of War, they're the ones on the worst end of it, down to just a 2-man fighting their way into zone. But all these teams now, they're really starting to feel the pressure of what this final day of the week looks like.
though, for sure. I mean, it is definitely starting to get intense. Oh, one of the players from ND7 got a knock.
Okay.
Let's go.
A thirst, though?
Can they get the thirst? They have 2 eliminations so far. Not bad. Not bad for ND7. Hey, they're leveling up. They are leveling up. Currently in the battle for not last place with Super Lazy Reflex. And if they keep playing the way they are right now, they might just win that battle. But FURIA, man, 11 eliminations. These are the people to watch right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. The elimination spread as well is just completely even. It's not just one player really doing it. And we talk time and time again about team synergy and kind of what that looks like. And a lot of people, especially viewers, don't really get to experience how crucial of a mindset that is, because everyone's thinking their own way of what play we can maybe make, maybe how I should peek this, if I should peek or not. If everyone's on the same wavelength, but thinking of different things and everyone's coming together like pieces of a puzzle, it really starts to let you paint these pictures of seeing, okay, this play's going to win us the game from zone 4, from zone 5. And a lot of people aren't able to see that. And I'm happy that you and I are able to kind of expose that for teams and being like, hey, this is the thought process that these people are going through. And this is something that anyone is capable of doing. If you feel like you have that sort of competition, this is the right place for you.
I'll tell you what, dude. I can tell you one mindset. Franco, do not leave that building right now. Because you walk outside, you're going to get thirsted real quickly. The zone does pop, though, and it launches onto Team Liquid. I mean, these guys, oh, it is just a fun in the sun party. This is that dream scenario. So Team Liquid, I mean, they're most likely going to win this game. But they also need to get some eliminations as well. They only have 2. They could definitely start racking them up, though. Yeah,
I think the main thorn in their side is they've got the Royals of War duo behind them. They know they're there, but iNCO Gaming is preventing you from kind of pushing in and really being able to accumulate those elimination points. I'd like to see them maybe after the zone closes start really pressuring themselves outside of the compound to pick up these elimination points. My only worry is a lot of them are going to be gone by the time they make that choice.
That's a good point. That is a good point. But you know what? We haven't really been talking a lot about iNCO. I said that iNCO was going to end up in 7th at the end of the day here. And I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that they are going to hold on and make it into top 5 with how they're playing here. 3 eliminations so far. You got ND7 to your left. You don't got to worry in the world. Oh, you gotta, and look at that shot. Oh my gosh. Nenebete shutting them down.
And you knew at some point they were going to have to leave the building. This is the difference between when your team is ready for it and when it's not, picking up, if not 1, 2, 3 eliminations to their name. FURIA now controlling themselves on the south side against Influence Rage. And now it's just a matter of which teams get eliminated first for those extra placements.
That's a good point. Who's going to get eliminated first? It's going to be Influence Rage. Just like that. iNCO Gaming still up and running with 5 eliminations to boot. And that's only going to get bigger and bigger here. Because, oh, actually, no. Obscure with a nice shot. Last player up for Death Wolves. Still trying to poke the bear. Make things a little bit more difficult for some of these squads. Throwing that nade, trying to get that confirmation. Oh, but a nice long nade from Nunez shuts them down.
Yeah, iNCO, I mean, every player's just been on top of it this tournament with the utility usage. And iNCO Gaming, obviously, I don't think they'll be able to get the reset on their player just yet with FURIA holding them. But all these teams, it's anyone's game in terms of where that sort of zone goes. And something I got to know, Chicks, is Cardozo and TL again being able to start really pressuring themselves out of that compound and holding iNCO to the side of the road.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's what you got to do in this kind of scenario. You got to just annoy those players, make it more difficult for them to move. And right now it's FURIA that have the big advantage with the circle. They have that hill coverage. Not a worry in the world. Team Liquid, if all their members were grouped up together onto Chief, it'd be okay. But look what happens when you try to split. Now you got a 2 versus 3.
I mean, they're pushing in.
They're doing it. They're doing it.
That's the difference. FURIA getting the third-party angle there, Jukes. iNCO now down to just Nenebete. This is the player that was hitting those mini shots, was hitting the frags earlier on. Now Team Liquid, they were essentially able to just stay on the bottom side of the hill and let FURIA beaten up iNCO Gaming. So now It's looking like a 4v4 situation coming up, Jukes. It's still anyone's game.
Well, why did iNCO Gaming even push that? You know, they could have just been where Nunenabeta was, hold that spot for a little longer, but he peeks.
Wow.
And Adrian shuts him down. So Team Liquid keep their entire squad up, and now they're on the rotation. Chief up close. Oh, I thought Augustus was going to get that angle. He was not. But Chief beat up down to 1 HP. Gets taken out. That's going to make things difficult. Oh, but Team Liquid full sending it. Now they have the hill priority. They take out Team FURIA. Team Liquid looking to take this chicken dinner with their own hands here. It's Cardosin. This nade might just seal the deal here. Can he hit it? Oh, it puts him down to 1 HP. He's in trouble.
Yeah, but look at this. I mean, they have center zone priority now, and he's not even going to wait. Cardosin forcing himself into the 1v1 action. 1v3 situation now for Adrian. Can he muster it together? Let's get some shots on a Mythic, but the rest of the squad, I mean, they're all up. All you have to do is get some tags. And Team Liquid, the team that looked like they were maybe biting off too much they could chew, really just putting on a clinic in this final Miramar.
Man, what a game. What a game. You could see the excitement on your face. You know when you earned a victory.
Yeah.
And that was an earned victory right there for Team Liquid. They did not get blessed at all with zone. I'm just kidding. No, they definitely did. Right? But they're towards the end. It was not, they had to make it happen, and they definitely did.
Yeah, and for the most part, I'd really like to get Taylor's opinion of it, see if he was able to catch some key notes of it, because that push from Team Liquid onto the FURIA players, I mean, I don't think any of us were even expecting that.
No, but it was brilliant. The way that they, first off, they split just a little bit earlier on iNCO, which I know there was kind of a question, is it going to work? And they start hitting the shots like, oh, it is working out for Team Liquid, right? But the way that they dismantled FURIA in the last moments in that 1v1 was absolutely brilliant. Really shows the strategic prowess of Team Liquid as a whole and why they're so successful consistently. But you got to give credit to FURIA, the way that they work through the map. In fact, number 1 and number 2, right, Team Liquid, FURIA, two distinct styles of play and two distinct paths to get to the last two teams, right? So Hot Chooks, you look at Team Liquid, right, and you said they're not blessed at all, right? But they were absolutely blessed by zone from start to finish and pretty much stayed exactly where they started, right? And then where they finished. Whereas Team FURIA, they worked their way through the entire map. In fact, going through in Hyper, Team Queso, Alpha7, and then 2 from Influenced Rage, ultimately to work up to 16 eliminations. You gotta give them credit where credit is due, but it's so interesting to see one team stay put and get first place, one team work their way through the entire map and get second.
Right, you are. I mean, I'll tell you what, FURIA, they did it the hard way. And when you do it the hard way, you end up with a game with a ton of eliminations, and that's exactly what they did. Hopefully they continue to replicate this playstyle, because it's not easy to do. It's not easy to have to put from the edge and have to fight, 3-4 squads just to get in zone, and not to mention do it all victorious while they did it. So I mean, man, FURIA, I'm expecting a lot of things from this squad. I called them one of my sleeper teams at the start of this tournament after day number 1, and hopefully come week 2, they can make it happen just like they did today on their double points day.
You guys are onto something. I mean, Enigma, you called out FURIA at the beginning of the day, saying this is a team you expected to perform well, and now back-to-back maps, they go from Sandhawk, where they get first place, winner chicken dinner, granted with much less eliminations. We're talking only 4, but still impressive, and then to Miramar, second place with 16 eliminations. It is massive. This is that final fight that you were talking about, Enigma. I'll give you a second chance to kind of walk me through it.
Yeah, the big thing here was just the pull-up from Cardosin and Ayala. Chief was running out in the open, actually was able to get the FURIA player down to 1 HP, and the big key takeaway is Team Liquid's team was ready to aggress on that. They did not let his damage go to waste. It ultimately resulted in them getting that prime position and winning, and we can see it on the match rankings. They were able to get 20 points to their name alone just from that endgame situation.
Chooks, you said a little bit ago, it was in reference to one team, but it's like, sometimes it helps to get a little bit lucky, right? For Team Liquid, they got a little bit lucky with the zones. Yep. They'll take that to the bank. I'm actually amazed that they were able to get 10 eliminations by literally not going anywhere. I thought for sure they were going to stay put where they were and only end with like 5 elims, 6 elims, but nah, a lot better than I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens. I mean, if you just wait it out to the end zone, you're going to get those eliminations eventually. And they just prove that that's exactly what happens, you know? So, yeah, you know, this game, it's tough at this level. You know, it does take you have to be firing on all cylinders. Your team has to be just one brain, one unit. A lot of work has to go here. And a dash of luck, right? That's what gets you all the way to that first place. But when you get that luck, you have to capitalize on it, right? And Team Liquid definitely did.
They did. Good on them for doing so. That puts them once again above Alpha7. That's going to be a reoccurring theme. I think both teams are going to be jumping ahead of each other, especially whenever we restart again on Wednesday. Good job from Team Liquid. That is a solid game to take, especially as they head into map number 6. Alpha7 only one more game left when it comes to their double points. Same thing for Death Wolves, who jump up to third place. And you know, Haji's back at you, right? Because you got called out a little bit at the start. Death Wolves is one of those teams, and well, Mustache Dave was onto something, right? They're now in third place. Good on them.
Hey, you know, he loves those animal teams. You know what I'm saying? And the Wolves, you know, they're barking, baby. They are starting to bark. I mean, but let's be real, Taylor.
Let's be real.
Look at the difference between second and third place.
I'm saying I called that out early. It's wild, isn't it?
That's big. That is big. What is that? That is 69-point difference.
Nice, yeah, that's a lot.
Nice.
That's a lot when you start thinking about it, right? 69 points. I mean, that means...
I turn that upside down.
Well, 96 gap, and that's a 96 gap might actually end up happening, okay? Especially with how Team Liquid Alpha7 have been playing. We take a look at 9 through 16. Enigma, All Glory Gaming, again, they dropped down a little bit earlier tonight. They will stay there in Hyper once again on the second page. They've been slow ever since their day one, which is unfortunate. We go down the list, and wow, there is a shift from 15 to 16th, though. E7 will move up. Super Lazy Reflex takes 16th.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that's really anything we can be too boastful about, to say the least, because we are talking about 15th, 16th place. I'm looking at B, Bold, and 9Z specifically, though. We've seen just today alone, the games themselves, they've been in some pretty prime positions, really just falling under the pressure of some of these other Goliaths in the lobby. And when you're at this stage of this sort of stage in the tournament and stuff like that, you've made it to this event. There's a kind of a standard we all like to hold to certain teams and stuff like that. And unfortunately, those two teams specifically today, they're completely under it.
And it's one of those things, they got to dig themselves out of that rut, and they got to start taking soul. Shout out to David Goggins, man. This is the time where it's like really start proving themselves, because they're here for a reason. Don't waste your time. They got 10 more days, plus one more game today, right? We're going into Erangel map number 6. So I really hope for those bottom teams, they start to prove themselves. Come on, NA. Let's step it up, please. I know we can do better. Well, that's 5 games down. One more game to go. We're hopping back into game number 6. It's going to be on Erangel. We'll see how that's going to unfold, and will we once again have a shift for first place? Right now, Team Liquid stays there. Will Alpha7 overtake them once again? We're going to find all that out more when we come back. But as we do go to break, we got Zarpatch out there talking to NRG Galaxy's Melez. Let's hear what he had to say.
And here we are with Milas from NRG. Milas, double point day, and still not that good of a day. We haven't been able to get as many points as we would like.
Yeah, we had a decent first game. Then the other 3 games, either we had hardships on the Erangel game. Now on Sandhawk, we had lack of meds. But there's still 2 games, so at least we have to make good at the next 2 games, so we can use the double points.
Sure.
Good.
Sure. And what do you think you'll try to do different on this next 2 matches?
We're gonna be more aggressive for sure. We're not gonna be playing passive.
Okay.
To try to fight teams, because each kill is 2 points, so we gotta take advantage on this.
All right, let's go play violently with violence.
Everything alright?
The PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Shadowman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Chooks and Enigma. 5 games down, 1 more to go. We're hopping back into Erangel, where we started the day. A big victory coming out from Influence Rage with 13 eliminations. Fair to say they've slowed down just a tad, but have definitely been in conversation, whether it be at the edge of zone or just top 3, right? Which I believe they've got at least one more time since then. But today has been pretty good, right? For teams such as Alpha7, they've definitely increased their points. Team Liquid, they've done just fine. Royals of War have taken my heart once again. Yesterday, they were one of my teams that I called out and said, I think they're going to be a great team on double points. They weren't necessarily the best team on double points, but they've still done incredibly well by escalating themselves up the leaderboard, and I believe now sitting in, 3rd place, maybe 4th. There's been some things going on there, but regardless, Game 6, I can't wait to get into it. Alpha7, right? They were the last team to win on Erangel, Hot Chooks, with 11 eliminations. With the race between them and Team Liquid, that's a game number 6, something they should take.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to end up in first place at the end of the day today. I don't doubt it one bit. I mean, it's going to come down to really if they just get third-partied or they get a really unfortunate circle. That just seems to be their kryptonite. I mean, and the thing is, even when they get that, they're one team that, you know, it's like 6 times out of 10 are able to still pull out a solid game. So I don't doubt their ability at all. I think they know what is at stake here. I just hope they don't get into their heads, because I feel like Alpha7's biggest weakness is themselves. Like, if they just start, you know, getting into their minds too much, they start making simple mistakes, they overthink pushes, and then we just see them struggle.
Talking about overthinking pushes, we go back to Erangel, or last Erangel, right? And Enigma, Alpha7 arguably might not have won that game if it wasn't for E7 being timid. If they would have made that push, Alpha7 might not have won.
Yeah, I mean, we were punching the air, to say the least, for the most part. And it really is kind of just like, you know, we sit there and wonder, like, how are we able to see that? And they're not. And that's kind of why we get so irritated when we talk about errors. And yeah, for the most part, they're the competitive players. It's completely different inside of the game and how you view it. But at some point, you're going to need to go back into this VOD review and recognize that, hey, this is what we should have been doing. And hopefully, you know, after this last game, they have a 2-day break. They're able to do just that.
I hope so. We've been really wanting E7 to perform well, and we've gave them some praise throughout the broadcast, but now it's time. It's just like, you cannot continue to be timid against, specifically Alpha7. This is the second time they were timid against Alpha7. It's so heartbreaking to see. SLR, though, Super Lazy Reflex, they ran into a very tough spot whenever they faced off an AK against Deathwolves. I believe it was Guizhou. Taking 3 of them out. SLR forced to survive after that. Hot Chooks, I hope that doesn't happen again.
I don't want to see that again either. I mean, it was just a really unfortunate situation for SLR. They tried what I was talking about, just get some loot, head on over to military base, and then that zone didn't even go to military base, you know? So it's like, you never know what's going to happen in PUBG Mobile Competitive. That, I think, was the most, like, toxic circle we have seen so far in this tournament. And then, you know, to add the cherry on top, just getting your entire squad deleted in 1 second, all headshots, 762. What can you do? What can you do?
What can you do, man? Well, let's talk about 9Z, a team that should have been performing well today, but didn't perform well. 9Z, what's going on with them? Well, let's check them out, man. So 9Z, though, double points today, right? This is an opportunity for them to make a big impact. Yesterday, they get 111 points, or around there. You're thinking today's going to be a 200-plus day, and it just simply wasn't. And I'm so disappointed in that, because I hyped them up a ton yesterday. In fact, we all did. 9Z was supposed to be the record-breaking team today, which I guess you could say that's kind of been the reoccurring theme, Hot Chooks. It's like we see a team perform really well on their or not on their double points day, then they go into double points, and it's like, where did they go? Team Liquid is a fine example of that, albeit they got 98 points off in 2 games, but it should have been a lot better. What's going on with 9Z today, Hutchins?
Mustache Dave.
Is that it?
That's exactly what happened. What have you done to this team, Mustache Dave? They pop off when you're watching them? Is it because you're not here? Right? Is it because of what you said? I don't know. But whatever you did, you have destroyed the squad. Solely you and you alone.
That's harsh.
That's 3 points? 3 points on the entire day, Taylor?
Well, what did hold up? What did Mustache Dave even say? I need a replay of what he actually said to get confirmation that he cursed 9Z.
You're right.
Ending tomorrow, all right? I'm calling it. Write it down, Reflections. iNCO, top 4. I'm sticking with it, all right? Top 4 for iNCO. This one, a little spicier. 9Z, I'm going to say 5th place. I'm putting them there, man. I'm believing in 9Z come tomorrow. So 5th place for them. Top 4 for iNCO.
Okay, so half wrong. Let's give him credit where credit is due. He was right about iNCO, but he wasn't right about 9Z.
I think he was right 100% because I think it was a miswording from him because he said 5th place. I think he meant 5 points.
Oh,
you're that You know why Enigma? You know why he's so confident saying that right where he's at?
It's because he's got the screen. He's got the screen.
It's
behind.
because he's got the screen, man.
Yeah.
He's got, man. You wouldn't be saying that in person.
Yeah.
Enigma, would he be saying that in person?
Oh, I would.
I mean, telling them they gotta get something going. I mean, if Jukes is gonna be saying it on cast, shit, I'll say it in person for him, sort of thing. I'm not too crazy about it at all, but yeah, I mean, someone's got to tell him, and if it ain't the coach, it's got to be me.
All right, well, we'll tell him. We'll tell him all day. It's our job to be real. It's our job to be honest about what's happening. And, man, today is just not 9Z's day. But, hey, they've got one more game. Let's see if they can pull a Team Liquid. Who knows, get 50-plus points to end the day strong. It's game number 6. We're hopping back into Erangel. Will we see the mistakes made before be capitalized on? Well, only the players can answer that. Without further ado, final game of the day, Hot Jukes. Enigma, take it away.
Let's get it going here. Final game of the day. And it is the last chance opportunity, right, for Group D to be able to put up some major points. We've been talking about it all day today. The effectiveness of these double points have been crazy to watch. I love it. What do you, Enigma? I didn't really get to hear your full take, right, on what do you feel about this new format, right? How do you feel about it?
I kind of like it. I like the aspect of, even if you have a bad week, there's still the bonus points, or even just a bad day. You're still able to kind of make up for it if you were to perform on one of the specific days designated to you. Obviously, we're looking at NRG and stuff like that, 9Z, where we expected them to really have their chance to shoot up the leaderboard. When we look near that top section, we're looking at Team Liquid. We're looking at Alpha7. Their points in terms of eliminations, placements, they're essentially elbow to elbow. The only difference is which of their poorer games were on days outside of their their bonus point days. So these teams themselves, I think they really need to look into the factor of we need to perform on these specific days. And it looks like NRG, we were discussing during break, Jukes, if they're going to start dropping on someone, their eyes are set on Titan Gaming.
Of course, they gotta go and pick on some of their NA brothers. And you know exactly where this is at. This is going to be a tough one here. Specs got the B zone. Oh, at a zone. All the way on over the right side of the map. That's going to make things nice and fun. Here we go. Spec and J7 going to be pushing Doran. 2v1. Climbing up the stairs. Nice pre-fire. Uh-oh. Where were you, J7?
And he
stayed
down. He stayed down. Spec wasn't even blocking the stairwell. Doran now, I mean, he got tagged up to 1 HP. Luckily, J7 gets the trade, but it's just, what are we even doing right here, guys? We are absolutely baiting Spec going up the stairs, and it's not just there. Red Ox and Alim now starting to condense down, and oh my goodness, I'm surprised he got away with that. Mela's getting the knock. Now coming in for the side angle. Titan Gaming crumbling after what looked like a promising fight.
Promising fight, but I'm not gonna lie, losing Spec like that is like a dagger in the leg, you know?
Yeah.
That is crazy. I mean, you can tell, right? When the NRG talked about, yeah, this is a relatively new team, we're still trying to get hold of things. That just goes to show how new they are, right? That's 100% a synergy issue. You can't tell me otherwise.
Listen, I agree with that if it's any other player combination, but we're looking at Spec and J7 together. The team that they've played on the same team essentially for the last year and a half, almost 2 years under the same name. So them themselves, it's, I would rather have had, in terms of losing players, I would rather have had J7 go down and thirsted over Spec. Spec's just that monumental of a player. Luckily, though, with NRG, they don't lose Fate at the end of it all. He's able to stay up, picking up 4 eliminations. And with that, the 8 points they accumulate now, hopefully is able to lead to more in the future of this game.
Yeah, this is one of those, that's exactly one of those fights where communication is going to be a big factor. And honestly, I'll blame J7 for that one. I'll blame J7 because, you always want to blame the person who is behind, because the person up front, they don't have eyes behind the back of their head, right? They're focused right in front. If you're J7, you got to tell Spec, wait, I'm coming, right? Or I got to reload, or whatever it is that's taking me too long. I got to tell you to stop, right? Just wait a second, pre-fire it, I'm coming, and then push together.
That's why the TPP angles are such an advantage going upstairs and stuff like that. We get a replay of it. Look at this. Spec, he's first. He's spearheading. He went into the room to make sure he's not blocking the stairs. But J7, I don't know if he thought he heard a frag grenade get pulled or what, but just anchoring down in the bottom of the stairs, just baiting Spec. So really hate to see. Now, luckily, they were able to pull up instantly as Fate was getting pressured at 1 HP, salvaging the rest of the team fight in that manner. But Spec, he made the right play. He kept holding that sort of movement wheel forward, making sure he wasn't blocking J7, and then J7 kind of just kowtowed out of it.
Oh, boy. What can you say? What can you say? Those are some of the worst things to see here at this level, because it is, it's definitely hard to see. Meanwhile, especially when you're so low on points and this is your double point day, you know what I'm saying? NRG losing Spec like that is just, brutal. I can't stress on it enough. But at the same time, we got to look towards the circle. We can see Hyper over by Prison right now. So they made the rotation nice and early. It's good to see them finally in a somewhat central location.
Yeah, and we can already see as well, the spot was contested a bit somewhat with Team Liquid already trying to make those drive-bys around it, just making sure to know what kind of spots are open, because if you have a team like Team Liquid where we just saw last game, if they're given center spot and zone, they're able to make the most of it in the late game. You're wanting to make sure that they're limited to what they have access to.
Oh boy, well, let's just see if they're going to be able to actually utilize this opportunity now, because we haven't seen them in the central zone in a long time, and sometimes it's hard for teams to like change strategies, like you get so used to being in the blue zone, now you're center zone, and it's like almost like you forget what to do. But,
and I think that's kind of just the main key talking point is you're at this level of competition. I expect teams to be able to hit that switch of center zone, edge zone, center zone, edge zone. You got to be able to play all of it, because if not, if you were to compete in this tournament, move on to that next stage, whether you're to qualify for PMGC points or whatnot, and play in that tournament, those teams, we've seen it year after year, they absolutely thrash teams that can't flip that switch themselves. And for the most part, especially with there being so many new teams now, new rosters, you're going to need to make sure that you're able to do that as a team and not just one or two players flipping the switch.
Oh, yes, indeed. Oh boy, well here we go, still stage number 1. People are starting to make their rotations, the calm before the storm. Right here, I'm looking at right now, I'm trying to see if I see anything interesting when it comes positionally wise, but no, the only team still far out of this circle is NRG. NRG are way over there by Primor still. And everybody else is in this one, so what do you think about that?
It's their play style. They've done it time and time again, but unfortunately, there's a reason why they're in 14th place currently, is because their play style is not working to the fullest. Now, maybe they think it's just errors. That's why they keep kind of beating the dead horse with it of, we're going to keep doing the same plays over and over. But we're seeing all these other teams, they landed edge. They're already in zone. They're not wasting the time, the energy, the meds to blue zone and stuff like that. And especially with a zone like this, where if it centers up more towards that shelter area, mansion even, that's all flat terrain, meaning that those earlier zones are going to be crowded with teams on the edge because there's nowhere else to go.
That's a good point. That is a good point. And, man, it's going to be tough to do with just 3 players, right? I mean, if they would have the full squad, could have made something happen. But meanwhile, this is one team that I'm staring at right now. 9Z. What can you do, right? Because we talked about earlier, Enigma. Players and teams, the ability to bounce back after having a couple rough games, right? And 9Z today, they have not been able to do so. Do you think that, like, what would you put their odds of, like, actually having a good game here after seeing what they've done so far today?
20%, if that. It's really going to be on the low side because this is talking, what, the 3rd Erangel now of the day. And the phrase of the day that you had talked about was going back to the basics. And this is the map where you got to be able to run the basics to perfection against this lobby. And unfortunately, they haven't been able to do that at all in any of their matches. So coming into this last game, it's going to be really hard, especially with a zone shift like this. It centers up towards those bunkers at shelter. All these teams, especially them, are going to really start seeing people start making these almost dive bomb plays with vehicles just gunning for spots in zone.
Oh boy. Well, this is a very, very common circle here. I mean, these teams know this zone like the back of their hand, so it's definitely getting back to basics time for sure. As you can see, Team Liquid, they're gonna be holding this wizard tower for now. Mythic trying to find some angles. Team Liquid in a really good position. They're very central. This is actually a really good spot here because no matter where the zone goes, you're gonna have pretty safe rotational paths to get in.
Yeah, and I'm really...
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really interested in knowing where and Hyper went, though, because I'm pretty sure they were holding this part of shelter at one point, and then they kind of just gave it up. I think they opted to actually just play more along the edge on the eastern side. So Team Liquid being able to get away with the central position, you can already see it putting dozens of shots down on all the vehicles. That's all possibilities for them to get another elimination point here, there, anywhere, so to speak.
Oh my gosh. Look at the shot starting to ring out right now. M2M getting taken out. Koi starting to bust out the laser beams. Team Liquid's right there though. So let's see how they end up happening this. Oh, Koi spotting another one. Punishing Team Queso.
Yeah, and I think Team Queso actually just sent it into the bunker. Team Liquid, they're literally just leaving the compound. They're like, hey, these teams are just absolutely butchering each other in these fights. It's not one-sided at all. They're looking for their piece of it all, and I think Silence hasn't really realized that just yet. Koi having to go for these sort of hero plays as a squad, but with Wozan so far away, I think he's playing Graveyard on that north side. He's essentially just isolated in this 1v1 fight with Team Liquid finally congesting down onto you, forcing you into this fight.
Oh boy. Well, yeah, Team Queso, it's just Silence up left. Gonna try to get some more points for his squad. I'm gonna still be staring at these teams with these double points though, and one of them is definitely gonna be 9Z. 9Z, where are you at? It looks like they're holding that lumberyard area.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's not a bad position for sure. So they can definitely utilize it. Koi, Cardosin taking him out. Look at that. Team Liquid looking to push their lead even further. They're trying to push it so far up that no matter what Alpha7 does here, it's gonna be hard to pass up. But at the same time, double points for Alpha7. They get a good double-digit elimination chicken dinner. They're going to be in first place for sure. And the zone does center up, so nothing too special here. As we are now still only stage 2. It's so early, but you can see everyone's fighting right now because they're trying to find that best position. And Silence, yeah, eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, luckily SLR, I mean, they have 3 eliminations to their name, but you're solo now and essentially dead center of zone. FURIA, while this was going on as well, took that northwestern section of shelter, and Team Liquid knows there's a solo down here. They're just going to start sending it in you. They're not letting any sort of placements, elimination points go your way, and I mean, yeah, this is the play. You got to just start booking it.
Yeah, you're going to start booking it indeed, and Entity 7 getting a finish. There we go, on the Be Bold.
All right.
Be Bold going after Entity 7. They're fighting it out. It looks like Entity 7 might be getting the better of them right now. That's got to crush your mental.
Yeah, I mean, it's Entity 7. They're the squad that unfortunately is holding up the bottom, and if you're getting eliminated to them, it's definitely not.
Oh, get out of here, people!
Oh!
That's what I'm talking about. Entity 7 shutting them down.
A win is a win.
Win's a win, baby.
A win is a win.
That's right. Get out of here, they said. Oh my goodness. To be in the lunchroom, right? All week long after getting bodied by Entity 7, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, and I mean, I was hoping we'd get on the player cam too, that sort of starlight action where he stands up and looks across the stage. You know, he's waving at him goodbye or something on to the next week. Like, that would just be insane.
That would be tough. That'd be tough. I mean, you know what? You lose to a team like Alpha7, you know, and you're in the lunchroom with everybody, you know, like, hey man, you gotta be by Alpha7. Now you just put your hands up, and be like, hey, what are you gonna do? You know, 37.
Hey,
that you lose to E7, then you just put your head down. You know what I'm saying? You're just like,
maybe skip lunch the next day.
Yeah, skip lunch. Maybe, you know, just maybe hit the gym. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, get the
put
anger
some tunes
out.
In. Yeah, put some tunes in and just start running. You know.
I mean, even scream into a pillow or something. Like, you got to be doing it all for the most part. Back to the game, though. I mean, NRG, they're chilling. This is the compound just north of Farm. A lot of these teams are realizing just how unplayable center zone is and stuff like that. And with there being 30 seconds left, I see it not as this zone, but when this closes, Jukes, that's when the mayhem's going to happen.
Oh, yeah. The mayhem is definitely going to get started here very, very shortly. 18 seconds left on the clock. You can see Colgo just doing some donuts right now. Trying to, you know, get a little bit of intel. Maybe spot something.
Ooh.
And, he's definitely heard something. Might have been some shots from his teammates. Here's the zone. Where is it going to go?
Ooh.
All right. Locked onto Shelter. Team Liquid in probably the best position in this zone right here. They're so well set up, so they could definitely put some points on the board for sure. See how FURIA is going to be able to utilize it. Meanwhile, Alpha7 are all the way over there by Prison, but hey, they love playing that edge, but they're going to have to work hard for it, especially if they want to pass up Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, they've done it time and time again, though, already, taking these edge fights, but they're not the only team. Royals of War full sending it onto, I believe, iNCO. So both of these squads opting to take this fight immediately, not waiting for the blue zone to really start ticking away at them just yet. And it's looking like 1v2 situation, 1v1 situation, maybe. No, both players up, and I'm seeing a frag get pulled. No connection on it, though, Jukes, but it doesn't matter now. It's just the solo of Royals of War. Let's get the reset off. The S12Ks will reign supreme. iNCO Gaming looks like they'll be able to get a full reset off on the squad coming out on top.
Oh boy, well, let's see what happens. This Royale boy is on the move right now. This is towards that lumberyard area, right? Oh, here comes McGrellin now, starting to put some work on the Death Wolves. That's going to make things more difficult. 9Z tried to capitalize on this, but Alpha7 just made things much more difficult as Rato Boy is on the run right now, trying to find a full blind rotation, just trying to find something.
Yeah, and look at that. I mean, it looked like one of the Alpha7 players was literally on top of his car almost with his own vehicle. So Alpha7 making sure to utilize their 4-man to the fullest. Now 9Z, they were on that south side of the lumberyard. They're the ones that need to be putting shots into Alpha7 right now to start weakening him. Because right now, it's looking like you're giving all the zone space in front of you to Alpha7, and that is not the team you want in front of you.
That is correct. That is one of the squads here that you want to try to avoid unless you get the opportunity to just see them getting pushed by Blue Zone. iNCO Gaming out of there. They went out pretty early, but they got 4 points, so that should at least hold on to their position. They may not get 4th, but they may be able to hold on to 5th place going into next week. Not a bad place to put yourself into, but man, I'll tell you what, 5th place is rough considering that that's almost a 100-point difference from 2nd at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, both 1st and 2nd are in the lobby, 4-man as well. All of them just raining down terror. And Entity 7, this is the team on the far western side. They were actually looking like they were getting kept
they're owning
by NRG, and NRG now just forced it. It looks like almost to just tuck tail. Yeah, drive away into the next zone. Just almost, do you even get to play the game at this point?
Run for your lives, dude. Entity 7 are on a warpath. 8 eliminations so far, and they are hunting down chasing NRG. Psych.
Oh,
we're out of here. That's right. We just bullied you guys. Get out of here. That's what they said. Let me go back, loot up, get my car. See with y'all later.
I'll take your boys' loot. As that was going
Alpha7.
on, yeah, I think Hyper, they were opted out into the field on the north side, pulling up directly onto Alpha7. But look at this, Alpha7 saying, yeah, we'll give you that spot. We're taking the sniper tower immediately. So finding themselves maybe a little bit of breathing room to the next zone. The issue is going to be them rotating away from this with now 9Z and Hyper surrounding them, and the zone shift. I mean, it goes blessingly for NRG. We just wish, Jukes, that, you know, they were a 4-man in this spot, not a duo.
Wouldn't it be nice? But that is not going to happen for them today. They're going to have to do a 2v4 against Entity 7, it looks like. Or 2v3, actually. Meanwhile, on this side of the map, all these guys are outside of the circle, and 9Z is going to start pushing up on the Alpha7. 9Z need these points. And if you're going to take out one squad, it might as well be one of the top teams in the lobby. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, a lot of frag grenades getting pulled, but it's looking more on the side of Alpha7. McGrellin chilling in the first floor, but a little underhand toss,
No
1
way.
HP. And look at this.
No way!
It's not even all the squad there, Jukes. Revo's outside of the sniper tower as well. You're going to be able to support the duo that's holding down this fort.
How does Alpha7 hold this tower, considering? They should have been long gone right now, but Carrillo and McGrellin refusing to go out without a fight. And you can see Carrillo looking in that direction, trying to find an opening. And Hyper are over here as well. They could definitely cause some havoc. But instead, they're just going to wait. Here comes the blue zone. And now, here comes NRG Galaxy trying to get their revenge with those shots from across the way. Ooh, Melez doing some fancy schmancy stuff, popping in and out those vehicles. Nice little pop in, vehicles, you know, seat switch and then pop out. Very, very nice. Another nade's going to be coming, though. What can he do? His back is literally against the wall here. Oh!
AGG as well. I mean, they're shooting you. He's trying to go for the vehicle play. He has to go at least for a few placements because they're not even going to get a placement point. If they get eliminated this early, they'd be going out in 10th place if they were to get wiped out. And we're talking 2 solos on this west side. AGG actually leaving the compound that they had full control of. FURIA as well. And I don't see either of these solos making it out into the next zone.
Oh, boy. It's not looking good. Entity 7 now finally taken out. But they got 9 eliminations. This is one of their best games so far, at least in my eyes here. Maybe that could be helping out their mental going into next week. But we still got FURIA. FURIA is still in the mix. Influence Rage as well. Team Liquid holding it down. This is one of the best spots to hold in shelter. So they are nice and set up.
Yeah, they were holding Influence Rage's spot, and then you had called it that, you know, hey, they're going to have a prime spot to move into the next part of zone. TL goes before everyone. They even have someone down in the bunker to make sure that they don't get snuck up on. And the crazy thing is while all this was going on, AGG was holding both of the compounds on the southern side of zone. No one opted to push that. Everyone chose to fight on the mountain or go to the north side, and all these teams just were able to sit back and be like, yeah, just come to me. Give me the elimination points now.
Oh, boy. Well, let's see what ends up happening. Is Simple is still alive, and 9Z are still trying to put something on the board here as their last opportunity. They are going to pass up that 5-point prediction from Dave, so they're already in the green there. Meanwhile, you got Influence Rage on the push. Wow! Punishing Team Liquid! Team Liquid with one of the best positions, not able to hold on as Influence Rage completely evicts them from the spot.
Yeah, the problem is with TL's spot is that it's so hard to hold your actual own top side of the bunker. Influence Rage is able to just pull up for free. It takes 1 smoke grenade for you to completely obliterate Team Liquid sightlines. And now we're seeing it, unfortunately, now to just a duo. They will have to make that send up the stairs at some point. They are not in this next zone. And with there only being 10 seconds left, they're already starting to cook those smoke grenades.
Well, Alpha7 are now gone. That should cement Team Liquid as being the first place team after week number 1. SLR going to go out to the blue zone here. Never mind. Chief is going to take that point from them just like that. You never want to peek while you're still gun switching, folks.
Yeah.
Because that is going to hurt. Chief, on fire. Not good. Yeah, they are completely stuck. This is such a tough place to push up to because by the time you see the enemy, they're going to see your feet. So yeah, just go out to blue zone, deny the points.
Yeah, and I mean, I really would have liked to have seen TL kind of med strat their way out in zone, kind of hold Influence Rage, because there is a world where Influence Rage says, hey, we got to start getting to zone. Luckily for them, they're able to make it in on their rotation alone. Barely 1 HP, got to blow up the vehicle. Getting knocked, but it looks like they might be able to get the reset. INF finding their little foothold in the zone. It's just a matter if they're able to get back up on their feet.
Yes, sir, indeed. FURIA starting to keep an eye on this area here. Are they going to spot Federal out? It's looking close. Meanwhile, 9Z still in the mix here. Oh, Federal hard aiming. Will he see Elite though? He's healing.
Wow.
Never mind. He's going to survive. Elite starting to take off now. Here come the shots. Never mind. Federal saying, I'm good right here, right now. I'm just going to hold it down.
Yeah, I mean, he's a solo, but unfortunately, I think FURIA kind of understands that, especially if he's not taking shots on that vehicle. That's a team where they've turned up today. They've been able to turn on that switch of aggression and playing for zone like it's effortless for him. And we can see this little overhead view. AGG, they're splitting the compound and that hillside with FURIA, making sure that they don't get pigeonholed in the compound. 9Z holding that southern side, or I guess that top side of the map screen when we're looking at it. So all these teams looking for that little bit of extra, I guess, breathing room over some of these squads if they're forced to fight them.
Yeah, FURIA, not a bad position. I used to call that position Amber because of that amber tree that's right in the area there. And that is not a bad spot to hold at all here. But right now, All Glory Gaming are definitely in the best position. They're dead center. They have the cover. Where's this next zone going to go? We still have a couple of shifts left, folks. So anything can happen, especially if that zone goes all the way north. Well, let's see as it does about to pop, and it goes right on to All Glory Gaming. So, hey, you got to get blessed eventually. This is All Glory Gaming's time to shine, right? How are you going to capitalize on it? They only have 2 eliminations so far.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to look at INF, Influence Rage's solo being able to kind of crawl in to the zone possibly. He's not going to be in there on that ridge. We're looking at 9Z, what they might be able to do if they choose to push All Glory Gaming, or maybe they wrap around on the FURIA side, playing outside the compound, because there is a ridge along the southern side of that compound. I'm not sure if it's in play just yet. Maybe it's pushed out by the blue zone. But all these teams, especially AGG, they're going to have to start putting their focus on the right teams, because if not, it could spell disaster.
Yeah, they gotta focus on that hill. That's their only weak side at this point, because that hill, yeah, you can see FURIA is gonna start making them wide rotate. They might even just hold this bottom side of the map. Yeah, that's gonna be the place to do it. Just try to get in this circle, wait it out, at least for the next zone, and see what happens. So yeah, good for FURIA to be able to scout that area out. Now they know it's clear, so they know they have at least a place to go for now. But yeah, All Glory Gaming gotta have their heads on a swivel. There's a whole game of keep away. For AGG. You just got to keep every player away, shoot at anything that moves. You don't want them pushing up on you for free.
Yeah, the worst case scenario, though, is if you get knocked peeking FURIA. That is the team where, especially with their zone to the back, if their teammate makes that bait play in the Lamborghini or whatever car you want to be driving, they get a knock, they're pulling up where that knocked player is. It does not matter if it's in the back building, if it's in the close one, they will put full aggression on you. So if you're AGG, I honestly like the idea of them kind of just turtling up even more until the zone shifts and then looking to make the play. And look at this. I mean, FURIA, they're 4 deep on a single rock in zone. Imagine if this zone is closed fully and AGG pushes out of it, but that's not going to be the case. 9Z is going to take the fight onto AGG, but he gets in. A freebie knock onto the AGG player. Where's the teammate? Nade's hot out, but big nade out of him, clutching it up for the squad. Now FURIA is making their move. 3v4 situation. The pre-nades, they've been holding on to him, Jukes. Now they're starting to rein in.
9Z just crushing All Glory Gaming. That allowed FURIA to push up for free. And here they go. All Glory Gaming now on the back foot. And you don't count out Federal as well. Federal's just watching this happen. And he could try to at least sneak a second place finish. But All Glory Gaming are going to have to battle it out right here with FURIA. Oh, look at that beautiful nade on the Melgar. And yeah, Federal just sitting back, watching the chaos and just counting the points that he's about to gain.
Yeah, I'm liking Fran's spot, though. He's kind of just baiting his teammate. They have no ideas there. If he could get 2 knocks here, that's 1. Thirst as well. It's a 1v1 against Kayowski. Even damage straight up. But Adrian comes in with the DBS. Too many angles to watch. Now it's just Cardix trying to come in. But look at that. Someone's already on the roof, Jukes. Trying to find the solo player on the east side as well. FURIA alone. Oh, he saw him!
He peeked back too fast. Look at his face. He's like, what? What just happened?
Oh, man.
Man, FURIA gonna win this last game unless Federal. Oh, boy. Said, I'll take that one. Can he get the thirst? He's going for the toes. He misses it. Nah, he's wide on the open now. Tried to get at least the point. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to. FURIA winning this last game, man. I tell you what, this is a team you got to keep your eye on. I mean, that was a great push, and I think they had an overall great day today.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, their performance has just been compared to, I guess, the best in the lobby. Unfortunately, you know, maybe they would have liked it more on other days than just today, but this squad, that's the team I put on blast at the beginning of the broadcast. They're showing it here, especially today, that they're here to mean business and stuff like that. And Influence Rage Federal, he had the chance, you know, if he got the knock and the thirst, he could have maybe done it, but now it's just, okay, we know how. Oh, wait.
Oh, he's doing a couple little little funky shots. I love how it says 23% chance for Federal. Yeah, there you go. There's your 23% right there. Well, FURIA, look at that. I love the pop-off. These guys are excited. They really deserve that chicken dinner there towards the end. Beautifully done. There's nothing like a hard-earned chicken to end the week. And so, man, FURIA are going to have a lot of momentum going into next week for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the key play there at the end was just 9Z taking that fight to AGG. AGG was spread out at that compound. And I called it FURIA. They need to look for an opening knock. Well, it's easy to get an opening knock if another team just sends it into where you want to fight. So them being able to capitalize on the play. Now, thankfully for them, they were able to keep 3 players alive at the end. But Taylor, did you really think Federal had that 23% or no?
Without a doubt, no. I mean, come on. He's literally got a tree, and they've got a building. He's got Papa Blue behind him. They don't, right? And he's got a 1v3. But you got to give him respect for at least getting the toes of one FURIA player and dropping them. Good effort, nonetheless. I mean, Influence Rage, the fact that 2 of them were taken out a little bit earlier, or I should say 3, and Federal was able to at least stay alive as long as he did is pretty phenomenal. Second place, you cannot discredit the effort without question. A great game, though, for several teams. NRG Galaxy is one. They start off hot. They eliminate Titan Gaming. NRG Galaxy showing life a little bit too late, Hot Jukes, but still showing it nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to be able to see something, right? I mean, these players are all going to have a couple days off to do their homework, you know, rest up, and hopefully get on the same page here, because there's a lot of teams that were making some very simple mistakes, Taylor. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, it's hard to see, but you know what? This is a big learning opportunity for a lot of these squads, and yeah, this fight is just crazy.
Well, it speaks volumes about, I think, more so like 9Z didn't really make a mistake in that fight, right? It was more so about Alpha7 just, again, getting out of an impossible situation. Staying alive like they did was ridiculous. 9Z obviously go on to survive a lot longer with 2 additional players. They finish in 4th place, getting 5 eliminations. But again, Alpha7 just continue to prove that. It's hard to put them into the grave, and when you can, you've got to capitalize on them, right? And I'm talking directly to you, E7, okay? E7, you got to start stepping it up, which they did. Another talking point, Enigma. E7, not doing too bad, right? They come out the gate swinging. They finish with 9 eliminations. They take out B-Bold and iNCO. A very successful game as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, the game itself, yeah, 9 eliminations are good and stuff like that, but you're not putting up numbers like Alpha7, where you're also getting wins, you're also getting that top 2 finish placement. You're having that as your solid game of the day, and that's completely unacceptable. And unfortunately, that's kind of a broken record for a lot of our teams. Of their pop-off games, quote-unquote, if we want to call it that, are really not even anything close to these top teams in the lobby.
Well, to make it clear, I didn't say it was a pop-off game. I just said it was one. I
like to exaggerate.
It was one of their better games of the day, right? It was nice to see them at least come back into Game 6 and do fairly well. Happy for that. Anyways, FURIA 17 total points. Winner, chicken dinner. Well done. 9Z, though, will finish their double point stay with a score of 18. Not the day they were looking for, Hot Jukes, but, you know, it is what it is. They've still got 10 more days to follow.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time for these guys to put in work for sure. I mean, especially with these double point days coming up, there's some big opportunities. I'm just waiting to see some like adaptations of strategy. I want to see, like, especially on the last day of the tournament, teams like hard focus certain squads, you know, because at a certain point it's going to have to happen because there's a crazy lead already between, you know, second place on down.
Yeah, the big lead, isn't it? I think you said 69 points. It might actually grow depending. Obviously, you mentioned Alpha7 was eliminated a little bit earlier in the game. Therefore, Team Liquid should take over first place again. We look, and they do. So they'll have a 10-point lead going into the games fresh without double points on Wednesday. Good on them for doing so. It was a big battle. Alpha7, without question, not getting as much points as we were expecting today, Enigma. I really thought this was going to be the biggest double points day we've seen yet.
Yeah, I mean, that Sandhawk game especially was looking very promising for them. Unfortunately, kind of just a little too many teams around their side of zone, per se. They couldn't work themselves in. But one team I do like seeing up here is the team in third place, Death Wolves. Now, they've only got 33 bonus points. It's less than most of the people on this front half of the overall rankings, but this team themselves, they've shown that the consistency, they didn't mind the bonus points coming in at the very end for them. As long as they got something, they were confident they'd be in that top 5, and for them, they're in that top 3.
I'm very happy for them. FURIA also, with the winner chicken dinner, puts themselves up to tie with Influence Rage. They'll be in 7th place, at least make the front page going into a fresh week. Good on them. But yeah, Death Wolves, Royals of War, very proud of them. iNCO Gaming as well, holding on tight to 5th place, proving you wrong. Hot Juice. We take a look at 9 through 16. All Glory Gaming sitting at the top of 9. They're not far away from breaking into top 8. They just have a little bit more work to be done. And Hyper as well. Actually, no changes on this page whatsoever, showing that Game 6 and as well as I believe Game 5, Hot Jukes, no changes 9 through 16.
Yeah, a lot of the same old here for the second page, and man, these guys are gonna have to put in work, especially if they want to try to get that dream qualifier, you know.
Yeah, right.
Get into that top 3. They're gonna have to go crazy on double points day. So like I said, adaptations of strategies. We need to see something different, right? And I hope come double points day for these squads, they do that, right? They either do a different drop location, extra aggression. I don't know, but I want to see something.
Well, Team Liquid, first place. Good on them for doing so. They hold on tight, and a lot of that is owed. Actually, the majority of that is owed to their normal point stage, right? Double point day, they get 98 or a little bit more than that, but at least close to 98, maybe over 100. But they were just stellar, consistent throughout their regular games. Well done from them. Well, I want to actually hear from Team Liquid, and of course, we got Zarpatch on site with an interview with Team Liquid's Mythic about how the day went.
All right, guys, here we are with Mythic. They just won the match. Team Liquid, you guys are doing great. You're almost, if not first after this match, then pretty much there. We're almost over with this first week, so everything is getting really close up on the table. How are you guys feeling, mano? Vocês estão lá em cima, muito perto. Já está terminando a semana. Vocês estão quase de primeiro, se não de primeiro depois dessa queda, certo? Então, como vocês estão sentindo? Está saindo tudo certo, né?
Está saindo tudo certo, estamos aplicando nosso jogo, viemos fortes, treinamos muito. Depois da PMSL que não conseguimos ir bem, a gente focou muito mais, deu o dobro de si. Graças a Deus está dando tudo certo como a gente planejou.
You're saying that they're just playing their game, they're doing what they know, they're trying to be aggressive, they want to do better after that PMGO that they weren't able to play in the finals, and they're just trying to do their best. This was just the first week. We have a long way to go. What do you think are your chances to be the champions here in 2 weeks? Suas possibilidades de ficar campeão, como você acha que eles estão aqui? Só faltam duas semanas, como você acha?
Acho que dá sim para ser campeão, tem que manter o pé no chão, estamos jogando muito bem. Espero que a gente continue com esse desempenho as próximas 2 semanas, que se a gente continuar é certeza de campeão, e é isso, por cima.
2 weeks left, we have to keep our foot on the ground and just keep playing our game and go forward. Mythic, you are one of the best players in the world. You have a lot of fans in North America. Você tem muitos fãs em Norte América. Você é um dos melhores do mundo, mano. Agradecido, parabéns, tá? Let's go, guys.
Hey, Zarpatch, thank you for that interview. Mythic, one of the best to do it. As Zarpatch was saying, I agree wholeheartedly with him, right? And Hotchooks, he said, they're just trying to make up for, the past loss, not making Grand Finals PMGO, which was a heavy hit. To me, that speaks volumes about their mindset. It's like they're here, they want to win, obviously. They want to play well, but they've got bigger goals in mind. And they're playing for more than just the money. They're playing also for their dignity, their pride, right? They want to showcase that they're the best because they missed out on it in the past.
Yeah, for sure. One of the greatest advantages, and I haven't really talked about it, about doing so well in week number 1, is you have the time, right, to really make adjustments and work it on. I mean, when you're so far ahead, you can play a little bit looser. So hopefully they can work on the things that they need to get better so they can hopefully do well come finals time.
Play a little bit looser. Well, it seems like they've got it all figured out, just like Alpha7 during their interview, right? It's like, we don't really need to fix anything. We're doing just fine. And after all, they are number 1 and number 2, but adjustments will surely have to be made after all. You don't stay at the top by not making adjustments and continue to do the same thing. If you continue to do the same thing strictly, well, teams are going to pick up on it, and they're going to learn to counter you. Enigma, it was a wonderful day. It was great having you back on the desk, brother. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Final words, I mean, the first week was awesome, to say the least. I know Team Liquid and Alpha7, they were loving their sort of play. Maybe they could have done stuff better, but I got to call out the NA teams right now. We're bottom 4. Essentially, we're all 4 of us are on that bottom half leaderboard. I'm needing someone to prove themselves that they're able to be here and go against people like Mythic, because it's like Sar said, he is one of the best players in the world. This is your chance to go against it and have iron sharpen iron.
That's, iron sharpen iron. I like it. Getting Old Testament on him, Enigma. You're a young guy, but hey, you're wise for your age. Hot Jukes, you're one of the old heads like me, man. It's great to have you throughout the week. I think we had you, 2 or 3 times. I knew you'd be back on Wednesday. Actually, both of you are back on Wednesday to call to action with a fresh start for the teams. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Hey, man, it was a crazy, crazy thing to watch. I mean, got to give up to Alpha7. They had 49 bonus points in total. The person that got the most bonus points was iNCO with 58. So it's crazy to see this new whole strategy. I love it, and I can't wait for the future weeks.
I can't wait either. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Week 1 has concluded. 5 days of action, 4 days of double points. Team Liquid, Alpha7 lead the charge, but don't discredit the other rosters. Deathwolves, iNCO Gaming, and the list goes on and on. Everybody fighting for the top prize, not only to be champions of America spring season, but also to take home that prize pool of $222,000. Excuse me. It's been a great day. It truly has, and we owe that to you. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we would love to have you back. It's going to be Wednesday, 5 ET, same starting time. We'll be starting fresh and without double points, so it's going to be a lot of fun. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Double Hot Jukes, Enigma production crew, and you in chat, thank you for being here. Be back Wednesday, 5 ET. We would love to have you.
Red should probably take his time here. He does have the man advantage. You don't want to get knocked, and he does get knocked. That is a double knock right there. Rules of War with the turnaround. Hey, patience is a virtue, and that's what happens when you just speed things up a little too quickly. You can really put your team in a bad spot. And Victex holding it down with a jump out. Oh. Can he hit the shot? Oh, he's so lit. 1 HP. He's got to hit this. He gets the first aid off.
Though. His teammate's with him as well. It's not even a 1v2 anymore. It's a 2v2, and
he's going to get the first. Federal gets another knock. It's Influence Rage turning things around and said, oh, you may have the advantage of the map, but guess what? We got that gun skill, baby. And now it's all up to Augustus to try to make something happen for his squad. Oh, yeah, but Diego, on the vehicle. Too strong. From Be Bold right there. He had a little bit of time to kind of find out where the rest of the players. Oh my gosh, that headshot from Seth.
Wow.
Goodbye. See you later. Said close quarter weapons. What are you doing with that? You ain't gonna get the chance, and you can see the pop off there.
Won't really matter too much.
Look at McGrellin. Yeah. McGrellin is gonna go up there and give away their position. He told them exactly where they were. Now here comes up the S12K. Rebo and FPP. Can he hit these shots? He gets one. Goes for the second through the smoke. Gets caught up. It doesn't matter. Alpha7 with the chicken dinner on double points weekend.
I guess circling Devlin right now, but gotta hit the shots. Doesn't happen. A little bit of BM. Oh, there we go. Yeah, stand up. Stare at him. across the stage, Starlight. That's what I like to see. That's passion right there, Hot Chooks.
Oh,
there we go.
He said, I'm going to give that play 2 thumbs down, baby. Zone goes here. You have to win this match. That nade for 3. Oh, just off the mark. So close. Yeah, Death Wolves going out to the blue zone. It's a FURIA win, and you can see them. Palms was going to get that angle. He was not, but she beat up down to 1 HP. Gets taken out. That's going to make things difficult. Oh, but Team Liquid full sending it. Now they have the hill priority. They take out Team FURIA.
1v3 situation now for Adrian. Can he muster it together? Let's get some shots on a Mythic, but the rest of the squad, I mean, they're all up. All you have to do is get some tags. And Team Liquid,
look at the pop off the right side of the map. That's going to make things nice and fun. Here we go. Spec and J7 going to be pushing Doran 2v1. Climbing up the stairs. Nice pre-fire. Where were you, J7?
And he
where
stayed
were you?
Down. He stayed down. Spec wasn't even blocking the stairwell. Doran now, I mean, he got tagged up to 1 HP. Luckily, J7 gets the trade, but it's just, what are we even doing right here, guys? Okay, we know how. Oh, wait.
Oh, he's doing a couple little little funky shots. I love how it says 23% chance for Federal. Yeah, there you go.
And
23% right there. FURIA! Look at that. I love the pop-off. These guys are excited. They really deserve that chicken dinner there towards the end. Beautifully done. There's nothing like a harder